it, 10% about it, 25% went on and on and on, and they wouldn't call it.
Check.
So Virginia was probably 0%, North Carolina was probably 0%. It doesn't even have any results. They have exit polls. Exit polls are not votes. They're polls of people coming out of their polling stations. Exit polls oftentimes are a little overall on average. They're not horrendous. They can be horrendous. But I get why they use it. I get why they call it. So it's not outrageous to call something 0%. For example,
Okay.
Virginia, so that was probably what they called.
Too far.
Hey, it's Jordan. I am here. It is 5 o'clock, just after 5 o'clock here in Los Angeles, California. Super Tuesday underway. It's going to be a lot of fun here. We're at a coffee shop that actually has been turned into a Bernie Sanders coffee shop. It began in 2016 here on Wilshire Boulevard in Los Angeles, and this is Bernie Central here in Los Angeles. So as people get off of work at 5 o'clock here on the West Coast, people will start coming in to the coffee shop. The people running the coffee shop have been kind of multitasking between organizing for this event tonight, as well as phone banking, canvassing, and trying to actually help Bernie Sanders win California. So we'll be talking to them in a little bit, talking to other people. Going to be live for as long as we have to be live. So definitely press that like button. You know the drill. The more people that press the like button, the more people that will see this very live stream. I will be looking at my phone quite a lot because I don't have an earpiece or anything like that. So I hope you don't think it's rude, but that's what I have to do. So let's tell you what's going on already. As I came on. Oh, by the way, this is a super chat. So if you're feeling super, keep it coming all night long. We are doing it a little differently. Other outlets are, sitting at a desk reporting the results. We will be in the trenches with the activists, the organizers, Bernie supporters, to give you the energy here with the people. That's how we do things at Status Coup. So definitely help fund that. A super chat. We are also just 58 members away from hitting 1,800 members. So we're hoping to blow past 1,800 members tonight. Possibly get to 1,900 members. So keep signing up, statuscoup.com/join for as low as $5 a month. As we were coming on, Joe Biden has been the declared winner in Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama. Michael Bloomberg won the important American Samoa. But the New York Times has called back their call of Joe Biden winning North Carolina. Doesn't mean that he didn't win North Carolina, but they have basically retracted that call that Joe Biden won North Carolina, which tells you it's a lot closer than they were first reporting. That's why it's frankly kind of ridiculous that all these cable news outlets right away, before data is even reported, are declaring certain candidates, whether it's Biden, whether it's Bernie. I mean, unless you're seeing in exit polls a just devastating victory, it's irresponsible, really, to be declaring anyone a victor without even reporting numbers. But Biden has been declared the victor in Virginia. Again, the New York Times just pulled back their call in North Carolina. He's been declared the winner in Alabama. I mean, no surprise. Alabama, Arkansas, Tennessee, this southern, more conservative, more African-American population. Biden will do well there. Texas polls just closed. So Texas and California are the biggest prizes on the map. The polls in Texas just closed. The polls in California have not closed. As I've been reporting on my Twitter, there is already all sorts of fuckery here in California going on all day. So we'll get into some of that. Also, Massachusetts, the polls have closed. The results are too close to call. That in itself should be embarrassing if you're Senator Elizabeth Warren. She has not outright been called the winner of Massachusetts. According to the exit polls in Massachusetts, Elizabeth, among very liberal voters, Bernie Sanders is at 41% among very liberal voters. Elizabeth Warren is at 39%. So very narrow, but she's not winning among very liberal voters in her home state. Most people would say if you lose your home state, you should drop out. We'll be watching that very closely to see who wins Massachusetts. Again, I'm going to have to look at my phone quite a lot. It's the only way I could get updates from Jen. So hopefully you don't mind. Okay, the New York Times just put Biden back up as winning North Carolina. Right now, they said Biden won North Carolina with 1% reporting. So that tells you something. Right now, it hasn't been called yet, but Biden is up in Tennessee, in Arkansas. Bloomberg is up in Oklahoma. Bernie crushed it in Vermont. So we're waiting for Massachusetts. We're waiting for Texas, California. And I think as the map goes west, I think Biden's going to do pretty well in the east. But as the map goes west, we're talking Texas, Colorado, Utah, obviously California. I expect the results to be much, much better for Bernie Sanders. So we'll have to be following that. Let me give you a couple updates here, what's going on in California. And remember, we have right now, let me tell you what we got going on here. Right now, we have 550 people watching already. So press that like button. We're going to break all sorts of records tonight for viewers, I hope, because everybody else is going from a studio. We are here with the people like we were last night, like we were in Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, South Carolina. That's what we do. And I would expect this coffee shop to start getting flooded in the next within the next hour as people leave and get off work. And also, we definitely need to get past 1,800 lickety-split. So again, we're 58 members away from hitting 1,800. Sign up, statuscoup.com/join. I'm just going to be flat out honest. Between Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, South Carolina, now California, this is expensive stuff, and we have no corporate funding. I'm going to stress this all night. We have zero corporate funding. I just had a call today with our tech provider. To go live, we use something called LiveView. Frankly, the one we have is not good enough, so we're trying to get the top of the line one. It will cost us an additional $13,000. We do not have that. So definitely leave super chats tonight. Definitely sign up as a member. statuscoup.com/join. And I want to, can you ask Jeremy to come over? Yeah, with the fedora. Yeah, so I want to talk to the guy who runs the Bernie Coffee Shop, so I can kind of give you a little insight here of where we are, what the Bernie Coffee Shop is all about. Again, we have, and by the way, if you're watching MSNBC or CNN, definitely don't do it on an empty stomach, because they are insanely giddy. It is unbelievable. I mean, Rachel Maddow can hardly contain herself. They all can hardly contain herself. We'll talk to him when he's a little less busy. But honestly, let's look at what has happened within the last 3 days. I don't know who said it, but I kind of saw on Twitter them describing it as the Empire Strikes Back. I mean, between Pete, Amy, Beto, I'm sure they're going to roll out Cory Booker soon endorsing Biden. I'm sure they're going to roll out maybe Kamala Harris. Joe Biden actually was in Oakland, California tonight. That is where Kamala Harris is from. So they are all reportedly at the encouraging of former President Barack Obama. They are all rallying around Joe Biden. Personally, I see that as a very big mistake. By the way, if you haven't been paying attention, I was temporarily suspended from Twitter for like 6 hours for daring to accurately quote Joe Biden. Joe Biden, I think it was 2 days ago, told his voters to go vote on Super Thursday. The media keeps talking like these are gaffes and gaffes. It's not a gaffe when you don't know where you are. It's not a gaffe when you don't know what day it is. It's not a gaffe when you say, I'm Joe Biden running for United States Senate. These are not gaffes. I'm not a doctor. I'm not diagnosing anything, but these are not gaffes. This is something. Clearly something going on cognitively, but everybody is rallying around this. Everybody is rallying. It's like people jumping on the Titanic as they see water leaking. That's really what's going on here. So we will keep talking about that. We already see people giving their thoughts on Biden, so we'll see what happens. Again, thank you for the super chat. Keep it coming. Keep signing up. statuscoup.com/join.
It's a propaganda.
Want to come on, sir? We're live.
Not right now.
Okay, that's fine. Want to come on? Come on in. We'll talk to our first burner of the night here. How you doing, ma'am?
Where are you?
We are live on Status Coup on YouTube, progressive news outlet. You have frequented the Bernie coffee shop before?
I've been here before. I was here Saturday, and I'm here today.
So I'm trying to take my viewers into it. We'll like go around later to show people the photos, but this is kind of like Bernie Hub, Bernie Central in Los Angeles.
I was here several times in 2016.
So talk about, I mean, the effort here in California has been incredible. Bernie's campaign has been working for years, actually. Latino outreach. We're hearing stuff today about, you know, crazy long lines. There's new machines being just tried out for just, you know, it's being tried out for the first time.
That the new machines scare me. The ability to control that. So I did mail-in.
You did mail in
early.
Okay.
About a week and a half ago. So.
And I'm seeing reports from sources that were messaging me that some of the like a Beverly Hills school, literally the machines weren't working. They're being told to write in their ballots with no tracking codes. NPP, this is a no party preference state where you have to specifically ask for a crossover Democratic ballot, yet they're being told at the polls, no, we're giving you a provisional.
Well, I am totally not surprised. As a matter of fact, I was kind of warning people that this kind of thing would probably happen. So there have been ways where people in the establishment want to control what's happening, and they do the best they can to do that.
And it's really incredible to me because, like, literally the Secretary of State, Alex Padilla, endorsed Joe Biden. Same thing, 2016, endorsed Hillary Clinton. So it's like, are there no conflicts of interest in California and other states? If you're running the election from the back end, you can't be showing who you're endorsing and these kinds of things. How can anyone trust it's a fair process? I
agree. But the United States has not had a truly fair process for most of its existence. So I'm not surprised. It's just getting, in some ways, worse and more on the surface.
Mm-hmm. But what does it say to you the last 3 days? I mean, it's like the Empire Strikes Back. You have all the ducks lining up in a row. Pete, Amy, Beto O'Rourke. I'm surprised. I'm waiting for Cory Booker to come out to endorse Biden, maybe Kamala Harris. These things don't happen in 3 days. Obviously, this was in the works a little bit longer.
Sure it was, and I'm sure that one of them would like to be part of the government. They're hoping Biden will win. Biden has a better chance of winning than they would. And I'm sure one of them thinks, I'm going to be vice president. And another one thinks maybe, well, Obama gave Hillary Clinton a choice of either being vice president or secretary of state. She chose secretary of state. So I'm sure a lot of those folks are hoping to be part of the White House with Biden. They think he has a better chance of winning.
And you watch Biden, and it's just, you know, putting aside policy, but it seems like he's running in 1995. You know, he says nobody wants a revolution; they want results. But he doesn't actually have a coherent policy.
And not only that, the way he misspeaks himself, it's like, okay, do we want a slightly more liberal Trump?
Well, I think you're being generous. Is this misspeaking, or is this guy not? Is this guy kind of decline? I'm not mocking him, but he often doesn't know where he is or what state he's in? Or
the misspeaking, we don't know why. What are the reasons? And the reasons, I think, are he can't keep track of things. I don't think his mind is working very well. I agree with you on that one.
And we know the American people. I mean, remember 1980, Reagan had that devastating line on Jimmy Carter, like, I won't use your inexperience against you. So if Joe Biden malfunctions in a general election debate, I mean, Trump's not exactly a great speaker either, but at least he's not having this severe of problems. So it's really playing with fire. All these people rallying around someone who's clearly not what he was 4 years ago.
I agree with you, but I think he has a better chance of winning than they do, and they have a better chance of having some sort of control than if Bernie wins.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk here in Los Angeles. Why do you think it is that such a large portion of the community, obviously California is a liberal state, but from 2016 to now, why have so many people kind of come together around Bernie? Obviously the coffee shop, but I mean, I'm seeing it last night I was covering, supporters on street corners, and like car after car after car was honking. Like L.A., California seems to really be behind Bernie, where in 2016 it was a lot closer.
Well, we have a lot of variety of people from different backgrounds here. We have a lot of people who felt like they haven't been taken care of by the federal government. And we have a lot of changes taking place. We have the largest homeless population, in part because of the weather. People come here from different parts. So we have huge numbers. We have people who've been taken out of their apartments. What's been happening recently, well, over the last 20 years, but especially the last while, people get kicked out of their apartments and they have no place to go, really, unless a lot of people who work here have to take transportation for over an hour one way, like sometimes 2 hours just to go to work and to go home. So I think the taking away of homes, taking away of decent jobs, the problems with transportation, I think this has made people try to be more progressive.
Right. And when you look at kind of Trump, I mean, it's growing more fascist by the day. He's basically kind of dismissed the coronavirus, but now we have nine have died, many in Washington State. Now he's put Mike Pence in charge, who doesn't believe in science, and we're going to pray it away. This is a unique threat. Yet you're putting somebody against Trump, potentially in Biden, that has the same amount of the same quality of liabilities as Hillary Clinton did.
This is what's happening with the background of underneath who's had power in the United States throughout. For example, I'm an old lady. I lived through the 60s, what happened in the 60s. And a lot of what they're trying to do is what they did in the late 60s when we started having anti-war folks and civil rights folks starting to come together. In order to keep them from coming together, however, in the late 60s, there were murders of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, for example, and 2 of my friends were killed at UCLA for the same, about 3 days before they were supposed to, the Black Student Union organizers were supposed to come talk at an anti-war demonstration on campus. They were murdered on campus. And so we don't have that going on, but we have other kinds of machinery going on in the background to keep
Well, it also
from taking any kind of power.
It also seems like, when all these other candidates were in the race, Bernie was starting to make inroads even with older voters in some states and some polls. Obviously, the black vote, he did particularly well in Nevada with 27%. The Latino vote, he did exceptionally well. So it seems like the establishment, whoever that is, whether it's Obama, the DNC, Pelosi, Schumer, they saw that he was creating kind of this multiracial, multi-generational. So they said, well, we need to rally every, with all due respect, kind of boomer, because a lot of them are more establishment, and we need to rally all the suburbanites, and let's get rid of Pete, Amy, all these people. And it looks like that's why they consolidated, because they saw, like, wow, this is real. He's really developing a movement here.
There's some grassroots movement going on, and it reminds me of the late 60s and the 80s, of keeping people from starting to get organized with each other, keeping people from different backgrounds, Latinx, Latino, Asian American, people from different backgrounds from coming together, and of course indigenous people, from keeping them from being able to vote. That's such an interesting history of what they did to the indigenous people. But
absolutely. And California's the big prize tonight, almost 500 delegates. What do you think? It just seems like completely intentional suppression between now they have conditional ballots on top of provisional ballots on top of
yes, I think it is intentional. It has always been intentional. Back in the day, a lot of times people said their names were taken off the voter list because they said they already had a John Smith. So they would choose some John Smiths they wanted to take off and not be able to vote because they have the same name. They must be the same person. When, you know, actually a lot of Latinos, Juan Gonzalez, they took a lot of them off. So yes, I think that there are different plans at different times in order to control the vote.
And I'm going to be asking everyone I interview tonight, what are your thoughts on Elizabeth Warren and what she should be doing? She's Massachusetts, the polls closed. She has not been declared the winner, which means it's a lot closer. If you lose your home state, it's kind of difficult to keep your head up and say, I'm the best candidate. A lot of Bernie people, would like her to step aside and support him.
I think she's having a hard time with that because she has been working with the establishment in many ways. If you look at not just words, but actions. And she's sort of in the middle and going back and forth. And I think that's why she said some stupid things. She's doesn't know what she needs to do. That's what I think. She's confused about what she needs to do. Now, if she's truly a progressive and truly will follow what she says, she will support Bernie. But we'll see.
Right.
We'll see. She said some terrible things, too, and about Bernie, I think, because she wanted to get ahead. So we'll see what happens.
And folks, remember, we need every one of you to press that like button. The more people that press the like button, the more people that will see the live stream. I think we have, let me update it here, a lot of people watching so far, over 1,000 if my thing is updated. So keep pressing the like button, keep signing up, statuscoup.com/join. Sign up for as low as $5 if you'd like us to keep going around the country. Last question, you mentioned the 60s, you were active, for somebody, above 50 years old. Why Bernie for you? I mean, there's so many older people around the country that are different than you. They say, well, I'm doing okay. And I think, we don't need a revolution, and this guy's extreme. Well, why do you feel differently? What attracts you to Bernie?
Well, I've been a progressive since I was 5 or 6 years old.
Wow.
And
did you get bullied on the playground or something, and it gave you a bug for justice?
Well, I'll admit how old I am. I'll tell you the first thing I did. In the 1950s, when we finally got a TV, we watched the McCarthy hearings. And then, do you know that under God was put in the Pledge of Allegiance in the 50s? And it wasn't under any God. It was only under the conservative, capitalist, Protestant God. And as a Jew growing up, at Passover, we would do the Passover, and then our transition from the ceremony to eating was going around the table and asking who needs liberation. So it was never just us. We talked about, at that time, Negroes in the 50s and Armenians, and we talked about all sorts of. So I was very liberal, and I decided when I found out that under God was put in by basically McCarthy, and it wasn't under God in general, but under his Protestant God, I stopped saying under God when I said the Pledge of Allegiance in class. And I would end earlier than everybody. But apparently it was a bad thing because my father said to me, if you continue to do that, I'm going to go to jail. So I stopped, and then I stopped saying the pledge, which is why I identify with Kaepernick a lot. So I've basically been a progressive since I was 5, 6 years old, and I was a fan of Bernie's in the late 60s when I saw his, I knew he was protesting. So that's been my whole life, and I've been an activist on and off and doing lots of different things my whole life. So
is it rewarding for you seeing that somebody with Bernie's plans, which I don't think they're radical. I think there's just an extension of FDR. But you look at the first 4 states that voted, they were all in favor of, even South Carolina was in favor of Medicare for all. I'm sure we're already seeing in the exit polls tonight, there are more states in favor of Medicare for all. Is it rewarding for somebody that has probably been on a lonely island politically for some time, that this is now mainstream?
In some ways it's very rewarding. In other ways it's still worrisome, because I think the reason why people are becoming more progressive that way is that their lives are crummy, and they don't have much power over it. The middle class is disappearing. the amount of money going to the top 2% is increasing. So their life is difficult. Also, the sixth mass extinction is coming up. Only pretty much Bernie and AOC are talking about the Green New Deal. And so I think, in part, I'm really happy about what the progressives are doing and the grassroots activism. And part of me is extra worried because a lot of people are participating because their life is so terrible.
Right. What's your name again?
Lori.
Thank you so much, Lori. Great pleasure talking to you.
Thank you.
Okay. So that's what's so amazing about going around the country. You'll never, ever see great stories and voices like that on CNN. You barely see them on independent outlets, but to hear somebody talking about that she became progressive at 5 or 6 because of the McCarthy hearings, I mean, it's just unbelievable. Let me give you an update, and I think this is going to be filling up pretty soon. Wow. Okay, we got 1,200 people watching right now, which is awesome. Keep pressing that like button. It's the thumbs up button right under the live stream. The more people that press the like button, the more people that will see the live stream. Also, keep signing up. We are 58 members away from 1,800. We want to blow past 1,800 tonight. You could sign up for as low as $5 a month. $5 a month. Statuscoup.com/join. Let me see what's going on here. All right. Oh, excuse me. New member. Welcome, new members. Justin and Pat. We are now at 56 members away. 56 members away from 1,800. So keep signing up, statuscoup.com/join. Wow. Massachusetts, Biden is winning by 9. That is very, very surprising. I do not think that's going to be the final result. But right now, Biden is winning by 10. Excuse me, 10 in Massachusetts. Biden winning Oklahoma by 3.5. Biden winning Maine by 5.5. Texas, it's 0.5 point. Biden is winning. I don't take a lot of stock in Biden up 10. That's at 1% reporting. So I don't think Biden's going to be winning Massachusetts. That would be a shocker. But again, Massachusetts to me, don't get me wrong, California is critical. Texas is critical, but I think Massachusetts is the third most important state because, frankly, if you're progressive, you got to get Elizabeth Warren out of this race. I'm sorry if people don't like me saying that, but that's just the facts. What we need to do here is get Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders on the debate stage one-on-one. There's 2 more debates. I believe there's another one coming up on March 12th, if my memory... excuse me. What month are we in? So March 12th, I think, is the next debate. I would like that to be straight up Bernie versus Biden. I do believe that Bloomberg will drop out after Super Tuesday to make way for Biden. The establishment reports are that they are pressuring him like you would not believe to get out. But honestly, I'm not even mocking Joe Biden. These are just the facts. When you look at the debates, as less candidates have been on stage and Joe Biden has more time to talk, it's worse for Joe Biden. He has benefited when there's 10 candidates on stage because he barely talks. But if it's one-on-one, I mean, I'm just being honest, the guy cognitively is not strong. And I think the contrast between Bernie versus Biden on a debate stage, you will see. You will see. I mean, all of the corporate revolving door bourgeoisie right now is giddy around Biden. But wait till it's Biden one-on-one versus Bernie. I do not think they're going to feel that way. If you have a two-hour debate, one-on-one between Bernie and Biden, you know, there's different theories. Some people are saying Warren staying in is good for Bernie. I don't know how they could make that argument, but we'll see. Let me read you a couple things from the New York Times. A troubling sign for Warren in Massachusetts. Biden and Sanders are splitting the vote with her among college-educated voters and suburbanites, according to exit polls. Nate Cohen from the New York Times. Hate to read too much into one precinct, but Warren winning a Brookline, Massachusetts precinct by only 11 points is not a promising start for her. So I do believe, like I said, California is the prize here. Texas is the next prize, but watch Massachusetts. I also want to get into California because honestly, this is, I always say, this is the United Corporations of America. This is not a country. This is a corporation. But California, it is totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable what is going on here in California. They have created such a complicated voting system. Here in Los Angeles, they are literally using brand new machines for the first time in the California primary. And shocker, there's been issues. There have been reports of long, long lines in Los Angeles, probably because a lot of the older people don't know how to use the machines. The Latino population is having trouble using the machines. All voters. I've received word from a few sources that people are having trouble using these new machines. Some precincts in Beverly Hills are literally, the machines weren't working. I received word that, I received word basically that between the conditional ballots, the provisional ballots, you have to make sure you verbally request Democratic crossover ballots and all these things. So it is extremely, extremely complicated here. We'll see what happens. The other issue with California in particular, California, the votes aren't going to be all counted tonight. In 2016, it took them 30 days to count the results. So technically, Bernie Sanders could be declared the winner tonight in California. Let's say they declare him the winner by 5 or 6 points, which is less impressive. But by the time it's counted, 30 days later, that margin could go up 10 plus points, and nobody's going to know it for 30 days. That's why it's truly problematic. It's also problematic when the Secretary of State of California, who basically tried to rig it in 2016 for Hillary Clinton, has now come out and endorsed Joe Biden. The Secretary of State elections should not be publicly endorsing candidates, and they honestly, I mean, if there's even an impression that they favor a candidate, they should not be running it. So it's very, very problematic. Mike Bloomberg is currently on stage in West Palm Beach, Florida. He says, quote, "No matter how many delegates we win tonight, we have done something no one else thought was possible. In 3 months, we've gone from 1% in the polls to being a contender for the Democratic nomination for president." Yeah, you've also done something no one else has done, and that's spend $500 million to market yourself as an everyman. Mike Bloomberg, I mean, the audacity, the arrogance of this plutocratic fuck, excuse my French, it's totally astounding. Honestly, if you're Bernie, I don't mind Bloomberg being in today because it's taking away from Biden. It's not taking away from Bernie. But Bloomberg needs to go, in my opinion. So, Texas early voting results. 212,984 votes. So that's 212,984 votes. Biden, 26%. Sanders, 26%. Bloomberg, 21%. Warren, 10%. So that is a tie between Sanders and Biden down in Texas with the early vote. Hey, Jen, just to clarify, is that like current voting now, like 1% precincts reporting, or you're talking about the early vote that came before today? I'm not clear on that. So the early vote, at least, is tied between the two. I think tonight, the Democratic Party, pretends to care about black voters and Latino voters and all this, but then when Latino voters start to go to Bernie, they don't like that. I think you're going to see tonight if Bernie Sanders' campaign, not just for the last 2 years, but his organizing for the last 4 years, if it's paying off, particularly with the Latino population in California, in Texas, and in other states. Because if Bernie cleans up among Latinos in California and Texas like he did in Nevada, he's going to win California, and he's probably going to win Texas if they bring out an unprecedented amount of Latinos. And those are the ones those are the ones with the most delegates. Okay, this is the early vote that came today, so thank you for that clarification. Let me read a couple comments before I talk to some more people. And by the way, there are key congressional races going on, too. You got Jessica Cisneros is down. I don't know how much she's down, but she's down a little bit to Henry Cuellar in Texas. You have, obviously, Shahid Buttar, the primary here in California, to try and advance to the general election against Nancy Pelosi. So there is a lot going on right now all over the country. So let's see. Okay. I just want to see an update. Hold on.
She's joining us now from the
True.
Vermont. Emma
222. Texas. Oh, Kirsten Dunst just endorsed. Terrific, terrific, terrific. All right, so hold on. Tennessee results. Wow, 5% in. Bernie Sanders narrowly up in Tennessee over Joe Biden with 5% in. They're actually extending the voting times in California, Tennessee, they're giving you more time to vote because of the extreme tornadoes that have been going on there. But Bernie being up even slightly in Tennessee is pretty nice. You also have Bloomberg indicates in speech he will remain in the race until states that matter weigh in. That's kind of insulting to the voters that have already voted. So he is talking, I guess, about Michigan, which is on March 10th, Florida on March 17th, Wisconsin on April 7th, Pennsylvania on April 28th. I mean, Bloomberg staying in is kind of a good thing for Bernie because he's taking away from Biden. I very much doubt Bloomberg staying in if he doesn't win several states today or at least reach the 15% threshold. That would be kind of surprising to me. So we'll see what happens. Anybody want to come on live? Want to come on live? Sir? Okay, shy people. Shy people so far at the coffee shop. We'll have to wait for the more rambunctious crowd to come on. Go try to get people. So let me read some comments. Hold on. Cool. Yeah, we're about to have Jeremy come on, who's running the coffee shop. Ooh, look at that. MSNBC is reporting people are waiting 3 hours in line to vote in Austin, Texas. Well, if you have extremely long lines in Austin, Texas is like a liberal utopia in Texas. That is a damn good sign if you're Bernie Sanders. If you've ever been to Austin, it is super progressive. So 3-hour lines in Austin, very good. Welcome new Status Coup member John. Woohoo! I believe that now leaves us at, hold on. We are now at, God, trying to get through this. We are now 55 members away from hitting 1,800. Keep signing up, statuscoup.com/join. Keep signing up, statuscoup.com/join. We'll get Jeremy on in a few minutes. So thank you. Welcome to the party, John. This is the Rio Grande Valley part of Texas. Henry Cuellar is up just barely. Cisneros needs to do much better here. See what election day looks like. Okay. So Jessica Cisneros would be a major upset over Henry Cuellar down in Texas. So we will see what happens there. Hold on. Hold on. 2. Oh, I think we got somebody coming on here. Come on over. So, what's your name, sir?
My name is Robert Harmon.
Feel the burn hat. There you go. What are you thinking so far? Biden won some of the states he was expected: Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama. Massachusetts is kind of up in the air right now. Warren has not been declared the winner.
Right.
Bernie is actually doing better than her among very liberal voters. Bernie is currently slightly up in Tennessee, which is kind of surprising. Texas, I just got word that there's 3-hour lines in Austin, which is very progressive. And as you know, California is a giant clusterfuck. There's been reports of extremely long lines, new machines not working. What are you expecting out of California tonight?
Well, I think that Californians are motivated here to change this country and to make things a little more blissful for everybody. And I think that California is going to help Bernie move in that direction. I know everybody I'm in contact with is either keeping their mouth shut or they're a Bernie Sanders supporter. So I think we've all been doing our work. I believe that the campaign's been very effective. I see a lot of enthusiasm and excitement, even with people who are undecided. I know that people's minds are being influenced in a positive way. I think a lot of the scaremongering or fear-mongering and the anti-Bernie propaganda is losing its effectiveness. I think people are really starting to understand it. This is an uprising of the working class. So if you remember the working class, you should be in this uprising. There's really no other place to be if you're a working class. So, and there's millions of working class people rallying, and I think that we're going to do very well.
What's interesting to me, let me make sure I have the numbers right. NBC News, their exit polls, this was earlier, so it might change, but NBC News' exit polls showed that across Super Tuesday so far, 64% of those who voted were over the age of 45. 36% were under the age of 45. So that's a good number for the establishment.
Right.
That number should be a little higher for younger people, but that's the generational divide we keep seeing in these elections. And the older voters are swinging to Biden because they've been fed this steady diet of like, you can't have big things, we need to compromise, blah, 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 blah. Do you think you're going to see in California a different result than that?
Well, I mean, I just got off of work, so you're actually, the report I'm hearing from you is my first report. And so I do believe, though, that there's a lot of young people who are aware of Bernie Sanders just because of the friends in that demographic. I mean, this Bernie Sanders is very well known throughout that millennial community. I'm Generation X, so my generation can go either way. I know the millennials because, they're worried about the habitability of the planet. It's on them to really get out. They're the ones that are going to really be suffering the most. So I really do hope that the millennials do go out and vote and they don't leave it up to everybody else.
Bernie is up right now with 3% of the precincts in Texas. Bernie is up 1.5 points in Texas. With 4% of the results in Massachusetts, Warren is up by 7 in Massachusetts right now. These are all very, very low numbers. But Bernie is up by 1.5 with 3% in Texas. Warren's up 7 with 4%. And Tennessee, Biden is only up by 0.5 point with 17%. So Bernie being in the lead in Texas is a good sign. By the way, we just got another new Status Coup member. Heyo. Welcome, new Status Coup member. John, welcome, new Status Coup member. Oh, we got 2 Johns. 2 new Johns. Welcome to the party. We are now, I believe that would be 54 members away. 54 members away from hitting 1,800. The New York Times is reporting that black voters are so far providing a solid base for Joe Biden, and Latinos are doing the same for Bernie Sanders. We'll have to see if this dynamic holds up. There's also been pressure on Bloomberg to exit the race, and that is only going to intensify from centrists in the party. And right now, Texas results, according to NPR, Texas results with 20% reporting Bernie Sanders is up by 7 in Texas.
Hooray! Yes, it's going to be a long night, and we all just got to stay, positive and just keep doing what we're doing, and just trust that the universe will unfold like the lotus blossom.
For you, you just said you got off of work. Why Bernie? How does him winning possibly affect you? I'm going around California. I mean Los Angeles. The homelessness is just unbelievable. The people working full-time jobs and driving Ubers and Lyfts. How does it affect you?
Well, I was a gig economy worker for a bit, and it's a brutal life. There's a lot of people hustling just to get by. And if you look at the quality of life here in America, it's diminished quite a bit. It's no joke that each generation's not doing so great. And I don't live as well as I did with when I was younger. I mean, I haven't had any improvements in my standard of living or quality of life since Clinton, Obama, Bush, since Reagan. I mean, there's been no improvement. There's been absolutely no improvement.
Because Biden is telling us he's starting to use the line, people don't want a revolution, they want results, which I think is a little misleading because, yeah, they get your results, but they're usually selling your jobs to other countries. And
That was the logic that put,
Trump
in the White House. So, I mean, we know everybody wants a revolution. No one's happy. Look at all the metrics. No one's pleased with the way things are going. People are tolerating Trump because he appeals to people's primitive human instincts. And I think that, Bernie he's in it to help us transcend, all that holds us back and to, restore some balance. And in my book, I'm actually a very extreme moderate person. I'm an extreme moderate. I like things balanced. I like harmony and bliss. I like things balanced. And things are so far to the right as an extreme moderate, I mark Bernie as the restoration or the balance. So, I think that Bernie becoming president will restore the national order, restore the balance, restore the working class back to a middle class. And that's the big thing. So you asked me why I'm for Bernie is because I grew up in the upper middle class, and even though I've played by the rules, I've done everything I was supposed to do, it's like no one's getting ahead. No one's getting ahead. I mean, they think they might be getting ahead, but very few people are getting ahead. So everyone's just kind of like treading water. How long are we all going to tread water here in America? So with Bernie Sanders' platform and his measure of truth, we can have some faith and some trust restored in the government, and the government apparatus is working for the people, not for big corporations. And I want to be in the middle class. I don't want to be schlepping in the working class forever. I want to move up. And the way we do that is we restore fairness. We restore the things that make people move up into the middle class. People have been going up and then pulling the ladder up behind them, and Bernie's trying to get that ladder brought back down for us.
And what are those pins on your hat, Representative?
Desert Storm veteran and USS Ranger.
Yeah, that's. I thought. Thanks for your service. Which brings me to, it's truly unbelievable. Finally, I mean, they say Trump is negotiated the Taliban and they're going to end the war in Afghanistan. Would be an amazing thing if that were true. But all of these people going across the globe to fight for our democracy, but our democracy is being fucked with 7 ways to Sideway by the Democratic establishment. I mean, they're interfering in the election right now. All this behind the scenes stuff to try and get 3 people to drop out right away.
Right.
I mean, pretty soon I'm sure you'll start seeing maybe Booker endorse Biden and Kamala. You see the networks are working overtime like a super PAC against Bernie.
Right.
It seems to me like, as somebody who fought for the country, we don't really have free and fair elections.
I'm trying to reserve judgment. And, I'm a card-carrying Democrat. I've been a Democrat ever since I learned, was old enough to vote. I've been a loyal Democrat. However, it's kind of like you can't just keep voting for something that's doing harm to you. So basically, I really do feel that the corporations and the donor class bosses that own the party bosses is just, I stay in the Democratic Party hoping it'll change, try and do my part. But, as this campaign, as this election cycle moves forward, this primary season, we'll see how Bernie-crats are going to handle the whole confrontation that seems to be coming. I mean, if it's a brokered convention or a contested convention, I'm hoping that, the lesson from 2016 was learned, but perhaps it hasn't been learned. And in that case, what are we going to do? Are we going to bust? Are we going to walk out of the convention and just walk away from it? Are we going to Dem exit again? I mean, I didn't Dem exit, but I know plenty of people that did. So, and I know there's a lot of, hard feelings about Bernie-crats who stayed home. And I say, you know what? They picked the wrong candidate. That's the problem. You don't blame people who decided not to vote with a gun pointed to their head. Blame the decisions made by the bosses of the party. I also do know that party politics, it's rough. We have to understand that, yeah, there is an amount of party politics. We may not like it, but, I believe that Bernie and his experts around him, the political party experts, the political operatives, have done the best they can to prep the battlefield, prep the convention floor, prep the different committees and the party apparatus. And my big thing is this. The Democratic Party has to play fair and play by the rules, right? And if they break their own rules, if they play dirty, if they really lower their measure of truth and they just act in a really dishonorable way, then we might have to bust, and people have to all accept that if that's the way Bernie-crats are going to go. If the Democratic Party bosses don't play fair and they break the rules or bend the rules in the middle of the game, I think the rules that have been set, we all got to follow them. If the rules are followed and no one does anything dodgy or shady, underhanded, and there's no cheating, if there's no convention floor shenanigans like in the Philadelphia convention, then we have to go with that. However, I think we all should be most prepared for some brinkmanship. We got to, because ultimately, either way, the people who are like the donor class bosses of the Democratic Party and their super delegate friends, they're not going to suffer. They're not working class people. They're not going to suffer whether Trump's elected again or whoever, Bernie's elected, but they're all fine. They're all fine. It's us. It's the working class people who are going to hurt and suffer. So we all have to think real hard how much brinkmanship we want to play. I personally think we should go all the way and keep the pressure on. And if they do something shady or dodgy and they steal this nomination process or circumvent the democratic process of the party, and then maybe we'll bust, but it'll have to be a consensus amongst all of us whether we're going to do a Bernie or bust again. And I'm emotionally prepared for it. And if that results in Trump being reelected, then we'll have to say, look, sometimes you got to destroy something before you can rebuild it again. Right. And I'm hoping it doesn't go that way. But I think the Democratic Party bosses need to hear us and be serious. This is an uprising, and we're not putting our pitchforks down. We're coming with our pitchforks. We're coming to, restore the Democratic Party to what's supposed to be, representing the working class. And if they're not going to do it, then maybe we all need to, let it be destroyed. So, but I'm still hopeful that the Democratic Party bosses are going to do the right thing. They're going to actually understand and feel the momentum and what's good for the country, what's good for the people, what's good for the working class, and do the right thing. I actually think they're going to, and it comes down to it, I think they're going to do the right thing. If Bernie's got the most energy and the most support and he's got the most delegates, I think it'd be smart for them to let Bernie have the nomination, even though he's not a card-carrying Democrat.
You're assuming their main interest is winning rather than reserving power and money, which I think it's the latter.
Yeah, like I said, they win no matter who wins, right? For them, it's a game. It's a job. It's a political appointment. It's an elected office. It's either way. They're bankrolled. They can always move into corporate lobbying. They've got hidden money. I mean, so I think the working class uprising needs to continue, and let's have faith, and let's try and put out positive energy out there so the Democratic Party bosses will do the right thing, and if they don't, then we'll form a consensus and see whether we need to Bernie or bust.
What's your name?
I'm Robert.
Hey, thanks, Robert. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for your service. Couple updates here. Welcome new status Coup members. Holy cow. Caesar and Cheryl. Heyo. We're now 52 members away from 1,800. We got to blow past 1,800. Lickety split. So if you're on the fence, if you got $5 a month, support Status Coup. We are in the trenches. We've been to Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, South Carolina, California. We would like to be in Michigan. We would like to be in Wisconsin. We would like to be in Florida. We would like to be in Pennsylvania and a lot of other states with the people, giving a voice to people like him, that fine woman I spoke with, the people we spoke with last night, breaking stories as well. But this is so expensive. I don't want to go through it again, but I mean, if you saw the expenses of these trips, and we don't have corporate funding. So please, please, please keep signing up. We'd like to pass 1,800 members, preferably in the next hour or two. So we would need a lot of you to sign up. Statuscoup.com/join. Let me give you a couple updates here. 538, which is Nate Silver's geeky blog, is reporting that what the delegate race looks like at the district level in Colorado voting centers as of 9 p.m. Eastern. But most of the state votes by mail, so it could be a while before we have full results. As of this morning, when we froze our forecast, Sanders had a 7 in 10% chance of carrying Colorado, while Biden is a dark horse at 1 in 5. The polls are about to close in Colorado, Minnesota, and far western Texas, as well as in most of Nashville, Tennessee. Polling hours were extended in Tennessee because of the tornadoes. Massachusetts, with 7% of the results, 7% of the precincts. Biden and Bernie are basically tied. Biden's at 29.7, Bernie's at 29.1, Warren is at 25.9. So Warren is 3 points behind Bernie and Biden right now in her own home state. Bloomberg, a distant fourth place at 9.6%. MSNBC says Texas is too early to call, Colorado too early to call, Tennessee too early to call. The New York Times gives Biden a 68% chance of winning Texas. I mean, the New York Times gave Hillary Clinton a 99% chance of beating Trump on Election Day, so I don't really know if I believe that. But the New York Times is giving Biden a 68% chance of winning Texas. Biden just was declared the winner of Oklahoma. Not a surprise. Bernie Sanders wins Colorado. Bernie has just been declared the winner of Colorado, which he won in 2016. Jen, could you get me the numbers of how many delegates are in Colorado? So that puts Vermont and Colorado in Bernie's corner. So that's a big win. And like I said when we first got on, as the map moves to the west, you're going to see Bernie do a lot better with Colorado. Definitely, it's a purple state, but a lot of progressive voters, has a decent Latino population as well there in Colorado. So Bernie has been declared the winner in Colorado. And Biden winning in Oklahoma. I'm really looking at Massachusetts because, honestly, Elizabeth Warren and her campaign can send out 25 memos if they want. They've kept sending out memos for every state she loses with delusional explanations of why she still has a chance. But if she wins Massachusetts, particularly if she comes in third place in her home state, that's it. You got to drop out. I don't care if that's deemed sexist. You can't lose your home state. Can't lose your home state and stay in the race. So right now we have, hold on. Right now we got 1,400 viewers, so keep pressing that like button. Keep sharing this so we can get our viewership up. We're up against like 20 different live streams, so but we're going to be here live all night. We're just getting started here. We're not going off until they kick us out. So definitely keep signing up. Statuscoup.com/join. Become a member for as low as $5 a month. We need to grow. I think for those of you that are original Status Coup fans, 67 delegates in Colorado. So Bernie winning Colorado. I don't know what the actual results are, but he was declared the winner. So he'll get the delegate lead there. Thank you for the super chat. Ryan Corinth. These $4.99. These results are depressing. Joe Biden doing well shows how uninformed our electorate is. Whoa. Don't be getting depressed yet. California is the prize here. Texas is the second prize. Those results have not been declared. Also, It's a long march. This is not a sprint. It's a march. There's another 2 debates. There is a lot more states at play. And if Warren loses Massachusetts, you know, there's going to be a lot of pressure on her to drop out. If she drops out in those states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, a lot of her vote's going to go to Bernie. I also think if you're a Bernie Sanders supporters, you want Bernie on that debate stage head to head with Joe Biden. Say what you want about Hillary Clinton. I'm no fan. She could construct full sentences. She knew what state she was in. She knew what day it was. She knew what office she was running for. She wasn't saying, I'm Hillary Clinton running for Senate. Okay? Joe Biden doesn't know those things. So if you are a Bernie supporter, you want a one-on-one with Bernie versus Biden on those debate shows. Brandon Luce, $20 in the super chat. Status Coup needs support to help guide revolutionaries. Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. So keep signing up. Keep signing up. Statuscoup.com/join. We'll keep giving you shout-outs as new members sign up. Just got another one. Biden wins Tennessee, they're saying, so no surprise. Listen, Biden's going to clean up in the South. Arkansas, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, he was just declared the winner. And this goes to what Jamal and I were talking about when we were in South Carolina. Listen, as important as James Clyburn's endorsement was, there was something more important than James Clyburn's endorsement. That was the collective corporate media literally covering for Joe Biden's lies on civil rights. Do you think the people of South Carolina, African Americans, of Arkansas, of Alabama, of Mississippi, do you think it might have changed some votes if they found out Joe Biden had lied about being arrested in apartheid South Africa, had lied about participating in civil rights sit-ins? I'm not saying he would have lost those states, but, you know, black voters are not a monolith. They don't just all vote the same way. And I think most black people, Jamal, correct me if I'm wrong, don't like people lying about participating in the civil rights movement, don't like people lying about being arrested in apartheid South Africa.
Yeah, black people aren't stupid. We don't like exploitation. Yeah.
Yes. Truer words. Jeremy? So the man, the myth, this is Jeremy White. He's been basically, I guess, running the coffee shop for a couple years?
No, just with a team of folks, myself, Michelle Manos, Lauren Hamill, Ian Schiffer. We're all kind of teaming up. There's an ever-broadening leadership team that's taken on the task.
So talk to me. It seems to me in L.A., I mean, I've only been here for a few days, but I mean, from like last night, people are on street corners, and almost every car was honking for Bernie. Wider California is a different story. The long lines, voting machines not working, obviously NPP voters, and so there's a lot of fuckery that's going on. But what are you seeing here in California for people that are a little dispirited watching with Biden winning North Carolina, about Virginia, and these other states?
I mean, states that Hillary won. I've basically been equating it to like, this is kind of like 2016 again. We have Bloomberg in the race, the turd in the punch bowl, but he'll drop out eventually. He's just in it to screw Bernie over. It's going to be between Bernie and Biden. Biden's falling apart cognitively in front of cameras. He's referring to himself as running for the U.S. Senate, said vote for the other Biden. I mean, I'm not happy about that. That's terrifying that the Democrats are putting that up against Trump, who, you know, they want to think that he's deranged and losing it to the extent that Biden is, but he's really not. He's unfortunately still very able to viciously take down opponents with his, you know, way of like cutting them to nothing. And Biden, he's already getting torn to shreds in the on Trump's rallies. It's going to be terrible. It's going to be if Biden's the nominee, Trump's going to be president. Period. So I don't know. What was the question?
And with 24% reporting in Texas, Bernie Sanders was just up. They just took it off the screen. Biden is up by 23 points in Massachusetts. Warren is in third in Massachusetts. So right now in Texas, Bernie Sanders is in the lead. That's good news. And what I was telling the audience, I don't think a lot of people understand. I mean, it'll take California probably 30 days again to count all the ballots. So Bernie could technically be declared the winner tonight, let's say 5 to 6%. But 30 days later, it could be like 10 to 15% because California can't get their shit together. So it could be a victory, but not the overwhelming victory right away.
Yeah, that's something we've been considering. Is the way that these voting in this country is insane. We were in Iowa and Nevada. I was there as well. The caucus system is just a nightmare. How they make sense of things, the math that they're using, the state delegate equivalents. This is insane. This many states being done in the same night. How are we supposed to adequately monitor these things? How are we supposed to adequately keep track of all the voter fraud, and not voter fraud, but the election fraud? Exactly, election engineering. So I don't know. It really, I don't know what kind of reforms we need. I think paper ballots would be nice, and non-hackable voting machines would be really great.
How about just one uniform federal election system instead of all these states having their own system?
Yeah, like Bloomberg owns stock in one of these voting machines, right? And Trump owns stock in another one. It's crazy. This is crazy. This is like not developed world election status stuff that we're dealing with here.
And by the way, in Utah earlier, sources contacted me. The NGB van voter file system went down for a half hour, which a half hour might not sound like a lot, but a half hour in terms of volunteers, canvassers, not knowing where the hell they're going, because that's where the addresses and the systems are, is a major, major deal.
There is a backup to that called GetOutTheDamnVote.com. GetOutTheDamnVote.com. If NGP van goes down, because I've seen it go down so many weekends, canvas weekends, big weekends, it just goes down. We'll have a 300-person canvas kickoff, and NGP fan is just down. So GetOutTheVote.com. Let me make sure I'm getting that right. Michelle, GetOutTheDamnVote.com. That's the one. It's an alternative that will still let you canvass neighborhoods and communities.
Don't want to interrupt, but right now with 8% of the precincts reporting in Texas, Bernie Sanders is up by 6 points in Texas.
Bernie's up 6 points in Texas.
So Bernie is up 6 points in Texas. Another good development. Welcome new Status Coup member Vidal. 52 members away from hitting 1,800. And let me just shamelessly have you plug Status Coup for a second. You've seen us in Iowa. I don't think you were in New Hampshire. You saw Jen in Nevada. Now you're seeing us here. Do you see any other indie outlets all over the country giving the microphone back to the people in the trenches? Because I'm trying to get people to sign up because it's incredibly expensive. We have no corporate funding. But more importantly, I really think this wakes up the masses who maybe aren't diehard yet. I get messages all the time from like neoliberal people that are just like, I don't agree with everything you're saying, but you're the only one that covers X, Y, and Z. And I think that's the power of true independent media. What are your thoughts?
I think that's it. Status Coup is the GOAT. They're all over the place. Seeing you guys here at Bernie's Coffee Shop, like this is a historic Bernie location. I've known you for years. Covering all the best things. Yeah, this is where it's at, folks. We need to be seeing what's going on the ground. We need to be seeing what's going on behind the scenes. And Jordan and Jamal and Jen and the team has been just doing an incredible job of that. It's well worth the subscription cost.
Statuscoup.com/join, $5 a month.
Yep. As soon as I'm not poor from volunteering full time for Bernie, I will be a member as well. So.
Last question, Jamal, if you don't mind, panning a little bit so we can show. Tell me about Bernie's Coffee Shop if people ever want to take a vacation in LA. I mean, you got Bernie on the wall, AOC on the wall, you got a young Bernie on the wall. We'll go around later and show more of it, but how did this come about, and has it gotten bigger over the years? It seems like a real central hub for, I wouldn't even just say Bernie people, but just progressives, which is a good thing because honestly, from a psychological level, a lot of people are hurting economically, but a lot of people are alone in it where they live. But you're here, you guys are creating kind of an area, not just around elections, but like-minded people dealing with the same struggles can kind of come together.
That's exactly what this space has been and will continue to be. In 2016, we opened up as a grassroots hub for Bernie. The original plan was just to open up as a kind of a mock museum on Museum Row, or like an art gallery. We played up the restaurant thing. So Kai Arns, who did the recent posters for The Strokes and Public Enemy, he designed the original graphics here that I helped kind of blow up and put on vinyl prints on the window. Worked with artists like Dionisio Ceballos, Donnie Miller, Shane Barbera, and recently expanded because of the help of Michelle Bird, a friend of mine here in town, an artist and director. It's incredible. Like she helped me curate this like awesome arrangement of artists from all over the country. They submitted their artwork for free. They just wanted to like have us have it and put it up. So if you tour around, like all the windows have different prints on them. There's a mural up top on the building that we just did, a Not Me Us mural that's really beautiful. Yeah, it's just been this like awesome experience for Bernie. But then beyond that, you know, we're open up as a community center for workshops, panel discussions, screenings, meet and greets. This place is really, really almost limitless in its capabilities. And it has gotten stronger. It's gotten a lot stronger. We've become much more cohesive as a team. We've learned what works and what doesn't, and we're kind of tempered by the fires of 2016 and everything that happened in between. So we're ready. We're ready to take that on.
And the New York Times reporting Joseph Biden secured an early advantage. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, I don't care. Last question. Why Bernie? I mean, you got the swag all over you. You're volunteering, phone banking. God knows how much money of your own you've spent. Why are you so, fire for Bernie? How would it affect your life if he was president?
So I made this. Let me step away for 1 second and get this pin.
Sure. And keep signing up, folks. We are 51 members away from 1,800. I know you're donating to Bernie. I know you're donating all over the place. We need the funding. We got Michigan coming up, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Florida, New York, a lot of states. It's expensive. And we need to buy a new piece of equipment that's going to run us $13,000. We don't have the money. I'm not interested in selling any body parts to pay for that. So keep signing up, statuscoup.com/join. Super chats are welcome. You could also, I technically think our GoFundMe page is still open. We met our goal, but we never shut it. So Jen will put the link in there. What do you want to show us?
So this is a pin that I designed in 2016, and it was something that I heard in a dream, and I woke up and wrote it down. And it's, I'm with Bernie because he's not asking us to trust him, he's asking us to join him. And that was a big one for me, because at the time it was Bernie versus Hillary, and she wanted us to just give all the power to her. She was the experienced one. She knew what to do. She knew she didn't need us after she got elected. The same thing that we had with Obama, the same thing we've had before with these progressive presidents. Bernie is not interested in just consolidating power and running with it. He has been consistently empowering everyone below him in this movement, and it's inspiring. It really is the not me, us mantra that lives and breathes in this space.
But Joe Biden tells me we don't need a revolution, we just need results.
Yeah, well, Joe Biden also called himself a candidate for U.S. Senate last week and said vote for the other Biden, so.
Are you aware that journalists are now getting suspended on Twitter for accurately quoting him saying, go vote on Super Thursday?
Wow.
I'm not trying to make it about me, but it's really astounding. I mean, what is amazing, and I was talking before you came on, yes, James Clyburn made a big difference in South Carolina and these other states, but the media literally letting this guy get a pass on just Trump-level lying. Yeah. I don't know if he's like consciously lying or if he's not all there, but, people generally know the difference between being stopped and not being able to go past the door and being thrown in a jail cell in South Africa. And if Bernie lied about what he had for breakfast, that would be it. And it's just unbelievable because this is the kind of rigging that goes on. It's not just the machines or the mailers. It's the media.
Yeah, easily. Oh, yeah, easily. It's like millions, billions of dollars of free ad time and air. But so I think it is straight up lying from Biden. I don't think it's excusable as a senior moment, which he has plenty of. If you look into his history running for president in the past, he straight up plagiarized Kennedy. He's plagiarized others. That there was somebody from Ireland
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, just word for word plagiarization. And he got called on it. And he, scuttled away and came back and scuttled away. And this is just his par for the course for him. He's a liar and a plagiarizer. Right. He doesn't care what it takes to get elected. He's going to say and do it. And, it really is telling that the Democratic Party is okay with that. And people like Pete, who said we need a new way, and then he endorses the establishment. Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
And last question, I'm asking everybody this. Warren right now is currently in third place in her home state. Every time she loses a state, her campaign sends out a new memo with a ridiculous narrative about how she's going to somehow win at the convention. I don't know if it's all talk and maybe she's just going to drop out after this, but there's different schools of thoughts. Some people on Twitter are saying this is a good thing that she's staying in because some of her vote would actually go to Biden. I don't see it that way. I think the majority of her vote would go to Bernie. What do you think? Because honestly, I think if you're a Bernie Sanders supporter, what you want is a one-on-one on stage. Say what you want about Hillary Clinton. She could construct full sentences. Yeah. She knew where she was. Yeah. Very sharp, cognitively. Joe Biden in a 2-hour debate, one-on-one, I think you're going to have more than gaffes. You might have Titanic.
I made a Facebook post the other day that didn't go well, but I wasn't joking. I was predicting that he's going to have like a major something, like an aneurysm, something is going to happen on stage, and the media is going to flip out. And they're not.
We don't want that.
No, it's not. I don't wish harm on him whatsoever. I think it's embarrassing that the party is pushing him like this. Right. Let him retire with dignity. Let the old racist
push Pete, push Amy. Hey, bring somebody out of retirement. Yeah. But it really puts to shame the ridiculous vote blue no matter who. We got to get Trump out. You're putting someone forward that Trump's not exactly sharp either, but he's not to this level.
No, but he's sharp enough in that brutal way that he takes down his opponents, and Bernie is just as Teflon as Trump. So I don't know. I know why they're not pushing Bernie. Because it's money. Their god is money. They worship their corporate donors. They worship Wall Street. They're not in this for the people. So this is the product of that. They're going to push Biden. He's going to lose to Trump. They know he's going to lose to Trump. I don't care what the polls say. The polls said Hillary was going to win too. Nate Silver, like 99% chance Hillary would win. So I really am. I'm convinced now that they are going to do anything they can to stop this movement. And if the movement needs to evolve past this election into something else, then so be it. But we're not going to go away.
People want to know, where could people buy the coffee shop shirts?
This one is the second-year anniversary edition. We don't sell it anymore, but we will have new versions of the red one in soon, the end of the week. Okay. And you can buy them here. Contact berniescoffeeshop@gmail.com if you want to have one shipped.
And also, what should viewers expect? What's popping here tonight?
So, we have City Councilman Mike Bonin, who endorsed Bernie and spoke at the Venice rally. He's going to come speak tonight. We have got, the Bernie Unidos song, the commercial I think I showed you that I helped film and produce with Cliff and Michelle Bird. The singers are going to come perform that tonight. Tommy Sunshine, the DJ, is going to come and play tonight. We got him set up over here. And then just, some community leaders, Trinity Tran, Mel Tillicrotney, like other people that have been doing really, really solid work here for public banking, homelessness, and like. Great. So, yeah. And
if we hit 1,800 members soon, I will participate in the rap, maybe do a little Yiddish rap for you, because, I do have some lyrics. Thanks, Ben. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah. So let's keep updating you. Welcome new member Joe Rogan Jr. Could it be Joe Rogan? The Joe Rogan? I don't know. Welcome new member Joe Rogan. We are now 50, count it, 50 members away from 1,800. Keep signing up, statuscoup.com/join. Really, really appreciate it. Keep signing up. And by the way, if you don't know, as a member, you're not just supporting us, you get stuff too. We do behind-the-scenes videos for members. We're also having our monthly members call, I believe, next week, which is a monthly video call. Jen, myself, you. You don't have to be on video if you don't want to. You can mute your video. It's in a Zoom room, not YouTube. It's a lot of fun. We usually go about an hour or two, questions, comments, concerns. I think last time we had 100 or so of you join. I think it's going to be a lot bigger this time. So sign up, statuscoup.com/join. Let's see any other updates. Hundreds of people still in line at Texas State University. Polls technically closed at 7, and it's 8:15 Central Time, so that's pretty good news. We already heard about long lines in Austin, Texas, which is a very, very progressive area. It's pretty much the progressive, utopia in conservative Texas. So long lines at Texas State University. That's Sam Oser, who's helped us out with Status Coup, telling us that. So thank you, Sam. Tina Desiree is also reporting from Glassell Park Voting Center here in Los Angeles. Very long lines and one machine down. Yesterday they had 2 down. Now NBC News is reporting that Mike Bloomberg is going to reassess his race tomorrow. So that would indicate that Obama probably, all of the money interests are telling Bloomberg, if you don't get the fuck out, we're not going to let you buy us anymore. How about that? You don't get the fuck out, Mike, we aren't taking your money and you can't buy us off anymore. I'm pretty sure that's not how the conversation is going, but they're trying to get rid of Bloomberg. So we are now 50 members away from hitting 1,800. Let me read a couple comments here. And thanks for watching us. I know there's a bunch of different live streams going on. I think ours being on the ground with the people is the way to go. Let's see. Loda, I can't stand this. Then why are you watching? I hope you don't mean me. So honestly, it's sad how afraid the establishment is. It took all of them to gang up on the guy. The stupidity of the USA should never be understated. Hey, folks, let's not get so depressed yet. Okay, Biden currently winning in Minnesota by 4 points over Bernie. So Amy Klobuchar's endorsement probably helped there. Colorado, Bernie already declared the winner. He's up by 12 over Michael Bloomberg there in Colorado with 68% reporting. What other states we got? Tennessee, Biden won. Hey, Jen, send me the latest in Massachusetts, if you don't mind. That would be great. Okay. Because to me, Massachusetts is very, very pivotal to see if Elizabeth Warren's going to drop out of the race. So far, the delegates won tonight. Biden has won 130 delegates. Bernie has won 62 delegates. 10 p.m. poll closings. So that's 10 p.m. Eastern. 11 p.m. California. So 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Pacific. California's polls are closing. I've been hearing reports all day of super, super long lines in California, which is very good. Steve Kornacki notes that the turnout in Virginia has nearly doubled from 2016. So that's a good sign if you're trying to get rid of Trump. That turnout has doubled in Virginia. So we'll see what happens. But definitely, I'm looking at Massachusetts because I think Massachusetts should be called within the next hour or two if it's close. Want to come on? We're live. Come on. Okay. Hey, some shy burners here. Yeah, see if you could get a couple people to come on. All right, so let me see who's freaking out on social media. The corporate establishment has not funded Joe Biden, Claire McCaskill said. That is unbelievable. Okay, Massachusetts, with 11% reporting, Joe Biden is currently up by 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, by 6 points with 11% reporting in Massachusetts. That's pretty surprising. Most of the polls did not show Joe Biden close to the top, so it must be the last 2 or 3 days with the establishment consolidating around Joe Biden. He is up. Honestly, whatever way you slice it, obviously if you're a Bernie Sanders supporter, you would like Bernie to win Massachusetts. But right now, Elizabeth Warren is, Biden's at 32.6, Bernie's at 26.5, and Elizabeth Warren is at 23. So she's in a distant third place. Obviously, you want Bernie Sanders to win Massachusetts, but even if he doesn't and Biden wins it, the bottom line is if Elizabeth Warren comes in third place in her home state, I mean, it's just politically impossible unless you are just completely out of your political mind. It's politically impossible to stay in this race if you're Elizabeth Warren, if you come in a distant third place. Hey, what's your name?
John.
Hey, nice to meet you, Jordan.
Nice to meet you, Jordan. I love your fucking show, man.
Oh, thanks. Come over here.
Sorry.
So we got the swag all over the place. You're from LA?
Yeah, I'm just from LA. Well, I'm an immigrant. I'm originally from Canada and just moved here for a lot of things.
What the hell's wrong with you? Why would you leave Canada for this shithole?
My mother got work here, so I moved here when I was 15, joined the Army, was in the Army for about 8 years, got my citizenship, and the first person I voted for was that man.
So, MSNBC now officially declaring Bernie the winner in Colorado. And not to interrupt you, but it's very, very interesting. With Joe Biden, they don't wait. They just declare him the winner right out of the gate. With Bernie Sanders, Colorado, Jen sent it to me about 20 minutes ago. Bernie was declared the winner in Colorado like 20, 25 minutes ago. But NBC, when it's Biden, right away, Virginia, right away, North Carolina, right away, these states, they declare Biden the winner. Bernie, we have to be very careful. We need to take extra time.
And just let's make sure we're accurate here. Let's just be careful here. We don't want to jump the gun and just call somebody the victor here. We got to be real careful. Oh.
So, all right. So, tell me about coming from Canada to here. What's attracting you to the Bernie movement, and what do you think of just this? I would call it the Empire Strikes Back. The last few days, the way they're just trying to get all the ducks in a row. Amy, Pete, Beto. I'm sure Corey's coming. I'm sure Kamala's coming.
They're not afraid to be out in the open with it, just like Charlottesville. The masks are off. Everything is just out in the open for everybody to see, and they don't care how much contempt that they have. They don't care. No care at all for the poverty and people of color and the working class struggling to actually get a fair shake in this frickin' world. They don't give a damn about us. Nope. We're just threatening their bottom dollar. That's all we do.
And you look at it's really striking. I mean, it's really, really a generational divide, like it was in 2016. Older voters coming out. They've been fed this steady diet of eat your Brussels sprouts, eat your broccoli.
Every time I talk to my in-laws about this shit, and I can't even shame them into thinking, hey, you know what? You've been voting for the same bullshit for 40 years. Look at our fucking planet. And now you're just giving this planet to us, and you're still going to vote for the same bullshit? I mean, I got them to not vote for Bloomberg, thank God. But then they voted for Klobuchar, and I'm like, why? What is she going to do that's any different or any better than, say, Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton or Obama? Tell me exactly what are they going to do that's going to be good for our generation? Nothing? Yeah. Stop blaming us. Stop losing elections constantly for voting the wrong people. Stop voting for the centrist, corporatist, neoliberal bullshit. Stop it. It's just hard. They don't want to listen, or they don't care, or they're comfortable in their lives. I don't know what it is.
And for you, coming from Canada, what about Bernie is attracting you? Because obviously, in Canada, you have the health care. I think the government, it's not perfect. I don't really like Justin Trudeau, but there's a little bit more focus on providing for citizens. So, what attracted you originally to Bernie?
Well, for one thing, I didn't really get that much into politics in Canada before I moved here. I was 15 when I moved here, so not a whole bunch into politics. But when I got out of the military, I definitely wanted to hide from politics. I was disgusted with it. I went to Iraq. I was not appreciative of going to a country we shouldn't have been in combat with in the first place. I came to the military to fight in Afghanistan. Honestly, to fight Osama bin Laden. That was our reason for 9/11. And we get sent to Iraq. I felt betrayed by this government. So I stuck my head in the sand and just said, nope, not going to bother. And then 2014, Bernie Sanders works with John McCain in passing the veterans package. And I'm like, oh shit, someone cares.
What are you talking about? Elizabeth Warren said he has never done anything for 30 years.
Oh, yeah, Elizabeth Warren, the Republican, would say that. Of course, she would. Huh. That's funny. No, when I saw that, I opened my eyes to what he is, what he's capable of doing, and then I just started doing my research, holy shit, guy's been saying the same things for 40 years, and no one's paying attention to him because they're all bought off. So, after that, when he announced he was running for president, I'm like, holy shit, yeah, I'll campaign for you. First time ever in my life, I'll donate to a campaign, why not? And I was in Las Vegas at the time, and a county delegate, and compared to that campaign and this campaign, we are definitely more prepared. We definitely educated everybody on the caucus process. We were paying attention. We took records of everything that was happening. Much better process than 2016, even though they stole it from us and made up a whole bunch of lies about chairs being thrown. Yeah, so.
I'd like to ask you, and by the way, we got 1,300 people watching, so keep pressing the like button. Let's get this up. I know we're competing against like 100 live streams. Ours is the best. Keep pressing that like button. It's a thumbs up button right under the live stream. Keep signing up. Statuscoup.com/join. I know you're going to later. Statuscoup.com/join for as low as $5 a month. I believe we're 50 members away from 1,800. Want to let the audience know. Let's see. Texas exit polls, voters who decided in the last few days. Biden 49%, Sanders 21%. So I think that's the South Carolina victory helping Biden. Probably, Beto O'Rourke maybe endorsing him. Among voters who decided earlier than that, Sanders 36%, Biden 29%. Also, throw out a little love for Tulsi Gabbard. The DNC has said if she wins a delegate, she'll be back on the debate stage. So I guess if she wins a delegate tonight, she will qualify for the debate stage. Whether you think that's a good thing or not is up to you. And decided in the last few days, this is CNN's exit polls. North Carolina, 43% Biden, 22% Sanders. Texas, 49% Biden, 21%. And I think this is what the establishment wanted. This is why Obama reportedly was spearleading this whole thing. You get Amy out, you get Pete out, you get Beto in. I'm sure they're talking to Booker and Kamala Harris and all these people. You basically, it's all programming. You program older people to get behind a guy who, frankly, the bottom line is, he doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know what day it is. He doesn't know what office he's running for. By the way, as a journalist, I feel very, very fine and confident accurately saying these are not gaffes. I can tell you what a gaffe is because I've made a lot. These are not gaffes. And by the way, I'm not diagnosing him. I'm not mocking him. It's not meant, we don't wish him poor health, but you put that on stage. The American people are very simple. Look at Ronald Reagan in 1980. That moment where he said to Jimmy Carter, I'm not, won't hold your inexperience against you. You wait. If Biden has a meltdown against Donald Trump, that's it. Yeah. That's it. And by the way, Trump's got $200 million to attack him over and over again. I mean, what does it say to you that they're really like stacking the deck for someone who
says the obvious, doesn't it? They are ready to lose to Trump instead of having to win with a progressive. They are ready to lose to Trump because they make the most money with Trump. If Bernie Sanders wins, their monetary income is gone. Like the Nearytandans in the world are going to have a hard time. Like the establishment is going to be on the back foot, having to deal with the mass media of us, the mass grouping, the mass force of people, working class, knocking down on their doors saying, hey, we want a little piece of that pie there. We're sick and tired of you making all the rules and making all the things for us. So, yeah, it's...
What does it say to you as somebody who went to Iraq that somebody like Biden, who has lied about it, he said that I voted for it because, Bush told me with my vote it would mean inspectors going in. There's video that surfaced. We reported it, by the way, first, that months after the war launched, when it was clearly a fucking disaster, he's out in front of the Brookings Institution being like, Bush is a very popular president. We need to rally around Bush. Huffington Post reported in a meeting before the war launched, he said to Bush, you deserve a Nobel Peace Prize if you do it quickly. I mean, he's lied time and time again, and he's just getting away with it.
He shouldn't get away with it. In my view, anybody who supported, pushed for, voted for the Iraq war is disqualified from being the leader of this country. Disqualified. You make the worst foreign policy decision in our modern history. Yeah, you don't deserve to ever lead this country. I don't care how many times you want to apologize for it. If he has, I don't think he has actually apologized for that vote. He still stands by it. stands by for every conflict that we've been in. I don't see it. I don't see how anybody support that. And yeah, I get a lot of flack from other veterans who, look, I don't disparage anybody's personal experience for when they served in the military or what they've done in combat. I've done things that I'm not proud of, and I know other people have done things that they're not proud of, and we take a lot of guilt. We carry that guilt with us wherever we go. So sometimes it's hard for people to hear that they got sent to a war they shouldn't have gone to, that the experience that they experienced in combat should not have happened. It's not to say that what they've experienced isn't important, but they should be absolutely angry at an administration that forced us to go to a combat zone we shouldn't have gone to. And it frustrates me that they equate it with Afghanistan, even though we shouldn't have gone to Afghanistan, apparently, according to the Afghanistan papers. But at the same time, I want veterans to know that it's okay to stand up for what you believe in, to say that this was wrong. We should not have gone to this. We should have not gone to this combat, and we should not be going into further combat if we don't have to.
I also think, as somebody who was just hoodwinked into fighting in Iraq, God knows what it did to you physically, mentally. We know the PTSD. It's one thing if somebody makes a brutal mistake. It's another thing if they then lie about it. So he's not owning it. He's saying, well, I gave him the vote because I thought it meant weapons inspectors going in. If that's true, then you're disqualified anyway because you're a fucking idiot. Yeah. You're trusting Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld and George Tenet and Wolfowitz and all these people.
They're the Republicans. They're his buddies. He loves to work with Republicans behind the stage. He did with Mitch McConnell for the Bush tax cuts, made them permanent. He loves working with Republicans. Isn't that his drawing attention for it? Isn't that why winning states in Super Tuesday that are all generally going for Republicans in the general election? I mean, that's not exactly a strong case to make for Biden, especially after tonight. Right. So,
and what are your thoughts on kind of a pivot? To me, listen, California is most important, then Texas. I think Massachusetts is very important if you're a progressive. Elizabeth Warren is in third place right now. I know we're sexist pros here. Oh, yeah. If you dare say you're being selfish, but if she comes in third place.
Split that vote, Elizabeth Warren. Keep digging your own grave. Seriously. I mean, for you to start off as a progressive after 2016, yeah, we tried giving you a second chance, but wow, just way to just put gasoline on an open match when you walk back from Medicare for All. Why would you continue? If nothing else than to...
And I hope you've never had a private conversation with her. She might leak it to the media.
I wish I had a private conversation with her. Jeez. I mean, let alone her foreign policy platform is abysmal. I mean, does she want us to go into Venezuela? I don't know. She's a little bit wishy-washy on everything.
It's really bizarre to me. And, I love it because all of them keep calling Bernie pie in the sky. These are radical plans. Could you imagine for a second if Bernie Sanders proposed a Medicare for All plan that was going to be paid for by a 9.5% head tax, which will just result in employers laying off their workers and making them freelance, and we're going to pass comprehensive immigration reform, and that's going to go towards paying for it, and we're going to cut the military budget by, 10, 20%, the same military budget that I voted for twice. That's massive. If Bernie Sanders said this, they'd be saying, Bernie, again, with his ridiculousness, there's no there's no specifics. Elizabeth Warren, oh my God, she's so detailed. It's ridiculous. A lot of her plans are either recycled Bernie plans, other senators who proposed legislation that she kind of borrowed from. She talks about the wealth tax like it's revolutionary. Bernie's been proposing this for years. And more importantly, on foreign policy, listen, she's a good debater, but I think her answers on foreign policy have been. Yeah, it's kind of like
in the military. I've got family. I've got 3 brothers in the military. So, and green bombs. Is that your climate change proposal? Do you have anything to say about a 2-state solution in Israel and Palestine? Do you have anything to say at all? Are you for a two-state solution? I don't know, because she's didn't really speak out against the bombing in Gaza.
Very, very soft on Israel, Palestinians, usually playing to the AIPAC crowd. Frankly, I also think it is insulting, with all due respect. I mean, I assume you believe you went to war over oil. Her super PAC, the guy running her super PAC is a big oil guy. Meanwhile, she's saying she's for a Green New Deal, which I also think is highly offensive to black voters, because she's talking about how all my plans take into account, I don't know, Black X or whatever she's phrasing it, and, you know, climate
statement she wants to make at any given point.
Climate justice for African Americans. Meanwhile, your super PAC is run by a big oil person, and fracking and all this stuff is largely happening in African American communities, brown communities, poor white communities. There's just so many inconsistencies. And, you know, I got to be honest, you might not agree. I'll just keep it real. I think Bernie's been weak when it comes to Elizabeth Warren. I don't think he should have, you know, gone crazy against her. But, you know, when somebody's repeatedly saying you haven't accomplished anything, that's when you say, well, first of all, that's not true. But what is your long list of accomplishments in the Senate in the last 8 years? Nothing.
I mean, he's not attacking people. It's always facts. Everything's a fact-based attack. I mean, yeah, he's exposing Biden for his desires to cut Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid. That's not an attack. That's just exposing the truth. He won't do that with Warren at all. Right. He could, but he won't. I mean, he is definitely taking the high road. But she doesn't care now. She's definitely throwing him under the bus, using him by name now, just to bold-face attacking. I mean, yeah, her surrogates have been attacking Bernie for months, you know, without trying to overtly say it. But
1 second. By the way, we're an hour and a half into this live stream. I'm just getting started, baby. We got a long night ahead. We are 50 members, 50 members away from 1,800. We got to hit that tonight. I could not go back tomorrow to New York without hitting 1,800. If you're on the fence, get off the fence. Sign up. statuscoup.com/join. Let's hit 1,800 tonight. Also, keep pressing the like button. It's the like button under the live stream. I expect our audience is going to go way, way higher once some of these other live streams end. As you know, it's Status Coup. We're usually the last one standing. So we're planning on being around most of the night. I don't care if I have to go live 7 hours straight. Sign up, statuscoup.com/join for as low as $5. Let me ask you, I don't know. It's like I go to South Carolina versus LA versus Iowa versus New Hampshire. What do we do about these boomers? I don't want to offend our audience because there are a lot of older people that are progressive. Yes. But I'm looking at these states. First off,
much love to the Bernie boomers. Yes. Much love.
But, you know, you look time and time again, 2016. Now this. Jen's sending me the late NBC exit polls. The late deciding vote broke heavily for Biden. So those choosing in the last few days. And it's because they're following their elderly leaders. I'm sorry to be rude. James Clyburn.
Yeah,
you know,
shocking. I didn't realize that he carried that much weight. 50% of the deciding vote right there off his speak. Like, wow. That seems kind of authoritarian a little bit.
If you think about it, right? If you think about it, a lot of these older people are being fed running Hillary Clinton with a penis. No, seriously, Hillary Clinton with a penis. Only one who can't coherently speak. One who, by the way, contrary to what the media keeps telling you, was not Putin, it was NAFTA. That's why Trump won. Wait till Trump starts calling Joe Sleepy TPP Joe. NAFTA Joe. It's over in the Midwest because a lot of those people do not know his full record. They're running Hillary Clinton expecting different results, and
they're insane.
No, they're not insane. They know what they're doing. Oh, no, they'd rather lose. They'd rather lose. Keep up the Mick resistance. Keep making that money at the Women's March and all this stuff, and have the resistance against Trump. Than dare allow working class people to actually win.
We don't get a piece of the pie. No. We're just peasants. Just peasants.
What's your message? I've seen in the live chat so far. A couple disappointed, discouraged people seeing Biden win Virginia, North Carolina. He's won some other states. Right now he's leading in Massachusetts. I say, let's see what happens in Texas. Let's see what happens in California. But also, I don't know about what you think. To me, part of why Warren needs to get out, I'm kind of wish-washy on Bloomberg. I don't mind if he stays in because it takes away from Biden. I really think you need to have a one-on-one versus Biden and Bernie.
Absolutely.
Because, I mean,
was it Crystal Ball and Hill Rising? They predicted that from the get-go. It's Biden versus Bernie. That is the battle within the Democratic Party, right? That is the new generation versus the old generation. Transformational change versus status quo. And we need to have that fight. We don't have it without, all these other sideshows that are just trying to take away votes from other people. Let's have that battle, and let's have a fair battle in that section. Let's have it right down to the votes. I don't care about them doing their machinations out in the open and such. That's fine. Let's have it right down to the votes, one-on-one, Bernie versus Biden. Let's go right down to the nail. And if it comes down to Milwaukee and they take it from whoever's got the largest amount of vote, hell, I have said this. I am not a flag-wearing tribalistic Democrat. If we had a free and fair election and Biden got the most votes at the end of that process, yes, we will support Biden, even though he is the weaker candidate by far. But it was a free and fair process. It wasn't rigged. There wasn't any kind of snafu with an app in some caucus area. We would have had results from Iowa by now that were actually accurate. But no, all of this bullshit, it just keeps on happening more and more. We see it more and more. See you all in Milwaukee. I'm going to be there along with every other person I know.
and I also think, we have a good time here, but let's talk about the stakes. Forget Bernie for a second. If Trump wins re-election and they rob Bernie at the convention, you're pretty much giving the Republicans rule for probably 20 to 30 years, and I'll tell you why. Number one, God bless her, fingers crossed. Ruth Bader's not going to live forever, okay? So that's the Supreme Court right there if Trump gets reelected. Secondly, if they screw Bernie at the convention, I really don't know. I'm guessing 5% of Bernie Sanders supporters, maybe 10, would end up voting for the Democratic nominee. I don't even know if it's that much. And I don't think they would come back to the Democratic Party in the next 4 years, in the next 8 years, I just don't see it. I think there could be a real movement towards a third party. Frankly, I think there could be a real movement towards a yellow vest, the green vest, call it what you want. So it's not just that they would reelect Trump. They would give the Supreme Court away. They would give so much more away. Trump unleashed is a real threat. Don't think Trump wouldn't start a war for money and to enrich himself. So there's a lot at stake.
There is so much at stake. And these are all important for our country. But I think about, and no one's talking about this enough, 10 years, that's all we've got. 10 years to make a vast change in how we operate our economy to avert climate catastrophe. We've got a decade, 10 fucking years left to actually make fundamental change. That's it. I see it as a zero-sum game. We don't do actual change in that 10 years, then...
Sorry.
If we don't do actual change in those 10 years, that's it. Our species is not going to survive. Planet will go on, our species won't. I never thought I'd actually see the extinction of the polar bear in my lifetime, but we will.
I want to give some updates. Massachusetts with 14% reporting. Joe Biden is up by 8 in Massachusetts. Bernie is at 25%. Warren is at 22%, so distant third place for Warren in her own home state. Listen, this is what happens when the establishment all lines up around Joe Biden. Massachusetts is a liberal state. It's not necessarily a progressive state. Massachusetts is that old guard, Kennedy, it's more of a affluent, educated state than it is a working class state. No offense if you're watching from Massachusetts.
See the college student crosstabs on that one to see how Bernie did.
Well, it's still early. It's only 14%. But Warren is losing in third place. Biden was declared the winner in Minnesota, I believe. Biden was declared the winner in Arkansas, which is not a surprise. Texas, with 11% of the precincts reporting, Bernie Sanders is currently up in Texas by 5 points. 24, 25, 26, 27. 5 points. Bernie Sanders is up in Texas. Texas has the second most delegates on the line tonight. So that is very good if you're a Bernie supporter. By the way, down ballot, Jessica Cisneros, who's running against Henry Cuellar. She is out to a very early lead of... It's only 1% reporting, but she's up by a couple She's up by almost 2,000 votes in Texas. She would be a big improvement over big oil corrupt Henry Cuellar down in Texas. I wouldn't call that an AOC level upset because Cuellar is not the number 3 Democrat like Joe Crowley was, but that would be a major upset down in Texas if he wins. So, yeah, my last question, hold on. Sanders is now, this is Nate Cohen is tweeting this. Sanders is now only favored in 4 states, according to our estimates: California, Utah, Colorado, Vermont. Texas and Massachusetts remain highly competitive. Arizona and Minnesota have not been called, but leaning to Biden. All right, well, if he wins California and Texas, that's still very good, even if he wins less states. Last thing, what do you see in terms of, to me, it just seems to me like they don't care if they lose to Trump. It seems to me that this is basically all a smokescreen to keep power. Obviously, that's connected to the military-industrial complex, the fossil fuel industry, keeping the consultants paid, keeping the think tanks paid, because this is an iceberg. They're rallying around someone who has no message, has no policies, can't speak, and it's happening right in front of our eyes. And the media, MSNBC is very giddy about it.
Let's push for that. Let's keep on pushing for it. It just doesn't make any sense to, logical, like-minded individuals such as ourselves who just why are they doing this? Why are they pushing for this continuously? It's impossible to keep it going. I try to pitch the idea to somebody who is much richer, would probably be close to the 5% in this country. I pitched this simple idea of our society as a democracy will not continue on this path. Authoritarianism and oligarchy that runs rampant will continue to the point where the people will have enough of it and will rise up. So if you think Bernie Sanders is a threat, understand that Bernie Sanders is actually trying to save the Democratic Party from themselves. And if you can allow your corporatist buddies to screw Bernie Sanders over, the people eventually will want to grab a guillotine, to put it as subtle as I can. I mean, eventually people will rise up and democracies fail. We love to pride ourselves as being a long democracy for so many years, over 200 years. But democracies fail all the time and turn into authoritarianism.
Chris Hedges says we're in late stage capitalism right now.
Oh, God, what does that mean? Late stage capitalism? It's neoliberalism, corporatism. That's what we're in. And that's no longer capitalism, it's just corporatism. They don't...
Well, if I change my mind and want to go live in Canada, will they welcome me?
Probably. But we've got problems of our own in Canada right now. Justin Trudeau is a neoliberal himself. He's got that smile, it makes you want to go, ooh, he looks like a good politician.
Melania Trump was giving him the eye.
That side eye right there. Trump's a little jealous. No, we need, geez. I can't even remember his name. He leader of the New Deal, the New Democratic Party, NDPs. We need him. And I haven't voted in Canada elections at all. When I left, I wasn't of voting age. When I got here, I couldn't vote until I became a citizen. And when I was able to vote, I voted for Bernie Sanders as my first candidate ever, and probably going to be the only one. Just because I don't see them allowing Bernie to go through. And if they don't, we're going to have hell to pay. And so are they.
What's your name again?
Jonathan Nevis.
Thanks, brother. Thank you for your service, too. Absolutely. So, keep you on. All right, so let's do... Biden was declared the winner in Minnesota, so Amy Klobuchar dropping out definitely helped him there. What else do we have? Blah, 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 blah. We are, by the way, I just want to make another plug because we're moving a little slowly here. We are 50 members, 50, away from hitting 1,800. We got to hit it tonight. I'm not going to pretend we do not have the funding to cover a whole lot more states. Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, South Carolina, now California. It's been extremely expensive, a lot of flights, a lot of hotel, a lot of rent-a-car, food. We need to buy another piece of equipment soon. So if you can join us, if you like this reporting, sign up for as low as an overpriced cup of coffee per month. That's $5 a month. Obviously, if you don't have $5 a month, that's cool. We don't want to make your situation worse. If you do have $5 a month, we have other plans for $10 a month, $20 a month. Sign up now, statuscoup.com/join. I'd love to see more members flooding in here. Right now, Bernie Sanders, there's an empty podium for Bernie. Where is Bernie tonight, Virginia? You know where he is? So he's going to be speaking in Vermont. But Bernie has won Colorado so far. He has won Vermont. Right now he is leading in Texas. I think the bigger surprise right now is Biden leading in Massachusetts. Biden is leading in Massachusetts right now, which is a little surprising. After Tulsi won her first delegate, the Democratic National Committee spokesperson tweeted, "We have 2 more debates. Of course, the threshold will go up. By the time we have the March debate, almost 2,000 delegates will be allocated. The threshold will reflect where we are in the race, as always." Basically, they're going to move up the requirements to try and edge out Tulsi from debating. Tulsi winning delegates, we thought, was going to mean... all right, so Bernie's speaking right now. We're going to show you that speech.
You know, it's a funny thing. 31 years ago today, we won the mayoral race in Burlington, Vermont. And we won that race against all of the odds. Everybody said it couldn't be done. And when we began this race for the presidency, everybody said it couldn't be done.
Yeah.
But tonight, I tell you with absolute confidence, we're going to win the Democratic nomination. And we are going to defeat the most dangerous president in the history of this country. We are going to win. Bernie, 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 to defeat Trump, because we are putting together an unprecedented grassroots, multi-generational, multiracial movement. It is a movement which speaks to the working families of this country who are sick and tired of working longer hours for low wages and seeing all new income and wealth going to the top 1%. It is a movement which says the United States will have health care for all as a human right. It is a movement that says we will bring major reforms in education, making sure that all of our kids can go to college without coming out in debt. Now, what makes this movement unique is we are taking on the corporate establishment. We are taking on the greed of Wall Street, the greed of the drug companies who charge us the highest prices in the world, the greed of the insurance companies, and given the existential crisis of climate change, we are saying to the fossil fuel industry, we are saying to the fossil fuel industry, their short-term profits are not more important than the future of our country and the world. But we are not only taking on the corporate establishment, we're taking on the political establishment. But we're going to win because the people understand it is our campaign, our movement, which is best positioned to defeat Trump. You cannot beat Trump with the same old kind of politics. What we need is a new politics that brings working class people into our political movement. Which brings young people into our political movement. And which in November will create the highest voter turnout in American political history. So we're going to beat Trump because this will become a contrast in ideas. One of us in this race led the opposition to the war in Iraq. You're looking at him. That's right. Another candidate voted for the war in Iraq. One of us has spent his entire life fighting against cuts in Social Security, wanting to expand Social Security. Another candidate has been on the floor of the Senate calling for cuts to Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. One of us led the opposition to disastrous trade agreements which cost us millions of good-paying jobs. And that's me. And another candidate voted for disastrous trade agreements. One of us stood up for consumers and said we will not support a disastrous bankruptcy bill. And another candidate represented the credit card companies and voted for that disastrous bill. So here we are. We have two major goals in front of us, and they are directly related. First, we must beat a president who apparently has never read the Constitution of the United States. A president who thinks we should be an autocracy, not a democracy. But second of all, we need a movement and are developing a movement of black, white, Latino, Native American, Asian American, gay and straight. Of people who are making it clear every day they will not tolerate the grotesque level of income and wealth inequality we are experiencing. We will not give tax breaks to billionaires when 500,000 Americans sleep out on the streets.
And Bernie Sanders using his speech to tonight.
One second. Disastrous trade. One of us stood up for consumers and said we will not support a disastrous bankruptcy bill. And another candidate represented the credit card companies and voted for that disastrous bill. So here we are. We have two major goals in front of us, and they are directly related. First, we must beat a president who apparently has never read the Constitution of the United States. A president who thinks we should be an autocracy, not a democracy. But second of all, we need a movement and are developing a movement of black, white, Latino, Native American, Asian American, gay and straight. Of people who are making it clear every day they will not tolerate the grotesque level of income and wealth inequality we are experiencing. We will not give tax breaks to billionaires when 500,000 Americans sleep out on the streets. We will not allow 49% of all new income to go to the 1% when half of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. Now, I don't know what's going to happen later tonight. We're doing well in Texas right now. We won Colorado. And I'm cautiously optimistic that later in the evening we can win the largest state in this country. If this campaign, and I don't know what will happen, but if it comes out to be a campaign in which we have one candidate who is standing up for the working class and the middle class, we're going to win that election. And if we have another candidate who has received contributions from at least 60 billionaires, we're going to win that election. And if there is another candidate in the race who is spending hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, we're going to tell him, in America, you cannot buy elections. So I am excited about where we are. We have come a long, long way. And I want to, once again, thank the great state of Vermont and all of the people in the state. Not only for the victory you gave our movement tonight, but for the years and years of love and support you have given me and my family. So Vermont, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you all very much. Let's go on to the White House. Thank you.
Come on in. Hold on, folks.
President, you say Sanders! President! Sanders! President! When I say
Tell me, tell me how you really feel.
Tell me how you really feel, exactly, right? Bernie all day, every day, night.
Hold on, I don't want to interrupt.
It's so amazing to be here with you all. No matter what happens tonight, we need to be together today. We need to stand together to continue to fight.
Bernie
is doing
Sanders.
So well.
Bernie Sanders just won Utah.
And I'm getting word that Bernie Sanders just won Utah. Keep them coming. Keep them coming.
Bernie Sanders just was declared the winner of Utah.
We have a vote center at UCLA that has a line of voters that is still 3 to 4 hours long. Yeah. And so there are some volunteers that are bringing some snacks and some drinks over to the people standing in line, encouraging them to stay in line and vote. And so if you would like to send those volunteers some Venmo help to help support those voters to stay in line, come and see me. The Venmo, if you have it on your phone right now, is Sarah, SARA-Mason, MASON. No letters or numbers after that. Please help those volunteers. Please help them help those voters stay in line. Thank you very much. We have a great program here for you tonight. We're going to have a couple little speakers, a couple little musical performances. We're going to continue watching the returns as they come in all night long. We're going to have DJ Tommy Sunshine later. So that'll be a lot of fun. Please feel free to continue to mingle with each other, connect with each other. We're going to need to continue to build everything that we've been working for beyond this moment. Bernie's Coffee Shop will be open for some phone banking for the future states. And please visit our merchandise counter because that helps us stay afloat. It helps us feed volunteers. It helps us get equipment that we need, all kinds of things. The Venmo here is at Bernie's Coffee Shop. And you can come see our merchandise counter and we will help you with whatever we can. We're going to go back to watching some of the numbers roll in. It's going to be a really fluid night, and so I just want to say thank you. And a little housekeeping, we have a restroom out on the front porch. And if you can pack out any major trash that you packed in, that would be helpful as well. Oh, and I just want to say thank you to Eddie Daniels and her wife Natalie from We Hope for Bernie. They have 14 pizzas, guys. 14 pizzas. That's Bernie fam. Connect with West Hollywood for Bernie. They're a great group. Thank you, everybody.
25, 26, 27, 28, 29. So Bernie is currently up by 6 points in Texas.
Nice.
6 points in Texas. Hold on, let me make sure I got the number right. Bernie's up by 6 points in Texas with 16%. 16% of the vote. So Bernie leading by 6 points with 16% of the vote. In Massachusetts, Joe Biden is currently leading. Elizabeth Warren is in third place in Massachusetts. So, sir, you were just rallying the troops here. The establishment's giddy. MSNBC is creaming their pants. Biden won North Carolina, Virginia. He's leading in Massachusetts. Won Oklahoma, a lot of those southern states that were expected. Bernie leading in Texas right now. Bernie crushing in a lot of early polls in California. This is an Empire Strikes Back moment. They have rallied around every last neoliberal establishment stooge, all against you.
Yeah, it's awful. It's as I was driving here, it took me about an hour and a half to get from where I was with all the traffic and just listen to these knuckleheads on the mainstream media.
You weren't listening to Status Coup?
Well, I was switching back and forth. There was Sirius XM and everything. You got to get you on Sirius XM, right?
Please.
Well, no, maybe the last time when I was being interviewed, maybe I lost all that money because I dropped all those F-bombs. To all the people that were watching in Nevada, I was going to say I'm sorry, but not sorry, but I was really...
We were demonetized within 10 seconds, so that's why you got to leave a super chat now. By the way, 50 members away. This is going to be a big night. We got to hit 1,800. Sign up, statuscoup.com/join. Yeah. No, seriously, I've never seen anything like this. It is literally all the ducks are lining up around somebody who does not know what state he's in, does not know what day it is, does not know what office he's running. I don't even say this to be funny.
he's awful. Joe Biden is an awful candidate. And the fact that these knuckleheads, these centrists, these moderates, these Republican light establishment, I guess yeah, okay. Yeah, these establishment fucks, are it's just awful. And when you see everybody just line up, when you're seeing them just line up, and just be a bunch of robots that just go where they're being told to go, not only the establishment, but I guess the electorate too, it's a little disheartening and it's frustrating. Again, and when you hear these people talk on the mainstream media, not people like you and Crystal Ball and all the, my posse, my teammates for the independent media, it's just a whole different ballgame. And if you figure, 5 corporations own 70, 80, 90% of the media, where 70, 80, 90% of the electorate get their information from, they're just being told what to do. And they've, like you said, they follow along like good little soldiers. So the fact that bounce that Biden had after South Carolina, and to see that's all they've been spewing is Biden. It makes a little sense, but at the same time, it doesn't. I mean, also too, we feel like since there's no uniformity in our voting integrity, who knows what they do behind closed doors.
Right here,
but it's awful.
Right here in California, there is a new voting machines being used. And there's long lines. There's reports that elderly voters, Latino voters are having trouble with the new voting machines, which makes sense because it's not easy to figure these out. I'd like to ask you, because to me, I'm looking at these results, and everything is going to say, "Oh, Biden, the Biden surge." But if you read in the poll, if you read in the results, Elizabeth Warren is taking between 7 to 10 points away from Bernie in a lot of these states. If she wasn't in Massachusetts, Bernie is winning right now.
Well, yeah.
If she's not Colorado, he'd be leading by a lot more. Texas, California, obviously she can run if she wants. But if you believe in the progressive cause, right now she is the reason Biden is running up those margins, and Bernie in the states he's winning is not running away with it. And the margin would be a lot closer if she wasn't in it, because a lot of her votes going to Bernie, not Biden.
Well, 2 things. One, Dean Logan, suck it. You're the guy who did he's the guy who runs the LA County Register. He's the one that decided, or whoever did, maybe Alex Padilla, decided to put these new voting machines in. They've never tested them in a midterm election, when obviously even that amount of electorate wouldn't be there, let alone one of the most important elections in our modern history right now. So shame on you, Dean Logan. And then, good, shame on you too, Elizabeth Warren. The fact that she's run her whole time like she's invented the word progressive, especially with all her, followers, is just gross. If you were really a progressive, yeah, you should have dropped out and endorsed Bernie. But you know what? You're not, Elizabeth. You're not a progressive. And that, too, definitely is hurting our movement because, yes, it's splitting up all the votes. And these mainstream media knuckleheads, when they're talking about, oh, Bernie hasn't expanded the electorate, look at he's not doing as well in Maine, or he's also going against like 3 or 4 or 5 more people. So, of course, those numbers aren't going to necessarily look right. But, yeah, the fact that you have someone in there like Warren who should have bowed out, didn't, and now you have all these establishment people going in there where, again, it's what Bernie said, it's us against them. And that's what part is it's frustrating, it's a challenge. We're not defeated yet, but yes, listening to all these results to come in has been a little disappointing, but you know what? Screw them. We're coming after you. We're going to still win.
You're a 2016 veteran. When you see, all of the banana peels they threw at Bernie then. What's going on right now makes that look like child's play. This is like a legalized mafia, what's going on.
Right.
And Obama, from all reports, is pulling the strings behind. And Obama is Obama's not a stupid guy. He sees Biden and the train, the wheels coming off the bus. Are they that obsessed with keeping the money? Are they that obsessed with keeping the consultants and the think tanks and the lobbyists and this revolving door? Because Obama's not stupid. He sees that Biden is not the right candidate.
Yeah. Shame on you too, President Obama. All of them. Jordan, look. What I was talking about the last time when you guys interviewed me back in Nevada. Bernie's policies disrupt the money flow. If you look at his policies, they're going to dress up Wall Street, which again, Wall Street is manipulated anyway, so you can't even really judge that. The economy, they base people's well-being on some manipulated numbers that the top 20% are the ones who are manipulating it anyway. So when you look at Bernie's policies, yes, it's going to change that, probably anywhere from 10 or 15, maybe 20%. That's going to affect all the industries that Bernie calls out, and mostly it's going to also call out the Democratic Party. It's gonna take away that money flow, that access that Bill Clinton unleashed it back in the early 90s, and Barack Obama is a product of that establishment system. So the fact that either he's tipping the scales, you have all these establishment people using the mainstream media as their mouthpiece, which I coined last time, or to Jedi mindfuck the electorate, is just crazy. And again, it's very disheartening. Once you see the wizard, you can't unsee it. And having these big establishment Democratic figures say what they say to most of the electorate, who again, I don't know how this is going to come across. I don't want to sound like an elitist. I'm not, but most of the American electorate is pretty unaware or even ignorant to the degree that they don't follow the money trail as much as I would say Bernie Sanders followers do, to see how incestuous it really is.
I also think most of the American electorate, I'm talking about African Americans at this point, probably were unaware that Joe Biden has been lying about being arrested in South Africa, that he's been lying about participating in civil rights sit-ins, that he's going around playing footsie with every Wall Street banker in America. I'm not saying he would have lost South Carolina. I'm not saying he would have lost these southern states. Right. But black people are not stupid. And frankly, I think they deserve to know that this guy who's saying, you know me, and I've been fighting for the black community forever, is exploiting the black community to, you know the difference if you were stopped versus thrown in a jail cell. Yeah, totally. You would know if you participated in sit-ins. It's not a bad thing if you didn't. Not everyone did. But
don't go promoting yourself that you did.
But the media has been covering for him. It wasn't asked about in the debates before South Carolina. It wasn't asked about in a town hall he did for an hour on CNN. It was barely asked by a CNN anchor the day before South Carolina. He just said, I was stopped. They don't even follow up. The double standard here. Can you imagine if Bernie Sanders lied about that?
Well, look, can you imagine that if, like, even with Elizabeth Warren, having like all these bougie white people, in their electorate, that Bernie kind of got hammered last time in 2016. She had more white people in this time than Bernie did. But again, because it's Elizabeth Warren, they gave her a free pass. Anything that happens with Bernie, they just crush him and they just put him under a microscope. So yeah, the mainstream media is in cahoots with the Democratic Party. They're the mouthpiece. And at the end of the day, look, like I was saying before, with the way the money flows in, the mainstream media and the Democratic Party would rather have someone like Trump in office than Bernie, because again, at least they're still making their profits to their shareholders and their CEOs. So, we're going against the whole establishment system, whether it's the political establishment, whether it's the corporate establishment, which involves the mainstream media. We're against all those systems. So we got an uphill battle. And like we were talking about earlier, the African American electorate, I love them. I love them as a people. I love them of what they're helping create. And at the same time, if most people, including the African American electorate, are still getting their news and information from these mainstream media outlets, they're still using tactics to the degree where they're not telling you the whole story, which is why people like you, Jordan, which I really appreciate. Again, the last time when we were back in 2016, we were actually in Santa Monica, when the mainstream media already had called it for Bernie. Bernie was giving a speech in Santa Monica.
Our romance is not just the campaign. Standing Rock. Yeah. We've been all over the place. By the way, speaking of the importance of independent media, yes. Welcome new member Edward. Heyo. We are now 49 members away from 1,800, and we're moving a little slow. I need to pick up the pace here, so keep signing up, statuscoup.com/join. Honestly, I would say about independent media, listen, I want you to fund us, obviously, but if you decided not us, fund somebody, because honestly, we're in an information war here. This is information warfare. It's not Russia interfering in the election. It's MSNBC, CNN, The Times, Washington Post, and it's not just these networks. It is, it's the ads that run on these networks. It's the collective freakout. It is literally, people are flooded all day with the same message. That a working class message is radical, or it's communist, or it's socialist, and frankly, human nature. People are impressionable. Most people are not diehard like you and me into politics, and people get a little scared if people that get paid very well on NBC and CNN tell them. Jen, my partner, is texting me. MSNBC, it's like the Super Bowl right there. Dude, they report that Bernie's going to only win 3 states, Biden will win 7, and they're ecstatic. But the truth is, people have eyes. People can see energy around the country. The energy is not with Joe Biden. These figures might be, but the energy is not with him.
No, but again, those people that you're called these mainstream media knuckleheads, they're just. It's one big click, Jordan. When you get when you get up to the top, whether it's your 1%.
Sorry. Welcome new member Raquel. Heyo. 48 members away from 1,800. Sorry. Statusquo.com/join.
That's so funny. I'm in right in the middle of your ads. It's so bad what happened last time with Jen. And Jen, hey, if you're out there, hey Jen, I had a great time being interviewed by you the other day. Sorry again about all those F-bombs. But
I'd like a few more now.
You want more? Dude, I can give them. Oh, dude. Can I was trying to be more. Yeah.
You're already demonetized.
We're already demonetized? Yeah. All right. You know what? Fuck them motherfuckers. Mainstream media, go fuck yourself. You know, I told Chris Matthews he could, and look at Chris Matthews no longer on MSNBC. Who else? James Carville, go fuck yourself. You know who else I want to go tell them to go fuck themselves? Terry McAuliffe. I just saw you. I was listening to you on CNN, on SiriusXM. Go fuck yourself, Terry McAuliffe. You're an asshole. And again, all these dudes, this is what I was telling Jen before. It's one small little, like, fraternity and sorority. If you, these mainstream media, they're 1% celebrity regurgitators, and if you're not in the 1%, you're like in the top 20%, and you're trying to crawl your way up there to be in that 1%. So you're in these small little cliques, you're in these small little groups. You're getting time on these mainstream media. You have a little bit of celebrityness with them. You're getting access to all these different events and the thing. And again, your world is totally different than the other 80%. You know, and so you're using the mainstream media as a tool, as a mouthpiece to tell the rest of the 80% what you think we need. Which again, having that money and power creates a psychosis in people's brains where they're disconnected from the real reality, Jordan. And that's what's really messed up in this country. You know, the fact that we don't have, like, PBS, you could used to look at PBS or NPR. They used to be somewhat on the neutral side. But now, you have, since it's not Fox or Breitbart, you have stations like CNN or MSNBC, The Hill, Politico,
Daily Beast.
You have all these news organizations. Because it's not Fox or Breitbart, you would think on some level they're telling you the truth. But again, all those people that are involved in those publications, they're all in that fraternity and sorority. As George Carlin used to say, it's a big club and you ain't in it. You know, and that's where the Jedi mind fucking is going. So, you know, again, it's disheartening. You know, at the same time, it's an opportunity for us to really even bond closer together, to really go up against the establishment. Because the reality is, if Bernie Sanders is not at that helm, we are literally fucked. You know, it's that life and death. It's not like I'm some Bernie sycophant or some, like, you know, disciple of the church according to Bernie Sanders, even though that probably wouldn't be such a bad church to go to. But the reality is, it's that bad. The incestuousness between our corporations and our government is so bad that we're literally at a tipping point, and we actually have a hair on a gnat's ass chance in order to save it to go the other way. And if we don't, you know, I don't know, dude. I just, it bums me out because I really have the utmost faith in humanity in this planet, and that's why someone like a Bernie Sanders really resonates, you know. But it's frustrating to listen to the mainstream media that's doing all the things that they're doing.
I also think the fact that none of this affects them. I was talking to somebody earlier. I think we really need to make sure people understand this, because obviously everybody wants Bernie. This is about more than Bernie. You literally have. I mean, I used to not say it, but I think it's clear. You have a fascist in the White House. You have somebody that, fingers crossed, but, you know, Ruth Bader's not going to live forever, right? You have
RGB. Come on,
you know,
RGB.
You have somebody who is using his Department of Justice as his little, you know, organized army. You have somebody who is basically joking and minimizing a virus going around that has now killed 9, I believe, in Washington State.
Right.
They're finding, they found one in New York. It's spreading across. I'm not trying to fearmonger, but this is somebody who's putting someone who doesn't believe in science in charge of the coronavirus in Pence.
Pence believes in Noah's Ark, but not, you know, the evolution and climate change.
So the importance of beating this man, yes, with Bernie, but just beating this man too, is paramount. I don't think people realize also, you know, we can't afford Trump in the White House because the planet cannot afford that. This is not dramatization. This man doesn't care about science. He doesn't care if his kid burns to death, because he'll be long gone in his golden escalator to hell. So my point is, they are knowingly backing somebody who is Hillary Clinton with a penis, who is a weaker candidate than Hillary Clinton, and trying to fool people. And by the way, when he loses to Trump, if he's a nominee, what are they going to do? They're going to blame it on you.
They're going to blame Bernie Sanders voters, just like they blamed us with Hillary Clinton, or Jill Stein voters, or whatever they could do without taking the responsibility and accountability that it was because Hillary Clinton was a weak-ass candidate. She didn't go into the places that she should have in those swing states. You had the DNC who coronated her. You had obviously there was super delegates. There's so many factors that it was not Bernie Sanders voters. It was not us. I mean, you look at it, actually more people who were Bernie Sanders voters voted for Hillary Clinton than Hillary Clinton voters voted for Obama. So that narrative is bullshit. And the fact is, though, again, like anything you're talking, the mainstream media is constantly bombarding you. They're using psyop tactics to just kind of keep repeating a freaking narrative that's untrue. And that's what we're up against, which is, it's an uphill battle, man. It's every single day. Every time you think it can't get worse to the degree of what they're pumping out, it does. And so a day like today, when you see Biden kind of resurrect from whatever coma that the fucker was in, to think that again, that he's going to beat Trump, there's no way, dude. He cannot beat Trump. Joe Biden, you cannot beat Trump. You suck. You're corporate Joe. You're tied into the establishment so hard that this dude.
I don't want to interrupt you.
You got another member?
We did, but hold on. Let me give you the members. Welcome, new member Aaron. We are 47 members away. 47 members away from 1,800. Keep signing up. Statuscoup.com/join. New report.
46, 44, 45, 44, 43, 42 members. Come on, man.
New report from CNBC. Middle-class Joe Biden is seeing a surge of money coming in with his Super Tuesday success. Millions of dollars in new commitments from Joe Biden's bundlers, which are not the people who work at Bernie's coffee shop. Millions of dollars are coming in from Wall Street. Most of them are, and there's new events being scheduled at max donation level, 2,800. So Wall Street, the bourgeoisie, they're seeing Joe Biden win in these states, and millions are flooding in, not from the grassroots, from Wall Street right now.
Right, and again, you take that money, that floods into these mainstream media outlets, so that gives them more, ammunition to be able to, again, Jedi mind fuck people to think that all of a sudden Joe is the candidate to beat Trump. When, like we were saying earlier, man, the guy's awful. He just is not a good candidate. Like you said, Hillary Clinton, he's not even as good as Hillary Clinton. And Hillary Clinton, you were awful. So the fact is, this is who they're going to rally behind. I was about to say before we got interrupted by a new member. Is there a new member now?
Yes, we have another new member. Yeah. Holy cow! It's like you are good luck.
Jordan.
Welcome new Status Coup member Mike. Welcome new Status Coup member Aaron. So we are now, I think 46 members away from 1,800. Keep signing up. Statuscoup.com/join. I mean, you've traveled the country. Is that cheap?
No, it's not.
It's not cheap.
It's not.
And by the way, we are not traveling the country to go interview pundits. We are not traveling the country to interview think tanks. Right. We are interviewing hippie-loving, progressives, but more importantly, actual people. Because we got the only way, you can't just wake the masses up with Bernie speeches. You got to do it through journalists out in the field, actually giving a microphone to people that you will never see on CNN.
Well, and that's another thing. If you follow the money trail, you see all these stupid pundits aside from the 1% celebrity regurgitators, you see all the other people that they're. If you follow their money, they're somewhere directly connected to a campaign, or they're part of these bougie Wall Street people, or they're married to bougie Wall Street people that, again, they're disconnected from reality, Jordan. So they're not giving you the full 100% truth with a capital T. They're giving you some distorted version that they live in this small little bubble, which again, people like you and people with independent media talking to people in the streets is so important. It's just again frustrating that so many Americans get their information from all these collective mainstream media outlets, and it's all about selling advertising dollars. It's not about telling you the truth.
I want to point out, and welcome new Status Coup member Kelly. I don't know how many were away, Jen. I think that's 46, 45. Statuscoup.com/join. But 45 members away from 1,800. Keep it coming. But I also want to point out, not only is it propaganda, but it's often wrong. So I told the audience earlier, the New York Times had given Joe Biden a 68% chance of winning Texas, which didn't sound right to me. Now Jen tells me, oh, now the New York Times is giving Biden a 53% chance of winning Texas. Well, 20 minutes ago it was 68% chance. So, like, why are you even putting out this information if you really, truly don't know?
Well, why in the hell were they giving information when I was taking my hour and a half to get here over the thing, which the East Coast time into the Central and the Mountain and Pacific time? Again, they're using those airwaves to discourage people from voting. Our electoral system is fucked, man. You know, the fact that we go around killing millions and millions of people, spending millions and millions of dollars to try to go install this kind of democracy, which is the best money democracy or best democracy money can buy, is really fucked up. And that makes me really upset that we somehow think that this democracy that we have is so democratic. You know, when it really is just the person or corporations with the most money, man. It's really awful, which is why I really appreciate you, and I really appreciate I know we got to get more people out there like you and to interview you know, the masses and to really get people to know the truth, you know.
And can you give people a fucking sign up, statuscoup.com/join?
Yeah, what did I say? What did this? Dude, Status Coup. Fucking join up. Stop the Jedi mind fucking. You got to go to Status Coup. Statuscoup.com. Statuscoup.com/join. Yeah, Status Coup. Okay. Yeah, statuscoup.com/join. Join the Status Coup. It's not that much money, right? Just whatever.
You could sign up for as low as $5 a month.
As low as $5 a month. Oh my God, that's like the best deal ever. And then $5 a month, that's $60 for the whole year. You get to see cool cast like Jordan or the producer who was out there, Jen, who was awesome. You get this cool, badass Jamal camera guy over here who's awesome, who's lighting me, hopefully really awesome. And you're really getting what the truth is, dude. And that's the bottom line. Like, yeah, I'm a tree hugging, pot smoking, like, you know, Bernie Sanders, peace and love type of hippie guy. But what I see is possible on this planet of having everybody have basic clean water, food, clothing, shelter, education, and health care. I believe that Bernie Sanders is looking at that same vision, which is basically birthing John Lennon's Imagine into fruition, as a total, not only a possibility, but as a total reality. And it's because of getting people like you to break the chains of what we're being indoctrinated every single day that can help that vision come true.
And I want to break the news to you, and I'm going to break the news to the audience, and Jen's not going to like it, but I'm just feeling it right now.
Okay.
There is a story coming out. Status Coup is going to break a story very soon. We've been teasing to the audience for quite a while. A major story is coming out from Status Coup on the issue of clean water. Shall I say the issue of a cover-up having to do with clean water. In a certain part of the country that we've covered quite extensively, and I think that once you see this story, which fingers crossed we're looking at a week to 2 weeks now till it gets published, I think people will be proud and feel we need to fund more of this, because the story we're about to break is the biggest thing I've ever done. It's the biggest thing Jen's ever done, and frankly, it's the biggest story I think of the new decade, possibly the last decade. It is going to show everything we're talking about right now. It is going to show the evilness, the immorality, the cover-up of one of the worst things to ever happen to America. And that's why people need to support us. It's coming out very, very soon, a week to 2 weeks. It's a story on clean water and a cover-up having to do with clean water.
Wow, I mean, I was following you, and I was kind of dumbfounded, but yet it doesn't surprise me. I mean, we were at Standing Rock together. We were also at Flint together when you did that interview. The fact, too, when we were talking about Obama, and I shamed him on that. Shame you, Barack Obama, on Standing Rock. Shame you on Flint as well. You were in office. You had the opportunity to do that, but you know what? You didn't. We were there around Thanksgiving, which is actually Thanksgiving. It was actually on my birthday at Standing Rock when we had the incident at the bridge. You know, the fact that you really did nothing too much about that particular cause with about Minnie Riccioni and water. Same with Flint. You know, again, they have such great spin doctors, Jordan, that no matter who you are, like the only thing different about Barack, which again, I voted for that guy twice. It wasn't until his second year did I realize that he was just as bad as everybody else. He's just, listen, Barack Obama, but he's just more charming and charismatic. And he's kind of like the Teflon, as well. Like nothing really sticks on him too much because he was our first African American president, which was awesome. Like that, they're two separate things. That was freaking awesome. But at the end of the day, when you're in that elitist bubble that I was talking about, the fraternity and sorority, it doesn't matter if you're black, doesn't matter if you're a woman, doesn't matter if you're gay, doesn't matter anything. You're all in this small little, like even Pete Buttigieg, you're all in this elitist little club that again disconnects you from the rest of reality. And that's the part that Bernie Sanders movement and people like you and what we're looking to create that we were talking about, that we have to burst somehow to allow the rest of America to realize America is really, again, getting Jedi mindfucked every single day by not only the mainstream media, but this two-party political, oligarchic duopoly. People think that just if you have a D or an R that they're fighting for you, or if they're not fighting for you, and they love it that way. They like people to fight against each other. So at the top of that echelon, again, no matter what you identify yourself with, you still win. And that's what's fucked up, Jordan, because it's just fucked up. Because I'm just frustrated at the system, because it's so clear. Like I said, once you see the wizard behind the curtain, you can't unsee it. And I believe a lot of us Bernie Sanders people have seen it. Not that we know better than anybody else, but look at in anything in this universe, there's a start of a curve, there's a start of a momentum, and then the back of it. Bernie Sanders people, I believe, are ahead of the curve. We see what's happening. It's almost like that we went to the future to see that the Titanic is sinking. And all these motherfuckers who are telling you to go on the Titanic, they either built the Titanic, they're all these bougie white people that said, oh, the Titanic's cool, you go, don't worry about it. But at the end of the day, the freaking Titanic sunk. And so we're telling people, don't get on the Titanic. Let's change course. Don't get on that ship. And that's the part where I still believe in the innate goodness of humanity. I still believe that we can do it. But all these people that are telling you one thing, it's not true.
And I'm saying, get on the rescue boat. Get on the Titanic's rescue boat. Statuscoup.com/join. Welcome new member Jason. We are now 44 members away. I'm gonna listen to this guy for a little bit. Bring in the audience. We'll have you back later. I have a feeling we're just getting started. Let's pan and listen to this guy.
/join. Statuscoup.com. Okay, I'm gonna do a plug. Statuscoup.com/join. Join Jordan James. It's really awesome. You get independent news journalists. You get the real truth with a capital T, and. Well, yeah.
That too.
There it is. You get all that too. But yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. I am Felonious Act, and I love being here. And I sense that this isn't the Bloomberg party that Who are you people? When have you washed last? Goodness gracious. All right. Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here.
I think it's across the street.
Thank you, Felonious Act, as always. Sorry you lost your way again and ended up with the Bernie people.
Yeah.
Welcome new Status Coup member Douglas. We are 43 members away from 1800. We're going to keep showing you the speeches and things happening here in Bernie's Coffee Shop while giving you updates from all these other states. And I believe there's a DJ coming too. So keep signing up, statuscoup.com/join. Become a member for as low as $5 a month. That is Douglas just signed up, new Status Coup member Douglas. So Tina Desiree just walked in. She was just covering polling booths, so we'll ask her, come on in when you have a minute, so we could give you an update. Okay, hold on. I think so. So we'll bring Tina in. Jen, can you send me an update, Jen, on Massachusetts and Texas when you have a chance? So, tell me where you were.
So I went to 4 different polling sites, all on the east side of Los Angeles. All of them had lines that were at minimum an hour and a half long. All of them.
What was the demographic? Were there a lot of young people, Latinos?
Both. So this is a very, you have a college there, Occidental, so there's some college kids around there, but it's mainly a working class Latino population. It's also where I live, so. But this is crazy. The second site I went to, which is the Yorkdale Elementary School, which is right off of Figueroa, I spoke with the elections official. He wouldn't talk to me on camera, but he told me that they had 20 voting machines, but they didn't have enough poll workers to actually staff them. So
shocking.
Shocking. So they were maybe using 5 of the machines. The first location I went to had 2 machines down out of 6. And then I went back to Glassell Park, and they had 1 machine down. 2 lines and still an hour and a half. 2 separate.
I was hearing reports from Beverly Hills that an elementary school literally had no machines working, no printers working.
Beverly Hills? Yeah, so they've had a lot of problems today. Like here, I don't know if you can zoom in on this line just to see. Maybe we can start from the, I mean, literally the lines are snaking around the block, and this is on top of having early voting and on top of having mail-in voting. It's bad.
So those are quite the lines. Quite the long lines there in California, which is a good thing if you're a Bernie supporter, but it's a bad thing if...
Well, it's a bad thing if people don't want to stand in this line. I mean, I guarantee that...
It's also a bad thing if they're not going to be able to count all this till 2025.
Yeah, right? That's where we're headed. You know, and this is on top of, I don't know if they're giving out conditional ballots, provisional ballots. I couldn't get inside to get a sense of that.
I want to give the audience an update here. With 46% of the results in Massachusetts, Biden is up 33.4%. Bernie's at 26.2%. So that would be Bernie down by, I believe, 6, if I could do math right. And in Texas, 24%. Bernie is up by 6 in Texas. Let's listen to them for a little bit.
We have been organizing. We have stood with each other in times of difficulty and in times of celebration. And I would like for you all to just look at the person next to you for a minute. If we can just take all the conversations down a little bit and stand together a little bit.
Mic check!
Thank you. And basically, I just want you to look at the person next to you and show them a little bit of appreciation. If you know that they volunteered, made phone calls, knocked on doors, let's give each other a little round of applause right now. Yes. And in the same vein, it has not been easy for elected officials to come out and support Bernie Sanders. It has taken some certain amount of bravery to be part of the system and part of the Democratic Party and decide actively and openly to stand with Bernie Sanders. So it gives me a lot of pleasure right now to introduce to you the very first elected official in Los Angeles to endorse Bernie Sanders and the author of the $15 minimum wage bill, LA City Councilman Mike Bonin.
Who here is feeling the burn? Who here spent some time volunteering over the past few days? Who here is ready to transform and save this goddamn country? Thank you. Thank you to everybody who has been working the phones, texting, donating, knocking on doors, and spreading the word and fueling this incredible movement. Tonight has been sort of a split decision for us. Some of the great races we're going to win haven't been called yet, but they will be soon. And then Biden had an okay night, better than we expected. Some of us thought we were going to wrap this up tonight, but we're going to be going all the way to the Democratic Convention.
That's right!
We are going to get up tomorrow morning, and we're going to start working on the superdelegates in this state to make sure they vote with their constituents and that they support Bernie Sanders if it goes to that. And we are going to start working on all of the swing states and the remaining primaries and caucuses in this country. We are going to get this nomination, and we are going to replace Donald Trump with Bernie Sanders.
Right. Yeah.
This is going to be a fight, and it's going to be a tough fight. But it's not as tough as the fights for the people, the fights waged by the people that Bernie is fighting for. It's not as tough a fight as the woman who gets up in the morning and is freaked out because her kid has a fever and she knows she can't afford to take him to the doctor. It's not as tough a fight as it is for the family who lives in the shadow of an oil refinery in Wilmington. It's not as tough a fight for the kid who has to drop out of community college because he can't afford it because he needs to help put food on the table for his siblings. Those are the fights that are really tough. And that's what the Bernie Sanders movement is about. This is now more or less a two-person race. It's Bernie versus Biden. And that's a pretty damn clear choice. It's a choice between two different perspectives on what kind of change we need and who makes that change. It's a choice between a guy who has been around for a very, very long time and thinks that the fundamentals of our politics, of our democracy, our economy are basically sound, but the people who are running it need to be replaced. Right. And the opposite perspective, the one that Bernie shares, the one that we share, is that the system is profoundly damaged. And we don't just need to change the people running it, we need to change the system. And that's what Bernie is about. And the thing is, what he knows, and what I think all of us know, is that's where the majority of the American people are. They know this system ain't working for them, and they want someone who is going to be an advocate for changing it, not an architect for the way it is now. So we are going to do this. We are going to see California turn out tonight. We're going to see Texas turn out tonight. And we are going to go all the way to the convention and bring this one home because of you and the power that you have. Thank you for being part of the movement.
The polls are now closed in
My mom said she gets me set. That was my group number. I want to get it later. Yeah. We talk. It's already in the back there. You can grand open it. Yeah. Teresa might stop by.
The polls have just closed here in California. So we'll start seeing results coming in from California. Hold on.
Just real quick, look at those. It's really not even that bad. Look at if you really look at the numbers, if you or look at the states.
No, don't show that. Don't show that.
Look at the states. They're making it out like. I mean, look, he did blow out on some of these southern states, but if you look at that board, look at it's not as lopsided as what the mainstream media has been covering. Really?
Well, Bernie is still up by 6 in Texas. Biden is winning by 7 in Massachusetts. But Warren is in 3rd place in Massachusetts. Biden is leading Bernie by 7 in Massachusetts. Warren is down by 5 to Bernie. So Warren looks like she's going to finish a distant 3rd place in her home state. If she would have gotten out, Bernie probably would have won her home state. Bernie currently leading in Texas, which is a good thing. Even if Biden wins more states, if Bernie wins California and Texas, coupled with Colorado, Utah, might win Maine, obviously Vermont.
Right.
It's a pretty damn good night if you're Bernie Sanders, with possibly Warren dropping out. The establishment is trying to get, Bloomberg to drop out.
Right.
So you could have Bernie with the actual delegate lead heading into the first one-on-one debate with Biden.
Right. Well, yeah. Look, it's been everybody against Bernie. You know, all these establishment people they came together. Look, they paraded everybody out, and none of them stuck because they all sucked. I mean, the only one that sucked the most was Biden, and he couldn't get any of the delegates or get people surrounding him. And I mean, obviously you saw he tanked in the first 3 states. So the fact that he had a little bit of he had a bigger surge in South Carolina, okay, but when you saw all these other candidates like starting to drop out, you really saw how the kibosh was on, man. Like you really saw it. It's so blatant to see how they want anybody but Biden. Look at that. That's probably.
So Bernie Sanders files a temporary restraining order to keep LA County polls open.
Campaign has filed a temporary restraining order to keep the polls
Don't.
Yeah, thank you, Bernie.
So Bernie Sanders' campaign has filed a temporary restraining order to keep Los Angeles County, where we are, polls open. This happens, as I've been telling you, lines for hours and hours and hours. Tina. So this restraining order that Bernie just filed comes, as you've been talking about. You've had lines like crazy all day. Machines not working. They have a new voter system where people don't know how to use it. And why he's filing this restraining order, obviously, is they're trying to basically run out the clock here.
They need to. Well, look, they need to. I mean, I just left that last voter site at what, 7:20?
Pacific.
Yeah, so Pacific time, right. So, and you still have an hour and a half lines, and the lines, people were still showing up to get into line. I mean, there's going to be people voting until 10 or 11 o'clock tonight if they're allowed to.
And didn't Dean Logan set up something this morning where people could vote through the morning?
No, yeah, that was last night through the night. So they didn't set it up to continue on tonight. So it would have to be, this is what they would have to do to keep the polls open. But this is a form of voter suppression. And it makes me angry because, you know, at the DNC meeting last in San Francisco a few months back, they had Alex Padilla up there as the poster child for election integrity. But every time we seem to have problems. I mean, the time before ACLU went after them because they threw out mail-in ballots without verifying signatures. So what they were basically doing is almost half the vote now almost half of the state votes with mail-in ballots now, and a lot of the signatures are very old that are on file. So.
Hello. Jeremy?
Hey, folks.
An announcement to tell you.
We have a big announcement, ladies and gentlemen. The Associated Press has called California for Bernie Sanders. Stay in line to vote. We need as many votes, and it's being as many delegates as possible going into the convention. So stay in line. Text your friends, text your family, post on social media. Do not leave. Sanders has filed a temporary restraining order to keep the California polls open. We need all we can get. So for those of you who have been in this fight with us since the coffee shop first opened, you know what a huge moment this is. This is validation for all of the hard work that you have all done, that we have all poured into this. This is monumental. And only because of that grassroots energy and constant, unwavering commitment that this is possible. So we all owe each other a huge round of applause for that work. Thank you.
B-E-R-N-I-E, California's Bernie country. B-E-R-N-I-E, California's Bernie country. B-E-R-N-I-E, California's Bernie country. B-E-R-N-I-E, California's Bernie country. When I say president, you say Sanders. President Sanders. President Sanders. When I say president, you say Sanders. President Sanders. President Sanders. When I say president, you say Sanders. President Sanders. President Sanders. Yeah.
So I don't want to, I keep signing up. We're 43 members away from 1,800. Sign the fuck up! We're 43 members from 1,800. Do you want us to cover the rest of this campaign or you do not? You could leave it to CNN. You could leave it to CNN, but I don't think that's going to work out for you. As Bernie Sanders voters, as Bernie Sanders voters celebrate, I have to be the bearer of bad news. Elizabeth Warren has a message for supporters. Elizabeth Warren tells supporters there are 6 more primaries just 1 week away, and we need your help to keep up the momentum.
What is she doing? She has absolutely no path to the nomination. This is insane.
She is working to make sure Bernie Sanders does not get enough delegates to win the nomination on her first ballot. And to me, I'm not gonna go kid gloves because she's a woman. I know people want that. You're not allowed to. But
no. I got to interrupt you. I'm a woman. I got to interrupt you. That's not true. The most sexist thing you can do is be kid glove on another. Why? We can't defend ourselves.
But that's what I've been saying.
Really capable of fighting.
It's absurd.
Being wrong.
It's absurd because she's been saying, "I'm a fighter. I'm this," but then you have to treat her with kid gloves. This is one of the most selfish.
I agree.
Short-sighted, absurd, and by the way, delusional. Because obviously she's doing this because she thinks that maybe the establishment would throw it to her, but they're not going to give it to her at the convention.
What does she think? The superdelegates are going to get involved on the second round of voting and hand it to her because she's the more moderate candidate? It's not going to happen. They're going to give it to Biden. It's obvious.
Again, to recap the last 3 minutes, Bernie wins California. His campaign has nonetheless filed a restraining order to keep the lines open here in Los Angeles because he doesn't want to win just to win. He wants to win big.
We're not a winner-take-all state, so there'll be a division of delegates at some point.
The margin of delegates matters, and Elizabeth Warren, in her continued political jihad against Bernie Sanders, she tells her supporters, the message to her supporters is there are still 6 primaries. Hold on, I want to quote her directly. There are 6 more primaries just 1 week away, and we need your help to keep up the momentum. This statement is before the official results in Massachusetts. Maybe she'll be singing a different tune when she finishes 3rd in her home state. I don't know how you could finish 3rd in your home state.
That's embarrassing. She's in 3rd right now. I haven't seen the election returns. That's terrible. That should tell her all she needs to know. But can we get back to the mail-in ballots? Because I think this is really important information. People need to know this about California. So basically, they threw out ballots. There was a lawsuit that was brought in the Northern California area because that's where the preponderance of evidence was, where they could make a case, the ACLU, at which they won this case. But it also happened in LA County and Orange County. I know this because I interviewed insiders inside those areas. And, it infuriates me because they could have chosen to go back and contact these voters and given them an opportunity to come in and sign a new thing and validate their votes. They didn't bother to do that. They just threw them out. And that is absolutely the worst kind of crappy voter suppression. How can they go after the RNC if this is what they're doing?
But also, as Greg Powis pointed out yesterday, California with the no party preference, essentially it gives off the illusion that this is an open primary, but you have to basically, you'll have an easier time. You have an easier time hacking the CIA than voting in California because you have to request a Democratic crossover ballot. Alex Padilla has put a muzzle on poll workers to even inform people. Tell the voters about that.
So this is another thing that happened. So you have to ask for if you are an NPP, which means you're no party preference, which is the majority of voters in the state. People need to know that. That's I think it's 47% of voters. If you are an NPP voter, you have to ask for a crossover ballot to vote in the Democratic primary. However, the poll worker is not allowed to offer you one unless you ask for one. So if you come in there and you say to the poll worker, and you get your ballot, and you're going to notice that there's no presidential candidates on it because you're NPP. The poll worker isn't allowed to offer you the crossover ballot unless you say the magic words, can I have a crossover ballot? So Alex Padilla basically muzzled the poll workers from being able to do that. And that also is a form of voter suppression. Why can't a poll worker explain to the voter what the system is? Why is that so terrible?
Alex Padilla, who, by the way, endorsed Joe Biden, the Secretary of State of California, endorsed Joe Biden and is muzzling poll workers to basically keep the sheep.
Yeah, no, and he was in the tank for Hillary Clinton in 2016, so there's nothing shocking about it. But my point is this. Here you have the DNC propping this guy up as the poster child of election integrity, and he has a clear history of not being that whatsoever. Dean Logan, who is the registrar here in Los Angeles, I even got in a fight with him on Twitter the other day, and it kind of angered me because he said to me, you're spreading misinformation, because he wanted to make the point that the ACLU lawsuit was filed in Northern California, not in Southern California. But when I came back and pushed him on it, I said, are you going to deny that you didn't also throw out ballots? I asked him 3 or 4 times. He wouldn't respond because he knows that he did. And I screenshotted an article that I had written on it. And I'm like, is this false, Dean? Is this information false? I gave him the opportunity to do that. He chose not to do it. And I know why, because yes, he did it too. So
I want to point out a few things. Welcome new status Coup member Nima. So we are now 42 members away from 1,800. Keep signing up. I also want to bring up a different form of suppression. I was pointing out earlier, MSNBC, right away, as soon as the polls close, called Virginia for Joe Biden with no results, called North Carolina as soon as the polls closed for Joe Biden.
No precincts reporting.
Nope. Maybe they had the numbers, but the Associated Press hasn't called nothing. They still haven't called California for Bernie Sanders, even after the Associated Press and a bunch of other outlets call it. So MSNBC seems to be not so careful when it comes to calling results for Joe Biden, which, as you know as a journalist, sets a narrative for the evening. Other people are still in line in other states, so it might influence how they vote. But with Bernie Sanders, we got to cross every X, every O, dot R whatevers, make sure, so they still haven't called it. Honestly, I'm okay with that if it's consistent in every state. But they are calling it early for Biden, and they're waiting and waiting for Bernie.
Yeah, no, it's never been consistent. And in fact, I remember in 2016, they called the election for Hillary Clinton before 5 o'clock here in the state. And in California, most
Associated Press called it the day before.
Right, that's right. I forgot about that. That was even worse. The point being is that most people in the state don't vote till they get off of work, which is why when I went to the polls, I specifically waited to go between 5 and 7 because I knew that would be the height of the voting period in the state. So people get off work and they turn on their radio and they hear that they've already called the election. Guess what? They don't go vote. So it is a form of voter suppression. It's a form of all of these things that are a little bit more subtle than perhaps a voter ID law, a little bit more subtle than actually purging the voter rolls. They're still very effective, especially if you start adding up these methods all together. They're very effective to suppress votes, and it happens across the board.
But also, I think people, as excited as everybody is here, this is a math game.
It's a math
game,
yeah.
Bottom line, even if Bernie wins California, if they're tossing ballots, because I was told that at this Beverly Hills school, they're having people fill out provisional ballots. As Greg Pallas pointed out, provisional ballot is a death ballot. The majority of them go in the...
We have no idea. No, I believe that's, yes, probably true, but we really don't have a means of tracking them. Here's the other thing that is going on that I wanted to point out. So previously, before we had this new method of voting, you would get a little stub on your paper thing that you stuck in the machine. You have a stub, it has a number, so it was traceable, right? So now with these new machines, it actually, so you vote on the machine, it prints out, and then it rescans back in through the machine. And then you have to hit accept, but you get no receipt, you get nothing. So this is a little bit bothersome to me. I mean, it might sound a little bit conspiracy theory, but I feel like it's really important that people have a way or a means to track their votes. Even if it's just optics matter because people need to trust the integrity of the system if they're going to believe in it. So I think that is also a mistake.
And also, there's a difference in Bernie winning by 5% and winning by 15%.
Yeah, it's huge. Again, we're getting into delegate math, which is why the Sanders campaign did what they just did. They have to fight for every single one of these delegates. We're going to need them. Sorry. Don't mind me. I'm like...
So I want to ask you, because, I mean, you've worked in local media, you have a podcast now, you do reporting. Like, literally, Bernie is up against a nationwide super PAC. I mean, watching MSNBC, it's embarrassing.
It is embarrassing.
And I'd also like to point out one thing that's a positive, and I've told this to my viewers. I was hearing from Bernie people that I was talking to in his campaign. We have lawyers this time.
Yeah, no, they
like they have an army of lawyers this time because viewers have asked, well, what are they prepared or this and that? You're already seeing them lawsuits. Yeah, you already see restraining orders on California. It would not shock me, by the way.
They had attorneys there in Iowa too when that stuff was going on. So I remember when I got back to the Bernie Sanders party and I had shared with him the video I had of Precinct 80. They had an attorney right there ready to go. So they're more prepared than they were in 2016, which is good.
So for progressives that are watching, I've seen in my live chat some discouragement that Biden won North Carolina or Virginia. He looks like he's going to win more total states. I say, hey, let's wait for Texas, California. Also, I hate to keep harping on it. I was hoping Warren would have some sense to drop out. So unless there's some deal we don't know about, and I don't think there is.
Between Bernie and Warren? I doubt it. No, I don't think so.
But also, what Warren is doing is not only depriving him in specific states, she is helping Biden's margins be significantly higher in all these states, because in Massachusetts, for example, she's in third place, but that's 21%. If she's not in there, Bernie's winning Massachusetts. Colorado, he won, but it would be even larger. So the margins that Biden are getting is because Pete, Amy dropped out. So Warren is depriving him of that.
See, the establishment is being smarter than we are. They're playing a delegate game. And those Warren delegates would absolutely matter. So I agree with you, and I think, I don't know why she's doing it, that's other than that she's being selfish, or she says that she cares more about the movement, but if she really did, would she be doing this thing that she's doing right now?
I don't know.
And she's being opposite. She clearly has no path to victory. There's no way she's going to be the nominee. It's impossible.
Welcome new status Coup members Mark, Christopher, Roxanne. We are now 39 members away. I feel the energy. I feel the juju. 39 members away from 1,800. It's just getting started here at the Bernie Coffee Shop. They're about to have a musical act. I think a couple other speakers. Who knows? Maybe a chant, some yoga. We'll see what happens. Last question. When you look headed, we're headed for Washington State, which, by the way, 9 people have died due to coronavirus. Washington State.
Me out of going.
Yeah, I wouldn't go. Washington State. Then we have Michigan. Actually, I took screenshots of this so I would remember.
Michigan next?
Probably, yeah. If we have money, that is. If we have money. Yes. March 10th, you have Idaho, Michigan, Mississippi, Missouri, North Dakota, Washington primaries. Then you have March 17th, Arizona, Florida, Illinois, Ohio. So critical states coming up. It looks, unless Warren's going to continue this jihad, it looks like we could possibly have Bernie versus Biden on a debate stage one-on-one.
I think that's going to be helpful.
Yeah, because the establishment's trying to get Bloomberg to drop out too. Yeah. But to me, ain't my first rodeo, but at least, hey, say what you want about Hillary Clinton. She could construct full sentences.
Yeah. I know. Look, I would love to see a debate stage with just Biden, because it would be really crystal clear to the American public how incoherent he actually is. And for some reason, we've seen it. For some reason, the mainstream media is protecting Biden in some capacity because they don't really show the videos of him saying these crazy things, or the rambling he gets into, where that is literally incoherent rambling as far as I'm concerned. He would be destroyed by Trump. There is no way Biden would win an election against Trump. It's not going to happen. And they should know that. How could the DNC not see this?
They see it.
So they basically are saying we would rather have Trump win another 4 years than a Bernie Sanders presidency? What? Am I allowed to cuss? What the fuck?
Well, I think Bernie once said they'd rather go down. They're willing to go down to the Titanic if it's first class.
They're so committed to their corporate money that, yeah, that's probably true. And I think the super delegates would absolutely try to make that happen. I think Milwaukee is going to be painful.
I also think there's another element here. Let's not pretend that there's not conversations right now with Cory Booker, Kamala Harris. I don't remember the 50 people that ran. Jay Inslee from Washington State. So they're going to try to get even more people. Meanwhile, sorry, Tulsi won't drop out. Warren won't drop out. So it just seems like there's this progressives. Listen, people say, I'm not the kind to tell people to drop out. Well, I fucking am. And I think it's absurd. If you don't have a path, then it's about leverage. Do you have leverage? Yeah. I like Tulsi, but she doesn't have any leverage.
No, she has one delegate now. So at least she'll be back on the debate stage. I really enjoyed her takedown of Kamala Harris.
Yes.
I would like to see her on the stage with Biden as well.
And I also think
she could serve it.
I also think that there is an element of, when you see all these people endorsing Joe Biden, you need some energy and momentum on the other side. And I think Tulsi could be a huge asset. People get upset. Oh, I'm smearing her. I'm not smearing her. But at a certain point, if you believe,
helpful to the campaign, I agree.
But also, if you believe in the things you say you believe in, I think she does. Well, you have somebody who's the closest to you, who has a path. Same thing with Warren. And it just seems like there's this politics of personal grievance right now.
I think there's,
particularly with Warren.
I think definitely that's the case with Warren. I do think there might be conversations going on between the Tulsi and Bernie people. I almost said Biden. I think there's definitely more of a camaraderie there than there is between Warren and Bernie at this point. So I guess we'll see. But I do think having Tulsi on the debate stage will be helpful because I do think she will go after Biden. That will help our cause. If she takes him down the way she took Kamala Harris down, that would be very helpful. And then maybe, I don't know, maybe they can get together. And because you're right, she doesn't have a viable path either.
Exit polls in California. What percentage of young people do you think voted for Bernie in California?
Something enormous. I'm going to say like 75% or something crazy. Am I wrong?
72%.
Yeah.
Biden got 5%. Biden got 5% of the young voters in California. So hey.
This is the other thing the DNC should pay attention to. The future of the party are the Bernie Sanders supporters. That is the future of the party, and they cannot continue to alienate these voters and expect to not wig themselves out. By wig, I mean W-H-I-G. I mean, I really feel like the party is trying to implode themselves between pushing Biden.
They celebrate when record old people come out in South Carolina. And I'm not mocking, nothing against the old people in South Carolina.
Jordan, it doesn't make sense. At some point, they have to realize that the future of the party, the safety of that, the integrity of that is really important, you would imagine, to them. And the future of the party are these kids. And these kids are predominantly supporters of these FDR-style policies. And they are for good reason, because they got shortchanged by the boomers. They got shortchanged by Gen X. I know this. I mean, I was able to get a master's degree without ever taking a student loan. Even Jamal was telling me the debt he has from his master's degree. It's not right. We're strapping our kids with these debts. They're facing ever-increasing amounts of rent costs, food costs, lower salaries. What does the plutonymy think is going to happen? There's not ever going to be a reckoning? Of course there is. And this is it. This is it right now.
And stay tuned. We'll be updating you on Texas, Massachusetts, some other states, California, what the actual numbers are. We know Bernie won, but we got to get the numbers. They're about to have a musical performance. Hey, music to my heart if we get some more sign-ups. Statuscoup.com/join. We are 39 members away from 1,800. I would love to blow through 1,800 within the next hour. If you haven't signed up yet, do you see any other media on the ground, in the trenches, with the people? Sign up, statuscoup.com/join.
Stunningly beautiful lyric in Spanish for an anthem for the Bernie Sanders movement. And I wrote the tune. And
so I wanted to tell you guys a little bit about this. Everybody in the back there. Hey guys. Back there. Oh yeah, that'd be great. Thank you so much. So actually Janina and Edwin performed Unidos at the rally on Sunday. I don't know if you guys were there. Was anybody there? So you guys that were there, you can sing along with us. So this is going to be a sing along in the chorus. We're also going to be handing out little leaflets with the chorus, so you guys can sing along. It's in Spanish, but it's easy, I promise.
It's so easy. It's so easy.
If you can start handing those out. Thank you so much.
Should we try the lyric? You want to do it?
One second, yeah. Exactly.
Oh, yes.
So, quick thing to tell you guys, there's also at the bottom, there's a link to take you to the video of Unidos, because this is not just a song, it's not just the anthem of the people's movement. It's also a video that we did in Spanish, that we did in Korean, and that we did in
Arabic.
So you can find all those videos online. Be sure to share them as well, because we want to reach out to those communities to vote for Bernie wherever they are, because it's not just done tonight with California. We have a lot of other places to go, so find those videos and share them. This is all grassroots made. We're a group of creatives putting this together. As you know, like this place, that's amazing. This is what inspires us and brings us together. It's not just Bernie, it's not just, us, it's also the art that's created with the movement. And that's what sets us apart from everybody else.
Oh, you're
so we hope that you sing along. We're going to practice a little bit, that way you guys can get it and sing along with us.
Okay, everybody say, Juntos Unidos. Juntos Unidos. Unidos. Juntos subimos. Juntos subimos. Subimos unidos. Subimos unidos. That's the chorus. So now we're going to have Janina sing one line at a time, and you guys are going to sing it back. This is much more fun if you sing along, okay? So.
And you guys have the little papers, so you will remember the lyrics. You won't have a problem with it.
Okay,
right,
so
guys?
Janina, just sing
The chorus?
just one, two words. What those videos, and everybody just sing back.
Maybe this one.
Wait, the mic is here.
This one?
Okay.
Oh, I hear myself better in this one.
Probably not where the singers are though. I
So
think.
it's Juntos Unidos.
Everybody, juntos unidos. Next.
Unidos,
Unidos, unidos. Next.
juntos subimos,
Juntos subimos.
subimos unidos.
Subimos unidos.
So basically,
So let's try that. We're
Wait,
gonna do
hold
the whole
on.
chorus. Yeah.
Basically, what we're saying is, together we're just climbing. Together we're gonna do this, and the message behind it is, together we won't be defeated. So let's put energy into that. Sing it like that.
Okay, we'll move this over. Okay, yeah. Okay, let's do one more chorus with everybody. Do the whole chorus through. Everybody? So here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Juntos unidos, 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 juntos subimos,
subimos unidos.
See, that wasn't hard, right? You got it? Okay, let's put this mic here. You can. Let's
can't
move.
see you yet.
Okay, here we go. Let's try to do it. All right, we ready? Ready for Unidos? This is the Unidos experience. We do it in Spanish, we do it in English, and then we're going to do 3 choruses where everybody has to sing along. So, if you're talking, if you're not singing along, you're not in the right.
Okay,
you're
let's
in the
go.
right
Let's
part.
do it.
So, here we go.
Desde los campos a los barrios, dándole duro al trabajo. Mis vecinos y mis hermanos somos semillas de un solo grano. Manos arriba nos levantamos. Juntos unidos, unidos, unidos. Juntos subimos, subimos unidos. We're building a movement for the future that lies before us. Every sister and every brother, we must stand and fight for one another. Raise our voices and join the chorus. We won't be defeated. We won't be divided. We'll do what is needed. We're standing united.
Now we're going to do a bunch
first yesterday.
That's right,
The other
that's
day,
right.
right? There you got it, baby.
Yo estaba mirando esa, este counter hacía rato, yo decía, ¿qué hiciste? Yo siempre para la mesa. So wonderful.
So that was a performance, good performance by, the name escapes me of the band, my apologies. We are currently, Joe Biden has been declared the winner in Massachusetts. Elizabeth Warren has come in third place in her own home state, yet everything I'm seeing on Twitter, she plans on staying in the race, even though she came in third place in her own home state. I just retweeted something that I think is instructive as far as Elizabeth Warren and the role she is playing. Hold on one second. It looks like Warren may cost Bernie Sanders from winning Massachusetts, Maine, and Minnesota, possibly even Oklahoma. I'm being told stay in line in Highland Park in LA. We're coming for you with 10 pizzas. That's the local pizza place, so they're probably pro-Bernie. They're telling people to stay in line. I got a text message from somebody else here in LA. Hold on. Lines are long as fuck. If you could mobilize your people, get on live stream to go to locations with water, snacks, play music to entertain people. Poor working people have kids, have been working, might get hangry and leave, which is a very good point. Santa Monica Library, they're calling for reinforcements. Virginia Avenue Park, Seoul International Park, UCLA Hammer Museum, and UCLA Ackerman Union. So that's being told. But what's incredible here, not only does it look like Elizabeth Warren has cost Bernie Sanders in Maine, Massachusetts, these other states, hold on, Maine, Massachusetts, Minnesota. Not only is she costing him there, but she's costing him in running up the delegates and running up the numbers in Colorado, in Utah, in California. So it goes without saying that Warren decided to stay in Super Tuesday has really, really screwed Bernie. Let's show another speech here. Here is somebody, a nurse from the National Nurses United.
Wash your damn hands, okay? And cover your mouth when you cough. Okay, that was my 2 seconds about that. I had to do it. I'm a nurse. I have to. These are the things I have to do. Anyway, we won California! How about that? You know, I mean, not to get all sentimental, and I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to cry.
No, cry.
But I will say, in 2015, 2016, when this first opened, and it was just a wee little group of us, and we were the underdog, and everybody was saying that he can't do it, he won't be there, he's too out of the box to get a damn vote, and we hit the pavement for him all the way to Philly. I was in Philly, I was there at the DNC, I was with Michelle and Jeremy and Keith, and we all just tore shit down. And then I turned him to the party because I said, you know what? Bernie isn't the one you should be scared of. It's me. I'm the monster. I'm the one he created. So it's not Bernie they should be afraid of. It's all of you. All of you, no matter what happens in this election, and God forbid something bad happens because I'm mobilized. I'm not having it this time. But it's all of you. All of you are the monsters that the Democratic Party is creating, and they have no idea. They have no idea we're coming for them. We have no idea we want health care. I want to be able to afford my damn rent. I want to be able to not get shot by the fucking police. I am coming for the Democratic Party. I'm actually already an elected delegate. I'm running for county committee, so I'm on this ballot tonight. I'm talking hellified shit about the Democratic Party, and I'm running for it, so there you go. Whoops. But that's what I'm saying. I encourage all of you to go and get involved and stay involved and hold your elected officials accountable. This is the only way we affect change, okay? But this is a celebration. We fucking won California! black, I'd be as red as Bernie right now, but it's okay. Thank you, Michelle, for giving me a little speaking time. I don't even know half of you guys, but I already love you because you're my family. You guys are my family. Thank you.
She says fuck a lot, it's okay.
How are you? I know it's been forever.
So a lot of at the Bernie's coffee shop, speeches, people joyous. Remember, these people have been working to help Bernie Sanders win in California, not for the last week, not for the last month, not for the last 6 months, not for the last year. This has been a continuous process for 4 years. Bernie lost California in 2016, not by a lot. The Associated Press calling the race a day before suppressed votes against Bernie Sanders. But they've been organizing here for basically 3 to 4 years to help Bernie Sanders win in California. I just want to make a point, and I just tweeted this. Elizabeth Warren's campaign sent out a memo saying there are six more primaries just 1 week away, and we need your help to keep up our momentum. Well, her momentum was 3rd in Iowa, 4th in New Hampshire, 4th in Nevada, 5th in South Carolina, 3rd in her home state. That is her momentum. I don't know what delusions, unless there's some agreement we don't know about, which I doubt. I just don't know what delusions is going on in Elizabeth Warren's head right now, other than that she's doing something good for the country by depriving the only progressive left in this race. It's unhinged. It's completely unhinged. Welcome, new status Coup member Jordan. Woo! We are now, I think, 30-something. Jen, hit me with the latest number of how far we are from 1800. I think 30-something away from 1800. So let's see if we could. Can I talk to you? Hey, I loved your speech right here. So you are with the National Nurses United?
Yeah, I'm an at-large member, so like my job's not unionized, so I'm not technically CNA, but I did join as at-large, so I could be still part of the union. Yeah.
I thought what you said was really powerful because there's such a cognitive dissonance between the anchors on MSNBC tonight and like working people in America.
Generational warfare. We're at generational warfare right now, which is so sad because it's basically my aunts and my mom. Well, not my mom. My mom voted for Bernie. Shout out to mom. But it's like your aunts and your grandma and your uncles and stuff that are saying "fuck you."
No, you can.
Okay, so they're saying "fuck you." You don't deserve a house. You don't deserve health care because I already got mine. And I literally was talking to older people, and they're like, "Well, if you guys just work harder, why does Bezos need to pay more taxes when people can just go leave Amazon and go find another job?" And I'm like, it is not that easy. They're so disconnected because they haven't had to do this stuff in a long time that they have no idea what's going on in the current system, and it's really sad. It's really sad. Like I just feel like every day my face gets spit on by either high-level Democratic establishment or like people who just are really disconnected. And I'm like, no, please reconnect. I don't say F to the my family and all of them, but I really do try to appeal to the human nature. Like this is humanity. Like we're literally fighting. It's not about Bernie. Like it has nothing to do with him as a person. It has everything to do with he's the only one that's actually trying to heal this country. And
when you look at the last 3 days, I mean, it's like the Empire Strikes Back, like Pete, Amy, Beto. I'm sure they're talking to Booker, Harris. There is such an organized effort right now, basically to stop the tyranny of universal health care, education, saving the planet, like basic stuff that's essentially a continuation of FDR that every other country laughs at us that we don't have. And it just seems remarkable to me Biden keeps saying now, his line is, people don't want a revolution, they want results. Then why is Bernie packing stadiums of like 15,000, almost 20,000 at the convention center the other day, where Biden,
It's a small crowd. It's because, we literally don't, they can manipulate the media, they can manipulate the minds. People still tune into MSNBC because they think it's the truth, or CNN, but they're being manipulated too. That's why we turn to independent media, because it's the only ones that would give us a voice and tell the truth. But it's literally almost a stone cold wall. It is really hard to get someone to understand, and they're thinking that Biden can beat Trump. Trump is waiting. He's like a salivating dog looking at Biden like a steak. He's going to tear him apart. But you know what? I will say this, I've hit so many doors. I work full-time, 8 to 5 as a nurse. I actually am a manager, stressed out to the max, high-stress job, and in the evenings, I turned into an activist. I started coming out on my weekends, knocking doors. I'm not doing that for Biden. I'm not. And they can call me a bad Democrat. They can do it. They can trash me like they did in 2016. You were there, right, in Philly? Yeah. So you remember what we went through. They can do that, but I want to see the little grandmas with their walkers and their canes going up and down the street, knocking on doors. That's what I want to see. That's what it's going to take to get Biden elected, and it still won't be enough. They think Hillary's loss was bad. This is going to completely crush the party. The DNC is already broke. They will go bankrupt. I don't know why Tom Perez and the whole DNC leadership's being so fucking stupid, because if Bernie was the nominee, we would make it rain the DNC $27 at a time. I've donated over $1,000 to Bernie already. If Bernie's the nominee, that's going into the DNC. So why are they being that stupid?
Well, you're assuming that their main priority is winning, rather than keeping the consultants paid, the think tanks, the lobbyists, the whole revolving door.
I shouldn't have been a nurse. I should have been one of them. I mean, realistically, obviously, no matter win or lose,
So Bernie Sanders is currently up by 8. He's up by 8 in California. It's already been called for him, but he's currently up by 8. And his campaign has filed a restraining order to keep the polls open in East LA.
Yeah, and that's another issue. It's we had 11 days to vote. I really did encourage people to vote early because I knew this last day would be the day that they pulled it. So, I mean, it's just I want to choke my own people right now, but it's okay. People are staying in line. People are encouraged. They're going to get their voice heard, I hope. I think that we've sent the message strong in California that not to mess with us. I just hope that this carries through the rest of the country, because I'm really scared. I mean, underneath the whole little I'm really scared.
And I want to ask you, as a nurse, Elizabeth Warren has said, Bernie hasn't done anything. That's not true, but I also think, literally the last 4 states, even in South Carolina, could you imagine 4 years ago? South Carolina, Nevada, Iowa, New Hampshire, majority of the voters said they're for Medicare for all. Tonight, in many of these states, Medicare for all was favored by the voters, even in some conservative states. That's what Bernie has done. That's what the nurses have done. That's a major shift in the Overton window, consciousness. That wouldn't be with, Elizabeth Warren didn't do that. Joe Biden certainly didn't do that. So I think the steady diet of gradualism is slowly being chipped away because of Bernie and nurses like you.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the proof of the grassroots effort. Bernie is the organizer-in-chief. He literally never stops. And so the Medicare for All conversation kept going past the 2016 election. I was knocking on doors for SB 562. We were doing town halls. We were canvassing. We were doing just all types of events, putting this on the forefront, exposing healthcare for what it is, which is a damn Ponzi scheme. How our healthcare system is a Ponzi scheme. Right now, people with coronavirus are going to get a bill. They're going to get a bill for something that they shouldn't. But are they getting bills in China? Are they getting bills in other countries? No, but in America, you're going to get a bill. And that is really sucky. So that's what makes me worried about pandemics, is because people will stay home and they won't seek care when they need to. And that will mean that will spread. And so we're in trouble, and now the people know we're in trouble. But I hope to God that this wakes the people up. and makes them hold every elected official accountable. Everybody who's endorsing Biden, who doesn't even know it's Super Tuesday and not Super Thursday, who can't recite the Declaration of Independence, Mr. Vice President, get your life together. He can't even formulate a statement. What makes you think he's going to be able to stand on the stage with Trump, who's going to go at him like a vicious dog, and he's going to be able to fumble his words? No, he doesn't.
Can I ask you, as a progressive a black woman, you know, it's astounding to me. I just came from South Carolina. Joe Biden was lying about being arrested in apartheid South Africa. He's been lying about participating in civil rights sit-ins. The media gives him, that doesn't even challenge him. And, you know, not to say that he would have lost those states, but don't black voters have a right to know that this man is exploiting the civil rights movement? Hey, either he's lying or his mind is confusing things. Either way is pretty bad.
I mean, I don't want to go into it, like, make it seem ageist, because it's not. Like, Bernie's older than he is. But when it comes to him formulating his words, I can see he's struggling. And as a nurse, those are some signs of dementia when you're struggling to formulate thought and conversation. Now, like I said, it has nothing to do with his age. This is strictly objective nursing, like looking at, you know. And I really worry about that. Why are they elevating him? Regarding the black vote, it's a difficult field to navigate. You know, you have to think about where are people who have been disenfranchised and suppressed and oppressed and enslaved and killed and everything for almost half a millennia. You know, so that is really deeply embedded. And so there's a lot of fear. There's a lot of you know, kind of wanting to be comfortable. There's a lot of like, I go with the normal face, and then they're using Obama as a token black friend. It's like, oh, hey, like, look, here's my friend Obama. Look, I was with Obama. And everyone's like, oh, Obama. And I'm like, no. So a lot of things I've been focusing on in the black community is wanting people to be more about the issues. And that's happening. That's really happening. It's just that it's taking a shift, but it's happening. People are focusing on the issues. It's just not getting reported. Like, you know, you may see a lot of people in the crowd who are black for supporting Bernie, but the media will focus on that one group of like white, you know, they say, look, Bernie has no black people in the crowd. And I'm like, yeah, we were over here. You never turned your camera our way. Like, I don't get much press time. They go for somebody else. And I'm like, I've been with Bernie this whole time, and so have a lot of us. So it's just really difficult because people are like, I don't think Bernie has it. And Bernie's not the one to gloat about his civil rights involvement. He's not one that will do that. And I wish he would, because it would help me, like, you know, really try to lock in that black support more. But he just is not that type of person. And I get it. He's humble. But, you know, like I said, I'm hoping that, you know, the other states see, and they are waking up. More people are like, oh, I'm going to vote for Bernie this time. I voted for Hillary. I'm going to vote for Bernie. I don't like Biden. He's not got it, you know. And even actually, yesterday, the Africatown Coalition protested and had a press conference in front of Biden's office. They don't want him in the community. So they protested it, but guess who they tried to blame for it? Guess who the moderates came after? The Bernie bros. I had to go back and say, no, Bernie wasn't tied to this. This is the community, the Africatown Coalition, saying they do not want Biden and everything he represents in their community, which is they have every right to do. So, you know, once again, though, it's Bernie's fault, you know, and Bernie had nothing to do with it.
And for you, what about Bernie really inspires you and attracts you? Is it because you're a nurse and you're seeing what the for-profit system is doing to people, not just physically, but mentally? I mean, the stress people have. I spoke with a young girl, an 18-year-old girl last night, has a lot of medical problems. And as tough as dealing with that is, it's even more difficult dealing with the stress of the medical bills as a result of it. What is it that attracts you to Bernie?
I mean, it wasn't even that. That's a big portion of it, of course. But honestly, it was just his genuineness. Like, he cares. Like, I felt like such a good energy off of him just based off his words. Like, and then I looked at his history, his consistency. He didn't flip from being a Republican. He didn't support, you know, like like all these like kind of racist segregation. He didn't support busing. I mean, this guy has literally been trying to fight for the little guy since he was in high school. And probably before that, I could see Bernie trying to pick up a butterfly that hurt his wing on the ground. And then like the more I focused on the issues, he empowered me to wake me up to what's going on. Like, wait a minute, why don't we have a better healthcare system? Why don't we have that? He made me question. And then he taught me accountability. And then he taught me the importance of involvement. So if it wasn't for Bernie, I would have never gotten involved in the Democratic Party. But he taught me that there's something wrong with the very foundation of our country, and the only way to change it is to get involved. So that's what really motivates about him, because if he can keep going at 77 years old, then I can keep going at 32. And and if he's been smacked down so many times, who am I to turn around and quit after one bad election run? I didn't quit after 2016 because he didn't quit. So literally, he's a leader. And I know that he can lead us into a right direction. Maybe the rest of the world won't laugh at us as much if he's president.
And last question, you told the people here, but just for my viewers, what should they do to protect themselves with coronavirus going around?
Oh, with the coronavirus, wash your damn hands. Cover your mouth when you cough and sneeze. I mean, honestly, the coronavirus is just a novel virus, just like everything else. So, of course, it made some hellified media attention. Measles is technically more contagious, so vaccinate your kids. But I really want people to cover their mouth, wash your hands. If you're feeling sick, please seek care. But unfortunately, the symptoms are very that common of a common cold, so it's hard to know which one is which. The need for face masks and stuff, a lot of people are wearing a surgical mask and walking around, and stores are going completely out of them and selling out of these masks. Truthfully, I hate to scare people, those surgical masks protect you from the environment, but not the environment from you. So, I mean, if you really want to be protected from the environment, you need like an N95 respirator, but you really don't need that. The thing is that punch somebody in the face if they do not cover their mouth. That's all. But please don't do that. But yeah, those are the key things to protect yourself. Unfortunately, we're densely populated. People will get sick. The good news is that the majority of the cases are not causing death. They are causing, symptoms, and yes, you get isolated and quarantined, but, unless you're immunocompromised, like the elderly, like the nursing home up in Seattle, or, something like that. But those are the ones who are really getting the sickest. But just like the flu, it's unpredictable. So, I worry, but I encourage people to, if you're in public spaces like buses, trains, stuff like that, carry some wet wipes with you, and feel free to wipe down handrails or anything like that you may touch or come in surface with. That's fine. But if you think you should stay in your house, no. You're just as, measles, the flu, it is. But will people get sick? Yes. But will hopefully a lot of them survive it? I hope so. And if the government and the Trump administration get these damn test kits together, and it's so weird, they cut the budget to the CDC, and then all of a sudden here comes a novel virus.
Did you say you're running for what?
Yes, I'm running for county committee, so LA CDP, or Los Angeles County Democratic Party, for the 54th Assembly District. So hoping to see my own results come in. It's a really local position, but it's basically like another way for me to have accountability, or to give more resources to the community. I really want to get the community involved with this political process, especially locally, because while Bernie is very important, California could have had its own Medicare for all if it wasn't for, so there you go.
What's your name again?
Gina.
Gina
Harris.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, so we are now, by the way, it is midnight, about to hit midnight on the East Coast, so we still got people watching. Welcome new Status Coup member Ricky. Welcome new Status Coup member James. We are now 35 Status Coup members away from 1,800. I would love to hit 1,800 tonight. I think I've been going live for 4 hours now. I'm feeling it. My legs are stiff. My vocal cords are going. So please, for the love of God, if there is one, sign up. statuscoup.com/join. Become a member for as low as $5 a month. Let me see how many people we have watching. Wow, still a good audience at midnight. I think we have Hold on. Oh, my service sucks. What are you going to do? Hold on. I don't know how many people are watching because my phone isn't working. Could you put that over there? Yeah, I got barely any service here, so that sucks. But keep signing up. Statuscoup.com/join. We are now looking at Texas. Jen, if you could send me the latest in Texas, that would be good. The last I checked, Texas was basically tied between Bernie and Biden. So it definitely is narrowed in Texas, but it hasn't been called yet, so I'll keep you monitored on Texas. Massachusetts has been called for Joe Biden. Elizabeth Warren refuses to get out of the race, even though she came in third place. Bernie currently up by 8 in California. I expect that to keep going. Michael Bloomberg is in second in California. Biden is not in second in California. So I didn't even see Warren. I didn't see Warren's numbers in California. She looked like she was in 5th place. Let's see what this is. You could show this. Looks like they're about to play something. It is 9 o'clock Pacific, midnight East Coast time. They're still going strong here at the coffee shop. I've been enjoying the interviews we're doing. Thank you for continuing to watch. Stay with us. I don't know how many super chats are coming in, so thank you for the super chats. Keep them coming if you can. Definitely keep signing up. We're 35 members away from 1,800, which would be awesome. We would like to be able to cover the next primaries, but to tell you the God's honest truth, it's been super expensive. Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, South Carolina, California. We have been doing this very with not the budget that other outlets have. So keep signing up so we have the funds to keep covering the next states. The next states coming up. Let me give you the next states if you don't have them. Hold on. So welcome new member Tyler. We just got another new member. By the way, we got 1,500 people watching at midnight East Coast time. Heyo! So welcome new member Tyler. We are now, I believe, 34 members away from 1,800. Keep signing up. Right now with 57% of the precincts reporting in Texas, it is literally tied, 28.6% to 28.6%. Bernie Sanders is currently leading Joe Biden by 500 votes in Texas. Bernie Sanders is currently leading Joe Biden by 500 votes in Texas, 28.6% to 28.6%. Bloomberg in third place, Warren in fourth place, Pete Buttigieg in fifth place at 6%. We just got another sign up. Hey-oh, they're coming in hot and heavy. Keep signing up. I have been live now for 4.5 hours, I believe. My legs are stiff. I'm Jamal. When you get a chance, can you get me some water? My cords are going, but we're gonna keep going. Definitely keep signing up. Welcome new members. Tyler and Evan, 33 members away. 33 members away from 1,800. Hold on.
Water break.
See if you can get more. What's your name?
Hi, I'm Erica Ferriston.
And I heard you're Bernie's with Borders or something like. Oh, Doctors for Bernie. Sorry, it's been a long day. Doctors for Bernie. Tell me about it.
So I'm actually director and co-chair of Healthcare for All Los Angeles, along with Maureen Cruz, my co-director. It's a statewide organization dedicated to getting single-payer healthcare here in California. Of course, we're working with Bernie to get it nationally, Medicare for All. And so I get to hang out with doctors, even though I'm not a doctor, and do this great work to get Medicare for All.
And just to give people the history lesson here in California, you guys were close a few years ago. California was about to be the first state single payer. A lot of Democratic establishment fuckery, if you don't mind me saying.
Yes, absolutely. So we had a bill, Senate Bill 562. It was passed by the state Senate, and then the chair of the assembly, the speaker of the assembly, Anthony Rendon, shelved the bill, would not let the assembly vote on the bill, and that's why Maria Estrada is running against Anthony Rendon in Assembly Seat 62. So he took $750,000 from, insurance companies and the medical industrial complex and killed the bill.
And by the way, just saying, Nancy Pelosi happens to be the most powerful person from California in the country. Maybe if she led on this, could have helped.
Wouldn't that be amazing? But I believe that, the number one contributors to Nancy Pelosi are the insurance companies. So, she's got her insurance and nearly, close to $1 billion or something, multimillionaire. So it's not a value for her.
Right. I've only been in LA for a few days, but you see people, driving hours back and forth in the traffic to work, homelessness out of control here. I think it went up 20% last year. I was talking to one gentleman, used to be able to work one job, now he has to work two. The stress on people, mentally and physically, just from our broken economy, is through the roof. And they have to be stressed out about going bankrupt for getting medical care.
Absolutely. I think it's something like 75% of all bankruptcies filed are due to medical bills. This is we're the only country who has bankruptcy due to medical bills. It's immoral. It's terrible for the economy. You want to fix the homelessness in LA? Medicare for all. And we need a president like Bernie Sanders who will champion it. And there is obviously, no other candidate that's going to do that. So,
and what does it say to you? Obviously Bernie, they were throwing everything at him 4 years ago. He's a radical, he's a lunatic, blah, 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 blah. Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, South Carolina, several states tonight, majority of people that voted favored Medicare for all. The CNN, MSNBC, all of them have been saying Bernie is pushing policies that are unpopular in the Democratic Party. Well, it seems like they're not unpopular.
Well, it's kind of like what you saw with the Culinary Institute. There's a difference
the union
between the bosses and the party leaders and the rank and file and the people. And we, the Democrat people, over 80% of Democrats in California want single-payer health care, Medicare for all. And we have not a majority here in California, we have a super majority of Democrats. We have a Democrat governor, we've had a Democrat governor, we have a super majority. There aren't enough Republicans to stop anything that the Democrats want to do. But we still don't have single-payer health care, we still don't have a moratorium on fracking, and the rent is still too damn high. So.
And for you, what inspired you to get in this fight? How does it affect you? Why'd you get into this?
Well, I was in the fight back in 2016, and for all the reasons that we just stated. We need health care as a human right. The income inequality is, third world country levels at this point. I mean, just being a human being would put anybody in this fight and supporting Bernie Sanders.
You know, everybody and their dog in the establishment's rallying around Biden now. He's on TV saying, he's using this line, no one wants a revolution, we want results. Well, the results we've been given is a Republican health care plan hatched out of the Heritage Foundation. You could, benefit of the doubt the Republicans sabotaged Obamacare, but even when they didn't, I mean, not everybody could afford Obamacare.
Yeah, you still had 29 million people uninsured and underinsured with Obamacare. Look, Trump is a symptom. For 40 years, people's wages have been stagnant. People are suffering. They are trying to decide, do they pay rent or do they buy medication? Do they get, health care for their elders or do they send their kids to college? I mean, these people that, are of Biden's age got the best of what America had to give from FDR. They benefited from the GI Bill. They had great public schools. They benefited from the GI Bill for education and housing. And then you have these young kids who are going to be indentured servants for the rest of their lives because they got an education. And when they say we want the same things that you had, they're called purists, unreasonable, and all kinds of things. And the revolution is happening.
I've been asking everyone tonight, so I got to ask you. Listen, people can say what they want. Elizabeth Warren came in 3rd in Iowa, 4th in New Hampshire, 4th in Nevada, 5th in South Carolina. She's coming in 3rd place in her home state tonight. By being in still, she has basically, Bernie could have won several states if she weren't in. Listen, everybody has a right to run, but at a certain point, are you playing spoiler to stop the only progressive with a path? What are your thoughts on her staying in?
Well, I like your first part. Everybody has a right to run. That's what democracy is about. However, I would just say this. If you were to flip the roles, and if Bernie had Elizabeth Warren's numbers, and Elizabeth Warren had Bernie's numbers, wow. Bernie would be a spoiler. He would be a sexist. I mean, a misogynist. But yet, here we are.
Her staying in is woke.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And if you say anything against it, we're Bernie bros, I guess. So that's all I would say is if you'd flip the numbers, how would they react? And it seems appropriate, and if she really supported things like Medicare for all, she would throw her weight behind the candidate that is winning and that can get it for us. So,
where could people find out more about your group here?
Healthcareforall.org.
Healthcareforall.org. And your name again?
Erica Ferriston.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Absolutely. The energy. Do you see her on CNN? Never. But you see her on Status Coup. That's how you do it, baby. That's how you do it. Welcome new Status Coup members, Daphne. Welcome new Status Coup member, Nicholas. We're now 31 members away from 1,800. We got to hit 1,800 tonight. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to go to sleep before my flight. Oh, boy. Jen, get ready. You're going to the next state. I need a long nap. Keep signing up. Statuscoup.com/join. Become a member for as low as $5 a month. Send me the most recent numbers from tech. Oh, well, just got another member. Welcome, Chorky. Chorky just signed up. We're now 30 members away from 1,800. Keep it going. Keep it going. What do you think of, you go on camera for a little bit. Talk about the energy here in the crowd, what it's been like to shoot it.
Oh, yeah. So the energy here has been great. Like I said, every time I go to one of these events, it's nothing like, a Bernie event. Not a sleepy Joe Biden event or a Pete Buttigieg event. It's like, you really, really feel the passion from these people here. Bernie Sanders means so much to not just them, but to what they represent. The real America. Real American values, real American issues. These are working class people who feel shut out of the economy. I feel shut out of the economy. I have $80,000 of student loans that I have to find a way to pay for, just because I dare to, get an education and do better for myself. So I feel very much, a part of this movement. I have to be an impartial journalist and stick behind the camera and do my job. But I'm not going to deny my love for Bernie Sanders and what, this all means to me and for America. I think it's the best path forward. It's just been a joy, like just hanging out with these people. I've been getting free drinks. Keith, as you saw earlier, yes, he's been giving me free weed, and it's been awesome. I love free weed in LA. I love the fact that it's legal here. But yeah, this has been very good. Hanging out with the people, being here on the ground, speaking to people, and really seeing what issues draw them to Bernie Sanders, because it's a whole swath, a whole broad spectrum of things that Bernie Sanders is really trying to target and fix in this country. So, I've just been very fortunate going around this entire country, been to Iowa, been to New Hampshire, went to South Carolina, and I'm here in LA, and just you find it everywhere you go. Bernie Sanders really and truly feels like the candidate that can take us moving forward. Yeah, man, like people are still here. It's like almost 10 o'clock, 10 p.m. on the East Coast. On the West Coast, everybody on the East Coast is asleep, and people here just keep going. They're just still going. It's Tuesday night, and people are just wide awake. They're waiting for all the results to come in for California, so that's exciting. They want to make sure that their candidate, Bernie Sanders, gets all the delegates that he needs to win the state of California, which is, very, 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 very inspiring to see that people are still up at this time. Most of them have to go to work tomorrow. Most of these volunteers, they still have to continue working to spread the message of Bernie Sanders' campaign, so they're staying up late, and it doesn't matter to them. They're still out here just doing the work on the ground. And yeah, like I said, like I'm feeling, inspired just staying up with these people and seeing how much energy that they have to keep going. Oh yes, I'd like some water, please. Thank you. There's so much booze here. They don't even have bottles of water. Just beer, just bud. A lot of bud smoking. You smell it everywhere you go in LA. That's one thing I've realized. Come from New York to LA. If you don't like the smell of weed, don't come to California, because it's everywhere. It's everywhere you walk, everywhere you go. People are smoking the doobies. But yeah, just Bernie Sanders. I'd imagine that, other campaigns, they'd long go to bed. Their organizers and their volunteers, they've all gone to sleep, after the results for the majority of the states that Biden has won. Unfortunately, Biden has swept a lot of the southern states, but you see that Bernie Sanders still has a lot of delegates to pick up in both California and Texas, so that's going to be very interesting to see the final results for that, because he's neck and neck in Texas right now is between Joe Biden. It's a two-person race. Joe Biden, Bernie Sanders. Everybody else is still in this race is really just trying to be a spoiler. They're all political trolls, if you ask me. Why would you stay in this race if you know that unless they were broker deals with Joe Biden to steal the numbers from Bernie Sanders? That's one thing that I've noticed. A lot of these candidates, like Elizabeth Warren, like Mike Bloomberg, what's their reason for still being in the race if they don't have a path forward? They're not going to win any nomination for the DNC, so it's like they're trying to play spoiler for Bernie Sanders. Are they in Joe Biden's pocket? Has the DNC actually gone through to all these people, all these other candidates, and told them, hey, we need to coalesce, concentrate our power against Bernie Sanders, so that's very interesting, just this neck and neck race really between Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders. Bernie has got to win more delegates, because it seems that the endorsement by James Clyburn has really worked in terms of like convincing a lot of African American voters that Joe Biden is the candidate to choose. And once again, I would say that was a very strategic play, trying to get the African American vote through a very, very, very influential African American, member of Congress. It's genius, actually. It's a very, very perfect play because it's worked out for him perfectly. Minority voters have gone everywhere, from the South to the Southeast, and hopefully not going past Texas, but creeping into the Southwest. That these states are going for Joe Biden, and it's just going to be a very, very, very nerve-wracking race to see how Bernie Sanders is going to clinch these delegates, despite losing, to be honest, losing more states than Joe Biden. But we still have these large delegate counts. California's a prize. Texas is going to be a very big, huge win when he clinches it. So if he clinches it. So yeah, we're just here with the campaign, here with the people, on the ground, trying to see if bring home all the delegates that we. And yeah, we still need funding to go to Michigan. We still have tons of other states that we need to visit. So please donate to Status Coup. Join as a member. It's only $5 a month. We start at $5 memberships. We give you behind the scenes. We provide interviews on the ground, like you see. All the other news outlets that were here earlier, they've been shut down. They've all since gone home. We're still here. We've been going live for about 4 hours, and we're still going live. This isn't easy. I make it look easy because this is I'm very passionate about. But no, it's a lot of hard work, and we really do appreciate all the support that you guys provide. So just keep watching Status Coup. Join us, member, if you haven't already. We're still trying to reach 1,800 members, so please join. Hit the subscribe button, press like, and share it to everyone you know. And spread the word of Status Coup and what we're trying to do here on the ground. It's very important for independent media. It's very important because we're being suppressed, by CNN, MSNBC. They compete with us. We're competing with not only bigwigs, but with YouTube. YouTube itself is trying to suppress us. So, the more people that join as a member, the more we can climb above the YouTube algorithm and actually prove that we mean something to the people, that the news and the news gathering that we do is very important, and that you guys make it undeniable with your memberships and your donations and your super chats. So keep it going. Let's keep this going. And I really appreciate, once again, all your support. I'm going to pass it back to Jordan.
So Biden is now up by 2 in Texas with 61% of the precincts reporting. So Biden is up by 2. Biden is up by 2 in Texas with 61% of the precincts reporting. Hey, even if Biden wins Texas by a little, right now the delegate split is 20 for Biden, 20 for Bernie. So even if Biden wins Texas by a narrow margin, he's not going to get the delegates he needs there. We are 30 members away from 1,800. 30 members away from 1,800. Wow. Welcome, new member, Shireen. We are now 29 members away. 29 members away from 1,800. I think I've been going live for, I don't know, I've kind of lost track. I think we've been live for 4.5 hours. I'm just going to keep going until I can't go anymore. So keep signing up. We've got to hit 1,800. Lickety split. So 29 members away. With Texas, there is still there's still 39% of the precincts left to report. So Bernie still can get in the lead. Biden is currently up by only 23,000 votes. Texas is huge, so Bernie could definitely retake the lead in Texas. Jen, when you have a chance, send me what the numbers are in California right now as well. That would be very, very helpful. Hey, how you doing? Keep signing up. Keep in the super chat. If you stay live with me, even late on the East Coast, I'll stay with you. Statuscoup.com/join. Come over here. What's your name?
Hi, Jordan. My name's Nick. I doubt you'd remember with all the people you've talked to, but I talked to you live a couple times on your Sunday streams on YouTube. I call myself Protectobot.
What?
Protectobot, like a transformer. And actually, just a quick background information on that. I'm not a huge person for inspirational quotes sometimes, but one that really meant something to me was the Protectobots are a small group of Autobots. They're emergency vehicles. They save people's lives. They look at humans as they're somebody they want to protect. And they form a giant robot of 5 of them called Defensor. And Defensor, he says, as long as one innocent being is threatened, none are truly free. And I thought that was beautiful. And I'm trying to think of something you haven't said earlier. I was on the bus on my way over here. I was almost at Fairfax, and you were looking for people to talk to, and you said, do I have somebody rambunctious? And I lost the silly sticker on my forehead. I take voting very seriously, upside down sticker, but I just really wanted to meet you and thank you. I've donated to you a couple times. I'm a white guy from LA, but like you say, you care about people from other parts of the country, other parts of the world. I say we're all in this together because I donated to you 2 times and I'm going to become a Status Coup member tonight.
Yes.
Another Nick. Yes, I can do that. And the reason is because I see poor people who don't have basic clean water in Flint, Michigan, and that there are worse cities in this country in terms of clean water. They can't take a shower without getting skin conditions, cancer, brain damage. Like you said on your show before, kids are forgetting letters of the alphabet. How can we have to stick up for the most vulnerable, weakest people in the world. Like, America's about the people that are the yearning masses, huddled masses, yearning to be free. And as we talked about this, I like watching your show, Jimmy Dore. I try to make sure that I'm getting as many different perspectives as possible with the independent media. We've got Jimmy Dore, Kyle Kalinske, Mike Figueredo, Humanist Report, David Dole, Lee Camp, Redacted Tonight, RT, Crystal Ball. They're all great. Tim Black, Benjamin Dixon, So, because when I go to the corporate news, all I hear is obvious bias. And I can fact check Jimmy Dore and I'm like, he's right. I can't believe it. I can just go on a regular corporate YouTube channel and I see what they're talking about, and it's nonsense. They lie to our faces. They're so brazen with their lies. They don't care. And when I see what they're saying, and then I look at the comments on CNN, on MSNBC, on Fox News, and it's predominantly supporting Tulsi Gabbard, Bernie Sanders, Mike Gravel, somebody progressive, sorry, and I'm a blabbermouth, so yeah, thank you, buddy. So yeah, when I see all the different perspectives from across the country coming together, for example, when Jimmy Dore talks about the Electoral College, side issue, you know Adam Green recently, right? The Elizabeth Warren surrogate said we need to have ranked choice voting for the for the primary. Now the Democrats care about ranked choice voting. Where was that before? And it's not so much that the Electoral College is so important to get rid of. I personally think it is. I can have a debate with people again on the other side. But my point is, like Ron Placone said on the Jimmy Dore show, he said it's an insult to people to suggest that everybody in a rural state in a certain part of the country has the same opinion. California has a lot of rural areas. We do not necessarily all vote the same. I know we have corporate parts of this state as well, like a lot of the country, but we have a lot of diversity. We are a great melting pot in the best sense of the term. We have people from all walks of life. We have people that come here as refugees because of our drone strike program, right? With Obama, with Trump continuing it. And 90% civilian casualties and deaths. And then, I forget that report that was kind of not really talked about much in the corporate news. Afghanistan and Iraq, they were killing how many millions of kids and civilians? And they tried to sweep it under the rug. The general said, we don't know who the enemies are. We don't know who we're targeting.
They were actually making the generals spend $3 million a day. Doesn't matter what you were spending it on.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, exactly. When McCain was alive, I didn't even know about this. He was carpet bombing Cambodia, and they say you're not supposed to speak ill of the dead. But there's
you could speak ill of that one.
Yeah, there's a lot to say about this. And I'm trying to. My mom is a Bernie supporter like me, but she might vote. I forgot. I said, Mom, she might be watching me right now, actually. I told her. I said, Mom, I know we have a difference of opinion on things. I don't know if I can vote for anybody besides Jill Stein, a write-in for Bernie. If he's cheated again, and Mom, Jordan, charitable Sheridan here, who's a charity and a blessing, not trying to, pump your ego too much. And Jamal, right? Thank you, buddy. Yeah. So, and Jen Dyes, anyway, I'm just so glad you're here all the way from New York. I was dying to see you. It's one of my days off. I've been working. I'm just a regular guy, and working in fast food. I was doing graveyard shifts at McDonald's. What are they called? For over 2 years, and I covered some more graveyard shifts for a friend because his mom was in the hospital. They didn't know how much they could. He was worried he wouldn't have enough medical bill coverage to help his mom with a hernia operation, checking her blood sugars, dialysis, or not necessarily dialysis, but diabetes, all kinds of issues. I mean, what do you say to somebody in this country that needs Medicare for all? My mom was paying $32,000 a year. I'm making about, honestly, I'll tell you myself, I'm making, as a crew member at McDonald's, I make $1,800 to $1,900 a month right now. My mom needs about $4,000 a month to pay bills right now. She had hand surgery. Turns out she had childhood arthritis. She has carpal tunnel. She had hand surgery. It's really hard to get a job right now. And the American dream says, you've got hardworking, talented people. Assuming that you're lucky to have a talent and find your talent, that's not enough anymore. Where is the American dream that everybody talks about? When refugees come here, like they say, literally without a nickel in their pocket, and they're trying to make a name for themselves, they're trying to provide a better future for their children. And things are getting worse. And when I tried to vote for that amendment, I think in 2018 in Santa Monica, LA adjacent, to keep rent control or establish it, and there were signs in my neighborhood in Palisades. I'm in the mobile park area, so it's cheaper, When they're talking about how they're saying, oh, rent control, it's gonna backfire. What do you mean it's gonna backfire? They're gaslighting us. And I need to come out to Bernie's coffee shop and see I'm not alone. There are a lot of people that feel the same way as me. We are the numerical majority, not in terms of power. We are the numerical majority, and we're trying to get our word out. We've got so many issues. We can disagree on the social issues. We can work on that. But this is, as we've all said, right, this is class warfare.
Hold on one second. Hold on. Welcome new Status Coup member Chris. Welcome new Status Coup member Elizabeth. We are now 26 members away from 1,800. Let's fucking go! StatusCout.com/join. Become a member for as low as $5 a month. I really can't even feel my legs. I'm so stiff. This guy's inspiring. StatusCout.com/join. Keep signing up. We ain't getting off till we get 26 more members. So sign up. I don't care if I gotta miss my flight. Sign up. StatusCout.com/join. I also want to let you know, California right now, Bernie is up by 9 points. Bernie is up by 9 points with 24% of the precincts reporting Bernie Sanders up by 9 in California. Michael Bloomberg is actually in second place in California. Biden in third place. Warren in fourth place. She does not meet the 15% threshold so far. By the way, the latest CBS delegate count for how many delegates people are going to have by the end. Biden 395, Bernie 310, Bloomberg 31, Buttigieg 26, Warren 19. So I don't know if Jen, is that delegates tonight or the overall for the entire campaign? If it's the entire campaign, Biden is up 395 to Bernie's 310, but that's a lot better than it was in 2016. And you have a lot of favorable states coming up for Bernie after Super Tuesday. So I also want to point out, we're going to come back to you in a second, how pathetic the numbers are for Elizabeth Warren. In Massachusetts, among LGBTQ voters, Bernie 40%, Warren 28%. Among female voters in Massachusetts, Biden 34%, Sanders 26%, Warren among female voters in Massachusetts 24%. Third place. Among non-white voters, Warren's in third place in Massachusetts. Among age 18 to 29, Warren's in third place in Warren's tied with Biden among age 18 to 29 in Massachusetts. So just a crushing performance, yet she refuses to get out of the race. And Texas, with 64% reporting in Texas, Biden is at 30.6%, Bernie's at 28.2%. So Bernie is currently little over 2 points down. So, and keep signing up, statuscoup.com/join. Let me get my water. So for you, because all I hear from the corporate media is about the booming economy. Things are booming. The last debate, the first question they asked to Bernie was, the economy is great. So what's the point of your revolution? You're a fast food worker.
40, but I'm in my 40s. They say the average age of a fast food employee is 29. I'm older than that. I've got coworkers in their 60s working in fast food 5 times a week. Most of my coworkers, I got to be honest, they're working more hours than me. I might be doing the graveyard shift in the kitchen. We might be understaffed. But the working people are the ones that run the economy. See, here's my issue. I wanted to say something that I haven't exactly heard anybody say yet, that when you look at who's running the economy, the rich people, Bloomberg, whoever it is, they don't do everything by themselves. Rich people do not take care of themselves. They don't raise themselves out of childhood into adulthood. They don't run everything by themselves. They don't perform their own brain surgery on themselves. We're just asking for a fair, whatever that is. We can argue on what's fair. We just want a fair share of the wealth. And it's not about being rich. It's about not worrying about where your next meal's coming from. It's about being able to pay your bills. It's about not worrying about getting sick. Got to keep your throat hydrated. Yeah. I mean, it's about even Bill Maher with Real Time, who was endorsing Klobuchar. She was talking about, Bill Maher was talking about how he knows the environment's important. As he likes to say, when I used to watch his show, and unless he has progressive guests on, he says, my generation, the boomers, we've had our fun with the planet. But unless these rich people are literal monsters and don't need to breathe oxygen, we've got to do something about the environment. We've got these wildfires in my home state of California in the winter because of the gushing winds fanning the flames around. Paradise is lost. I never heard of it until it was gone. I have a neighbor who lives across the street from me in Palisades in the mobile park. A nice guy, actor. He's from Australia. They have fires in about half the country. They've lost, over 500 million wildlife? Not to mention people's homes. And they said the prime minister is a little bit like our president, our so-called president, because they're not doing enough to help people. And my question is, it's totally rhetorical. How many people are the rich people going to let be sacrificed for their short-term profits? It was just a theory I had by myself. Like Bernie says all the time, what's more important, the future of the planet or short-term profits? These rich people think they can just pass on their money, whether it's Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell, whoever. They think they can pass on their inheritance, their life savings to their grandchildren. But what kind of planet are their grandkids going to inherit? Are they really going to be that well off? All the money in the world is not going to protect the ozone layer and keep us safe, clean, and as Mike Figueredo says in the Humanist Report, I try to educate myself, right? He says climate change is also a refugee issue. It's a minority issue. You have people from the Middle East, as Jimmy Dore likes to say, the drone strike program, bombing in this country, selling weapons to Saudi Arabia to create a genocide in Yemen, right? I can fact check a lot of this. So if my mom or somebody says, where do you get your information? I get it from Jordan, I get it from Status Quo, I get it from a lot of sources, and every time I check, oh my God, it's not hyperbole, as Jimmy Dore likes to say.
Well, I also think there's a difference between if I get something wrong, I correct it.
I want to get it right. If I make a mistake, what is this idea that telling the truth and admitting your mistake? Bernie said, I voted for the Afghan war because I thought it was the right thing to do, and he said I was wrong. He said Barbara Lee, I think, was the only person in Congress who said that's a bad idea too. We've been misled, we've been gaslighted, we've been misinformed. We want to get it right, and admitting you're wrong and getting it right and trying to showing some integrity. How can anybody have a problem with that? That is not a sign of weakness. Doubling down like Trump or the corporate Democrats is a mistake. We have to fix our mistakes. We don't want, after Soleimani was assassinated, what did Iran do? If they're such a threat, they wouldn't have given us a warning that they're going to bomb our overseas, embassies, military bases that are unoccupied, give you a warning. And some people say, oh, Trump knew what he was doing. He actually, I don't know if he actually apologized, if he ever does, but he said this was a mistake. I shouldn't have done that. But he's got John Bolton. He had John Bolton in his ear. He had Mike Pompeo in his ear, and they're warmongers, and they're working for Raytheon, Boeing. I mean, I don't know how much I'm repeating what other people say. My main issue is rich people need us. They can talk about giving, air quotes, giving a job to poor people or middle class and working people. No, you're hiring us. You need our labor. You need us to keep your companies running for you. And and as Bernie says, Jeff Bezos, Amazon owner, did not pay for 2 years, right? No, $0 in federal income taxes. How is that fair? He's not providing a free service to people. I don't care if you can get overnight shipping on Saturday night to get your iPhone fixed or something. He has to pay his fair share of taxes. Can you imagine how much more money you would have if you didn't have to pay income tax every year? And the whole thing about Social Security. I mean, I don't want to blab too much.
Right, 1 second.
Yeah.
Welcome new Status Quo member Sean. 25 members away from 1,800. I think we're heading on hour 5 live. We might break some records here tonight. StatusQuo.com/join. Sign up for as low as $5 a month. Makes a huge difference. Listen, let's see what's coming up next. We have, let me get it. We have on March 10th, Idaho, Michigan, Mississippi, Missouri, North Dakota, Washington. We'd like to be in Michigan. We need funding to do it. This is all very expensive. Then you look at March 17th, Arizona, Florida, Illinois, Northern Marinas, Ohio. Those are key states. Ohio, Florida, Arizona on the 17th. Money don't grow on trees. I can't print money like the government does for war. And we don't have any corporate funding. I don't want the bankers' money. I don't want the fossil fuckers' money. I don't want big pharma, big real estate, Silicon Valley, Koch brothers, George Soros, plutocrats funding the Democrats, plutocrats funding the Republicans. We won't take your money. We refuse. We need your hard-earned money. StatusQuo.com/join. 25 members away from 1,800. I want to ask you, to me, you're 40, you're working at Mickey D's, which nothing to be ashamed about. But there's a lot of people like you. There's a lot of people that are 50, 55, working at Burger King, McDonald's, Amazon, that used to have pretty nice job with benefits before it was sold to China, Mexico. And I'm not deeming China and Mexico because they're exploited too in those countries. But Joe Biden has been behind most of this. Not single-handedly, but, this bullshit, middle-class Joe Biden, NAFTA, TPP, Glass-Steagall, the bankruptcy bills, Iraq, the Patriot Act, deregulating derivatives. He worked with McConnell he pushed Obama to extend the Bush tax cuts. He's been wrong on almost every single policy. Yeah, and let's not forget, listen, straight up, the man he doesn't know what day it is. He doesn't know what state he is in. He doesn't know what office he's running for. He's telling his voters to vote on Super Thursday. this is not me, mocking someone. This is me saying iceberg right ahead, because Donald Trump is going to eat his lunch. So on the policy, he's the worst contrast to Donald Trump, and just on energy and wherewithal, this is a train wreck if you want to defeat Donald Trump.
Did they still suspend? Is your Twitter account still suspended?
They reinstated it after there was a shitstorm from other people.
Oh man! And you're just reporting facts. Yes. You're showing integrity.
And by the way, just 1 second. I don't want to dramatize like I'm not in jail. I was put in Twitter jail. There's people in real jail. But
community, we have an announcement.
we are already in an information war, and if Twitter and YouTube are going to now be fishing around to be the arbiter of disinformation, then we're all fucking screwed, because they cannot, big tech should not be deciding what is and isn't disinformation, and Twitter and YouTube and all of these are public utilities and should be regulated as public utilities. Whatever, I was suspended for a few hours. I'd probably be suspended still if other people didn't cause a shitstorm. But I accurately quote what Joe Biden said, and it's somebody reported it, probably his campaign, and I'm put in timeout. I mean, should he be put in timeout since he's the one who said it?
I think it's a good sign, not to keep quoting other progressives, but not to try to steal their lines, but like when Jimmy Dore says you, and Jimmy Dore and other progressives are scaring the establishment, the MSN, the status quo. You are starting to develop real grassroots power, and they don't like that. And what's crazy to me is, no matter how rich you are, you're not going to be if you're mega rich, as I call filthy rich, you're not going to be suffering compared to no matter who's in office. So when I see celebrities endorsing, they're good celebrities like Mark Ruffalo, they understand the roots. They want everybody else to have the opportunity that they had. Oh, and I almost forgot. A key word for me when it comes to wealth and anywhere in as I call it, the planet, the universe. Rich people that have made it, they claim to be self-made as close, I call it interdependence. We're all dependent on somebody, someone, something to survive. We can't do it all alone. The billionaire class, they will turn on each other. We here are all trying to be united and stand together and support each other. We're not trying to spread the suffering. We're trying to ease it. But luck is a key factor for anybody who's made it. My mom is a children's book writer and illustrator. Some of her books were read aloud in YouTube videos. She had one story that was put on Reading Rainbow with LeVar Burton, as I call him, from Star Trek. She almost won, they have a Newbery Prize for writing, I believe, and a Caldecott Prize for art. It was down to 3 judges. Which of 2 people, my mom or the other candidate, gets her book put in print forever, gets about $250,000 cash prize back in the 80s and 90s. Who else in this country or anywhere that's not rich could have a real impact in their lives with $250,000? My mom was that close, but because she only won one of the 3 judges, because of a lack of luck, her talent wasn't rewarded the same way. It's like, I have this analogy with the best schools, that there's a quota or a limit also. Harvard, Yale, any school, good or not, no matter how smart you are, there's only a room for so many people. If you have a 5.0 GPA with AP classes in high school, and they all have 5.0 GPAs, the one guy with a 4.9, is there no place for him? There's got to be a place for everybody. When somebody wins a marathon, as Jerry Seinfeld makes a joke, he says you have the person in first place, nobody remembers the guy in second place, the guy literally won by a nose or stuck his hand out and broke the ribbon. But there has to be a place for everybody. When you hear about free market capitalism, people say, so almost like capitalistic Darwinism, where survival of the fittest, you're telling me nobody else deserves to compete? And we're squashing the potential of people to succeed later on. And the same thing with refugees and immigrants that need a pathway to citizenship. I don't know all the terms and the terminology, but we could be limiting ourselves as a species, as humans, if we don't give everybody a chance, whether it's to be in this country, other parts of the country, people that are stuck, as David Dole, the Rational National says, people that can't leave their job because they have good health benefits, but they hate their boss or their work. Their creativity is being stifled. We have to give people a chance to reach their potential. Right now, I'm trying to help my mom pay bills through no fault of her own. She's not able to get full-time work. She's applied to about 600 jobs in the last 5 years. She almost got a job as a teacher, but they only had room for one candidate in a private school. That could have taken care of all her bills. I'd be able to move out of my apartment again, but I could still be in touch. I don't just want to see people survive. I want to see people thrive. And I don't have to agree with you I don't even agree with myself all the time. My views change. I want everybody to have a chance, because no matter how well you know somebody or not, you don't know how you're going to feel in the future. You don't know what you're missing out on. Not to be paranoid, but anyway, I could go on forever.
1 second. And by the way, to the folks messaging me, I'm okay. Don't worry. Have no worries. I'm standing strong. I'm totally healthy. Not going to faint. Don't you worry. I'm getting a couple worried messages from some people. I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's tell you, Texas. 68% of the precincts reporting Biden is up a little less than 2 percentage points in Texas, with 68% of the results. So that's 30.6 for Biden, 28.9 for Bernie, Bloomberg at 16.6, Warren at 11.6. Welcome, new status quo member Violetta, beautiful name. 24 members away from 1,800. So let's keep going, baby. I'm ready to keep going if you're ready to get me to 1,800. Let's keep going, keep signing up. By the way, Violetta. Okay, so that's 24 members away. I implore you, it's pretty damn good that we have 1,200 people watching at almost 1 a.m. midnight. That is exciting. Almost 1,200 people watching at 1 a.m. midnight. Do you see any other outlets with the people? I do not. So listen, if you don't have $5 to your name, that's fine. If you can't sign up, we get it. We don't want to make your situation worse. However, if you do, I think it's a lot better to fund actual independent journalism. If you're seeing what's going on, there is an information war out there. MSNBC anchors were creaming their pants tonight when North Carolina, they called it right away. Virginia, they called it right away. They were basically doing, jumping jacks for Joe Biden. This is the programming that is why the status quo remains. That's why I think you need independent journalists on the ground. I mean, the bottom line is, it's not like we're going to elect Bernie Sanders. I don't consider that my job. What I do consider my job is to counter the propaganda and give voice to. I mean, this guy's never going to be on CNN. You're just not. The New York Times isn't coming to quote you. Maybe when it's in vogue, they will in 5 years when they realize, when everybody starts copying what we're doing. But I think it's so important because not you literally, but people like you, kind of put to bed this narrative that, wages are going up and the economy's booming and whatever. And why is it that somebody at 40 years old needs to be working at McDonald's while struggling yourself, putting your limited salary to your mother, who through no fault of her own. I mean, these are the stories that are going on all over the United Corporations of America, and you don't really hear them. And that's why, I actually don't think the boomer generation is necessarily selfish. I think they don't have a prism of how bad it really is. Joe Biden a couple years ago said about millennials, "Give me a break." The complaints. Give me a break, Joe Biden said to millennials. Because a lot of these older voters, when they went to college, what is it, $500 a semester, for tuition? And I'm not, we have older voters in our audience that are great. So they're not all out of touch, but most of them are establishment. They weren't, when they got out of college, there were jobs. and they didn't, there wasn't this intricate for-profit healthcare system in the 1970s. When they got out of college, there was jobs, and they didn't have to worry about their jobs being sold to Mexico and China. That came later. So it's just like when I see Joe Biden saying we don't need a revolution, we need results, he's speaking directly to the older people that he, the Democratic Party, MSNBC, the Washington Post have programmed to basically drink that steady diet of gradualism.
Oh, it's terrible. I mean, that's a perfect example. When my mom graduated from UCLA, her public education was almost free.
Huh? Yeah, come on.
Oh, go for it. Yeah.
What's your name?
Mi nombre es Sofia Quiñones, and I think we have to stay vigilant that even though they may call it tonight for Bernie Sanders, California, wake up, Los Angeles, wake up. That's 15% from LA going down south. That's a lot of delegates. They may call it tonight for Bernie, and a few days from now, take it away. So we have to be vigilant, canvass the vote, occupy the LA County Register Voters Office, the Secretary of State's office, and make sure they don't steal California.
What's your name again?
Sophia, see you at the LA County Register's office. Occupy the LA County Register's office. Occupy the Secretary of State's office. They're not going to steal California.
You heard her. You heard her. I'm not fucking with her. I'm not fucking with her. Come on.
Yeah, so, yeah, it's insane because wages, as Kyle Kulinski, I'm keep quoting, as Secular Talk says, wages are stagnant. You know, I'm almost at $15 an hour. I think I can say that. I mean, it's the truth. But
if they do anything, I'll come in.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, exactly. But yeah, it's just when I think about the struggles my mom is going through to get work right now, because she found a ton of jobs online, and most jobs you apply online now. You don't go and just drop off a paper application to stores and companies anymore. When she was applying, she found jobs where you need a PhD or a master's, and the pay is for somebody with like a high school education. What are they? All these companies, I don't know if they can't afford it, if I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, or they're being cheap and they know that people are desperate and they're going to pay them below the normal wage that it used to be, even adjusting for inflation below what the wage should be. They want all these computer program skills, all these qualifications, and then how are you supposed to pay for it if you have to drive long distance, wear and tear in your car, losing your free time commuting, gas prices, all these issues. And
By the way, I like Los Angeles. The fucking traffic, absolutely not. You can't pay me to live here. It's absurd. It's absurd. I mean, literally, to drive 5 miles, it takes me 45 minutes to an hour. It's absurd, and people have to do that to get to work. And people can't afford to live close to LA proper. So if their jobs are in LA proper, they got to live 2 hours away. You're talking about a mind-numbing. I mean, it's great for me. They can listen to Status Coup in the car, but I mean, that's insane to have to spend so much of your time driving.
Yeah, I mean, I just take the bus. I don't really want a car. If I could afford one, maybe. But after seeing the problems my mom has had with her car, it's hard to, when your mom's car is rear-ended. I mean, not rear-ended, but hit by a Ralph's delivery truck. Sorry, not to put Ralph's on the spot. Edit that out. I don't know. But the delivery guy backs into your car, jackknifing, backing up, and then you're trying to take on a huge corporation. I mean, I'm sure they're good people working whatever, but
corporations are people,
Oh yeah. Oh, just ask Mitt Romney. He knows all about that. Yeah. So when a corporation doesn't want to pay for your damages and they're responsible, they're liable for that, I guess. People sometimes say, oh, a poor person needs to sue a rich person. I got a perfect example of this. Mom, I don't want to put you on the spot here, but I'm talking about standing up for justice. And my mom was threatened by somebody in her neighborhood, and she sued with a little financial help from my aunt, her older sister, to pay for depositions and all that. She had to sue the guy to leave her alone because the guy comes from money. And a lot of the time, not just in this country, but a lot of countries, justice is bought. And it's really hard because the burden of proof, I understand, the burden of proof is on the prosecution. The guy wound up moving out of the park. I'm talking about somebody, I call this person an it. This is like the corporate elites. They're not human to me. Maybe that's childish. I don't say he or she, I say them, it was threatening my mom at night, trying to chase her into her house. This guy was threatening little old ladies, strangling people's dogs in public. She saw once in a pet shop, trying to kill her pets in public, and then says, "Oh, I come from a wealthy family. That my daddy who's still alive, who's nuts. Also, you know, I don't know, it's genetics. You know, another just, you know. Anyway, is getting to live rent free. Is able to buy a drug expunging of the guy's records, and then my mom sues, wins the lawsuit, and loses money. And I look at the judge and I say, can she get back that $7,000 she had to invest a year in advance? It's not that easy for a person with less money to sue an elite person or a huge company. When you see ads from Walmart where they have people, the supposed employees or paid actors, and they're saying, "Oh, I don't need a union. I want to fight Walmart or co-op, talk to them on my own terms." How easy is that? And when somebody says Bernie doesn't get things done, but first of all, you see all the opposition he's had. He felt like he had to caucus with the Democrats because he was an independent basically for 40 years of his political career, and they won't let an independent into the system, the two-party system, to make it to get the progressives separated from the corporatists and just bring out the Justice Democrats. You know, when you see that, and you have the Republicans and the Democrats being bribed by rich donors and corporations.
By the way, tonight, as Joe Biden was winning these states, millions have been pouring in from Wall Street, and they've announced several new fundraisers for Biden to do over the next few days, all max donation fundraisers. Max donation is $2,800, which indicates that's Amy donors going to Pete, that's Pete going to Biden, that's Pete donors going to Biden, Beto donors going to Biden. I'm sure Booker, Harris will jump in. So the bourgeoisie is going to Biden as he wins these states and claims to be middle-class Joe.
Yeah, that's such a joke. I mean, everybody knows about Warren backpedaling, saying she'll take dark money in the general election.
One second. Sorry. Welcome new Status Coup members, Eric and Amy. 23 members away. Let's go, baby. We need to hit 1,800. My legs are very, very stiff. My throat is okay. We'll see what happens. Need 23 more members. Let's go lightning round. Statuscoup.com/join. Maybe I'll rap if we get to 1,800. I'm ready to do some crazy shit. We got to get to 1,800. Statuscoup.com/join. Keep signing up. We got 1,200 viewers and it's 1 a.m. on the East Coast. So keep signing up. As far as I know, we're the last men and women standing here. I don't know any other outlets that are still alive. So keep signing up. Jen, keep sending me Texas if you have a chance. And give some love to Jen behind the, she's home, but she's working hard to get us the updates and all that good stuff. You know, something that I find amazing is, Pete Buttigieg runs his whole campaign. We need to turn the page. New generation, next generation. Biden's, this generation is the problem. I endorse Joe Biden. Amy, Biden, she's more competent, this and that. All these people, their entire case they made goes out the window in 24 hours, and they endorsed the guy that they were basically, their whole campaign was against. Warren, who says she's a progressive, is getting clobbered in her own home state, and she refuses to listen, unless there's a backroom deal that I don't know about. I asked somebody that I know in Bernie's campaign today. As far as that person knows, there's no deal with Bernie and Warren. It just seems to me that Elizabeth Warren, I don't know if this is she feels wronged. I don't know. But at this point, it just seems very small to stay in. And I think there's nothing wrong with dropping out. There's nothing wrong, she doesn't have to endorse Bernie right away if she doesn't want to. But, at this point, you have said your strategy is to win the nomination in a highly undemocratic way.
Yeah, I really doubt, I don't want to be a negative Nick, but I really doubt that Elizabeth Warren is going to endorse Bernie. I'm pretty sure she's going to go with Biden. She just does what's best for her career. She, as people like to say, I didn't think about this that often, but she's probably trying to get a cabinet position, like whether it's Secretary of Defense, War, whether it's Secretary of State, whatever, or some kind of, or in charge of, like, okay, what does she accomplish? The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, as you said earlier today. I mean,
Before she was a senator.
yeah, I mean, but she took corporate money and then poured it into her campaign, and then she said, I'll take super PAC money. But the whole point is, these rich people, yeah, they're banking on which candidate's going to win, but they're all pretty much interchangeable. They have a slightly different face and slightly different terminology, but they all pretty much have the same theme in mind. So the idea that rich people are trying to be altruistic and donate to help other people, when their profits go completely against that, I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to understand if it's like sociopathy, if it's psychopathy. I'm not trying to blame it on a psychological condition.
It's power, that's what it is.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, I can't imagine having that much power.
Secretary of Selfies, somebody just wrote. Right. She wants to be the Secretary of Selfies. 1 second. We got 1,100 people watching still, so keep it coming. Also, Texas, with 70% of the precincts reporting in Texas, Biden is up by 2 points. Right now, the delegates are split 20-20. So if Biden wins by 2 points, good for him. He's going to get the same number of delegates as Bernie. And by the way, Biden was up by like 15, 20 points in Texas like 3 weeks ago. So, you know, Burners would like him to win. But even if he comes between two and Biden winning Texas, you could thank this cabal of Democrats in the last 48 hours that came together. Bernie was up in a recent poll by 9 in Texas. So this has broken for Biden on the day of voting because of this consolidation. But this is why the Warren point is so important. You know, listen, I'm not trying to be an asshole here, but she cost Bernie Minnesota. She cost Bernie a bigger margin in Colorado. She definitely cost Bernie Massachusetts. Bernie's margin in California would be a lot more if she were not in this race. We could go down the list. When I have more time, I'll go through state by state. She has cost him several states tonight, but she also cost him the margins he would need to, on the long term, clinch the nomination on the first ballot. And you have to ask yourself, why? Is it to have leverage at the convention? I don't really get it. It would be one thing if you came in a second place in some of these states, but if you're coming in third and fourth and fifth, say what you want about Pete Buttigieg, but at least he dropped out. He did so for his own ambitious, greedy little motives, but at least he dropped out. Warren right now, the purpose she is serving is to stop the actual progressive in the race from getting the delegates. And you have to ask why. Because you think he said something mean to you in a private meeting? Because you think his Twitter followers are mean? Like, this isn't fucking, high school. Get over it. Seriously, there's bigger things at stake. The planet, healthcare, coronavirus, the Supreme Court. I mean, the list goes on. Last question, and I think we just got another new member. Hold on. Welcome, new member, Kelly! 22 members away. Statuscoup.com/join. We've been going now for 5 hours, so if you're on the fence, please get off the fence. Statuscoup.com/join. I'd like to hit 1,800 before we fly out tomorrow. We'd like to cover the races on March 10th. Michigan is the top one on March 10th. We'd like to cover on March 17th. You got Ohio, Florida. Then you got Pennsylvania later, Wisconsin. This is a marathon. It's not a sprint. But I'm just being flat out. We do not have the funding to cover all that. So if you want to leave it to CNN, that's fine. If you want CNN to cover these things or other independent outlets, that's cool. I think we should cover it. And we're asking you to fund us as low as $5 a month. Last question.
Yeah, I got people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
what do you think about? To me, Bernie won 72% of young voters here in California. Biden won 5%. You look at these other states, it's the opposite. Biden's crushing among older voters. At a certain point, The difference now is more older voters are voting. So even though Bernie's winning by large margins in younger voters, more older people are consistently voting than younger people. We've seen increases in some states, but by and large, the split, I mean, I don't have it the exact, but the exit poll that I looked at, 67% of the voters tonight were over 45. 36% were under 45. So is it an issue where the young people in this country are so fucking depleted and demolished that it's hard to get more of them out? Or do you think, we're just starting here? And if it was a one-on-one, Bernie versus Biden, he could galvanize more younger people.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm sort of out of touch with people, but in terms of like who's voting and what ages, but I do notice. I'm not trying to be sneaky, but when I'm taking my doggy out for a walk, I'm walking down the street and some of my neighbors have giant TV screens and you can see through their windows flashing corporate media. And I live in a mobile park that used to be a retirement park. So most of the people there are still 55 and older. That was the minimum age requirement 10 or 20 years ago. My mom just made it her birthday a month before to qualify to move in. So there's a lot of older people like in my neighborhood watching corporate media. And when I talk to them, they don't seem to know any of the stuff I'm talking about, independent media. And as for the younger generations, I see a lot of them, they're in school, their parents don't really know what's going on. They have good intentions, but they've been gaslighted a lot. And a lot of younger people, they're focusing on school, ironically, because they like public education. They like free public college. But a lot of the younger people, they're already working like 2 jobs. I have high school kids working with me, 16 years old, that are very ambitious and hardworking, and they're already like they've got work permits, they've got school, they're exhausted. I don't remember hearing about a lot of older generations of people having to go to school or high school or college as compared to these days now. That they didn't use in the older generations, they didn't have to do like 20, 40 hours of work a week. My mom seemed like an exception because she had her, Anyway, her family background, she had to work really hard to earn everything she had. But, I mean, for me, the bottom line is, where do you want your tax dollars to go? You want to expand the military budget? You want bombs, prisons, or do you want healthcare and education? Bombing and healthcare are kind of opposite, saving lives or depleting the lives of the earth. So, it's Nick, and I could go on forever. Thank you so much, Jordan, for everything you do. I hope you're feeling better. Thank you. And I didn't realize there's a line behind me. Jason's next. Right. Thank you so much.
1 second. Hey, 1 second. So with 77% of precincts reporting in Texas, Joe Biden is up about 3 points. So he's widened his lead a little bit. So Biden is at 31.7%. Bernie's at 29.2%. So if Biden wins Texas, by my count, you will have Bernie winning California, Utah, Colorado, Vermont. I don't know who won Maine. So Bernie will win 4 states. Biden will probably win 7 or 8. So Biden's going to win more states. Delegate-wise, he's probably going to win more delegates, but I don't think it's going to be as big a gap. And I also think that California, even though it's been called, people are literally still online in Los Angeles and in many other parts of California. So I don't think we're going to actually know the full numbers in California, honestly, for weeks. In 2016, it took them 30 days to count all the results. So we might not know the final numbers here in California for quite a while. But Biden is up by 3 points. And I think the East Coast is probably good. I don't want. Come on over. So, and remember, keep signing up. I think we're 22 members away. Jen, 22 members away. Keep signing up, statuscoup.com/join. What's your name?
Jason.
Jason, hey, nice to meet you. California for Bernie. Yep. You voted. How long were the lines today in California?
I voted by mail, as the Sanders campaign wanted people to do. Okay. So no line for me. But my roommates were in line. One waited almost 6 hours to vote. The other one is still in line on the 4th hour now. Jesus. Yeah, so I think with the new voting system, they closed a lot of polling locations, unfortunately. So I don't know if, I'm really hoping that the turnout's huge because I don't think anybody's waiting that long to vote for Biden. So
6 hours people were waiting on.
So they got in line at like 3:30, didn't get out of there until 8:30. So.
So Bernie's won California. It looks like Biden's going to win Texas. He's up by 3 points with 77% precincts reporting. To me, the big story here is Warren loses Massachusetts. She's in third place in her own home state. She has taken away from Bernie in a lot of these other states by just being in. Bloomberg has not done so well. Biden has done well because the entire Democratic apparatus has rallied around him in the last 78 hours. What do you think of the fact that Biden has gotten this bounce because, just all of these people dropping out in just 72 hours? It's obviously coordinated, and it's helped them.
Yeah, the South Carolina one definitely blindsided me, as well as all these endorsements on the night of the night before the primary, and they just gave Biden all this coverage. It was pretty much like a coronation for that. It was almost like Biden was an MC at his own retirement party. All these people coming up, giving speeches, and Biden wasn't even the main event. It was other people speaking for him. So even though all these other people dropped out, I'm hoping these next debates give Bernie more speaking time and he's not just getting dogpiled.
More importantly, if Warren wasn't in, it would be a one-on-one between Bernie and Biden. And I say, if I'm a Bernie person, the more time Joe Biden has to talk, the better. He's obviously struggling a bit.
Yeah, I don't know why Warren is in so long. Definitely had a chance when she was at top of the polls. She kind of lost, I think, the progressive vote when she walked away from Medicare for All. I'm hoping that she drops out soon, but it sounds like that's not in the cards. So we gotta play like it's going to happen.
Her campaign is literally talking about her momentum and looking forward to the six other states that vote next week.
When you got momentum, getting third in your home state, you got some nice people seeing the silver lining around there.
And why Bernie for you? What's inspired you about Bernie? How would your life be affected if he were to win?
For me personally, I don't think I would benefit too much directly from his policies. I was lucky enough to have a parent who paid for my college, so I don't have to worry about that. But I think people should have that same opportunity as I did. So I'm more invested in creating a better society, and I think having these strong social programs gets us in that direction, and that just benefits everybody. So of course, I think the biggest issue for me is getting money out of politics. I think that just pollutes every other issue, and Bernie's just the guy for that. So.
And you look at California, the fuckery with the way the provisional ballots, first conditional ballots, you got to specifically request the Democratic crossover ballot. It's basically made so complicated to cause suppression. They decide to use a whole new voting system like in the presidential primary. Some third world countries go smoother than this. What are your thoughts on California and what we're seeing here today?
It's completely botched. It's ridiculous. People are waiting in line, an hour or less, 5 hours, 6 hours. I don't see the need for these electronic voting systems personally. It'd be nice if people were just registered to vote just by being a resident. I don't understand why that's not the case.
1 second. There are very serious data errors being reported in Texas. Kyle Kalinske just tweeted out. Nate Cohen, I think from the New York Times, just tweeted out, I think that the two errors, the 99% counted in Dallas, the Brownsville Biden plus 15,000, largely cancel each other out. But there are real pockets of certain potential Bernie strength yet to report in Austin, San Antonio, and South Texas. Not over until we see more Election Day votes. So basically, Austin, which is a progressive utopia in Texas, is not fully in Texas. San Antonio and South Texas as well. So even though Biden is up by 3 points right now, with 77% of the precincts reporting, there is still more of a Bernie vote to come. And if I'm a Bernie Sanders supporter, honestly, let Biden win by 1%. Who gives a fuck? If the delegates are split, right now the delegates are split 20-20 in Texas. And I don't think many people would have thought Bernie Sanders would even compete in Texas a month ago. Biden was crushing in Texas before everything went to shit for Biden. So what do you see about these other states? Bernie's competing in Texas, obviously one California, one Colorado, one Utah, North Carolina, Virginia go to Biden. Is tonight playing out as you expected?
Definitely not. I was hoping for many more state wins just to better control the narrative. I think it's great that we're still in there delegate-wise, but the coalescing of the neoliberals definitely caught me a little off guard. So I definitely should have expected that, but I thought it would have happened a little bit earlier. But yeah, it's definitely a good sign that people are still, they were waiting in line in Austin still, so a lot of good votes to be counted there, and LA. So I think this California win's going to be pretty huge. So even though we didn't do, I think, as well as we had hoped, I think it's still a good sign moving forward.
And when you look at they're basically trying a brokered convention to take it from Bernie. What would that do as far as the future of the Democratic Party? I don't know a lot of Bernie Sanders supporters if he has the most delegates and they don't give it to him. I don't know many Bernie people that are going to be like, all right, well, fall in line, unity, blah, blah, blah. I don't see that happening.
Yeah, I'm only a Democrat because of Bernie Sanders, so if they take it away from him while he has the popular vote, I'm going to Dem exit like last time. I think either way, if Bernie's not the nominee, I think it's pretty much a game over on climate change. So, Biden's Paris Climate Accord agreement or whatever just doesn't go far enough. We need huge change in order to beat that. So,
what's your name again?
Jason.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Mind if I get a picture?
Yeah, sure.
One more thing. Become a member at statuscoup.com/join.
There you go.
Yeah, it's less than 17 cents a day. Pretty good price for in-the-field independent journalism.
Hey-o.
Yeah, thank you.
Didn't even pay him to say that.
Thank you, Mark.
Speaking of, welcome new member Charles and Janet. 20 members away. 20 members away from 1,800. I'm going to go a little bit longer. Hopefully we can get that 20 members. If not, I tried. But keep signing up. Statuscoup.com/join. Become a member for as low as $5 a month. Miss Desiree, can I ask you a question?
Yeah. I'm looking at the election returns.
Huh?
I'm looking at the election returns.
So you were reporting earlier all over LA. To me, as important as the actual results are, is the narrative that the media sets. Because California is such a fucking disaster, electorally, I mean, I don't think Bernie's going to get the bounce narrative-wise he deserves.
I agree.
Because there's lines that are probably going into the morning.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah. And they're not going to count it for 30 days. So.
Did you guys get any of that on your feed where they were talking about sending volunteers to bring food in? Okay, so.
So they're sending, Bernie people are sending volunteers, food, drink, entertainment.
Like the lines got longer after I did my drive-through because I was there, 6:37? So people were still getting off work and they kept showing up. I would imagine that it would make sense that those hours extended to 3.
But to me, that would indicate a massive Bernie Sanders victory that we won't know about.
Until weeks later. Well, here's the other thing. If they're giving out provisional ballots, which is what I'm hearing, that's going to be a problem because those take a longer time to count. Half of them don't get counted. Well, Erica would say it was up to 80% that get tossed. I don't know what that number is because it's not very transparent. So, this is ridiculous. The state of California, we're supposed to be this progressive democratic state, and we have some of the worst voter suppression in the country. Because all of this is a form of voter suppression, in my opinion. I'm really angry about it right now. It should be very simple to fucking vote. How hard does this have to be?
But I keep saying, I mean, I've been to Flint. Conflict of interest is crazy. I've seen so much conflict of interest all over the country, but like, it goes beyond a conflict of interest when the person in charge of election systems in the state is publicly endorsing Joe Biden, is putting a muzzle. I don't think people understand this. Literally, California poll workers have been muzzled by the Secretary of State to not inform voters on what to do. So if you're, I don't know.
Specifically, they're not allowed to tell them they can have a crossover ballot, which is that's the worst part. And if an MPP voter doesn't know to ask for one, they're going to get a ballot that doesn't have any presidential candidates on it.
Yeah, because the guy working at McDonald's and driving Lyft, he's studied up on the crossover ballots versus the conditional ballots versus the provisional ballots.
It's ridiculous. It is crazy.
Talk about you being from California. The energy here is, I mean, just covering the street corners last night. I mean, this is Bernie country.
We're definitely in Bernie country. Look, I think what they're trying to do right now is just tap down the number of delegates he has out of the state. So they already know he's going to win. They knew he was going to win because it's obvious he's going to win. All the grassroots support here is very strong. But I think they're just trying to tap down the number of delegates out of the deal. That's what this is about now.
And my last question.
Does that make sense?
My last question. What is the dynamic here? Does Bernie Sanders at his campaign need to stop playing footsie and tell Elizabeth Warren publicly, like, what are you doing here? I mean, I hate to be harsh, but like, the time for niceties is over.
I agree. No, I agree. Look, I mean, I love this. I think the niceties were over when she refused to shake his hand during that debate. That was so petty to me. When she pulled her hand back and did what she did there, I think he was genuinely hurt by that. Because
you don't think he was hurt before when she
but I think that was sort of the last, like, wow, because it's just not in his nature to be a vindictive person. He's just a gentle spirit, right? But yeah, at some point the kid gloves are going to have to come off. I mean, she's obviously in it for herself. She's not in it for the movement. It's pretty clear at this point that that's the case. I'm actually a little bit disturbed by something I was looking at. If we could talk local politics for a second. We have a very horrible DA in LA. Jackie Lacey is her name. And she is a very, very much a tough on crime, put people in jail kind of a candidate. In fact, there was an instance about a year and a half ago where Charlie Beck, who was head of the LAPD, even said that this officer should be prosecuted for murder, and she refused to do it. So she's got a lot of quid pro quo going on with the LAPD, etc. But I thought for sure that she was not going to win tonight, and she's right now in first place, and I'm kind of shocked by this. I wanted Rachel Rossi to win. She's the public defender that's running for DA.
And also, I don't know what the results are. Shahid Buttar was running against to advance the general election against Nancy Pelosi. So I'm hoping.
I'm trying to look at that too. So I mean, we're starting to actually in California. They come in late, but we're starting to get stuff in.
Holy cow! Welcome, new Status Coup members, Terrence, Andreas, Abraham, and Jolene. Hit me with the number, Jen. I think that would mean we're 16 members away from 1,800. I'm losing my voice, as you can tell. So keep signing up so I can drink a Corona and go to fucking bed. And I don't like drinking on camera, so I will be drinking off camera. Probably one or two. We got what time's our flight? 8 a.m.? 8 a.m. So,
8 a.m. tomorrow?
Yeah, 8 a.m. So keep signing up, statuscoup.com/join. By the way, I think I have an ear infection too, so I will be going to the doctor. Hey, travel, you've been traveling. It ain't no joke. This is bruising on your body. I'm just trying to keep this business growing because there's something liberating, and you know this, there's something liberating when you don't answer to anybody but the viewer. When you don't answer to anybody but the viewer, you could actually do real journalism. When you have to answer to advertisers or investors or the party, the Republicans or the Democrats and whatever douchey plutocrat is funding you.
Because there was a time when news was a public service. It was a public good. You were actually providing information to people.
Well before I was born.
Yeah, no, but I'm older than you. But I mean, those days are so far in the rearview mirror. It's just really sad.
Well, wait a minute. This is a tease. And by the way, statuscoup.com/join. We're 16 members away. So I don't want you to tell the audience the topic, but did you read the story that Jen and I are working on?
Yeah.
That we're about to release, that I've been teasing to the audience?
Oh, it's good.
You read the story. Without getting into details, would you say this kind of investigative reporting is done these days anymore?
Not enough. Not enough. And you know, part of it not only, there's so many things at play here. Number one, you're dealing with arguing with corporate oligarchy things, manufacturer consent, all that. But also a lot of in my experience lately, a lot of the publications, they don't want to print longer piece or longer format stories. They actually, I've had editors actually say to me, well, our audience, you know, they've got the attention span of 900 words. I don't believe that that's true. I actually have more faith in the American public than that. And it's unfortunate that this is where we're at. I think your piece is amazing. I don't want to, like, I'm trying not to give up, but...
For those that have stuck with us at 1:30 a.m., this is a major investigation about the Flint water crisis. I'm not going to go any further than that, but it's the biggest thing I've ever worked on. Definitely Jen has ever worked on. I don't want to go further because I don't...
You had a great source.
I don't want to give certain people any reason to kill it, but you read it. It's pretty damn good.
And you have a great source there, so.
Last question, because I know everybody's tired. You know, to me, I think the Democratic Party knowingly is preparing to lose to Trump. I think President Obama is a very, very smart person. I think he's looking at Joe Biden. I think he sees that Joe Biden would lose to Donald Trump, and he's pushing him forward. And I have to ask, yes, they all want to keep the money, but in Obama's case,
All right, so
if it's Bernie versus Trump, isn't that the ultimate repudiation of Obama?
Absolutely. So full disclosure here, I actually I was a public policy director for a nonprofit, and I actually worked with his office on a bill when he was a senator way back. I was very disappointed with him as president because the guy that I thought he was a progressive activist. That guy was a progressive activist. I don't understand what happened there. I don't know what the story is, but I look at like what's going on today, and I just am like, I don't know what to say to this because it seems to me that you're correct. It seems to me that they're more comfortable with another 4 years of Trump than they are with Bernie Sanders, and that just doesn't compute in my brain.
I also want to give you an update. This is straight up from a source that just sent me a group chat here in LA. I have witnessed hell in my own eyes today. People were writing in ballots and just tossing them at the table. Everything I am person was a Bernie supporter. Nobody on that street, none of their names was going out. 90% of them were given provisional ballots. This is what's going on in California. 80% of people that walked in after 3 o'clock got provisional ballots. I probably just printed out maybe 10 actual ballots.
Are you kidding? So is this a volunteer poll worker?
Yeah, poll worker.
Did she specify why they were giving them provisional ballots? I'm curious to know about this.
I don't know.
I don't doubt it's true. I believe that that's absolutely true. This happened in 2016 as well. And if you recall, we were actually counting ballots in the state for months after. Months after. It was ridiculous.
Welcome new member Dylan. Heyo. 15. Can you feel it, baby? 15 members away. Let me tell you something. I think when we got to Iowa, I think before we went to Iowa, we were at 1,200 members. We're almost about to hit 1,800. You know, maybe. Because I remember before I started Status Coup, I met with some douchey people that work in corporate media on the East Coast, and they said to me, oh, you want to cover like water stuff and you want to interview poor people?
Yeah,
that's nice, but like you don't make money that way.
No, they can't sell advertising, so they're not interested. But this is what I'm talking about. The actual news shouldn't be about selling advertising. It's supposed to be providing a public service. It's supposed to be about having a commitment to veracity, and those things have just disappeared.
Absolutely. And where can people find your you interviewed Tulsi recently, some other great reports coming up?
Yeah. So District 34, I'm actually on, we're going to get you on there too, is Rockfin. It's ROKFIN. So this is a co-op for journalists. It's much better than YouTube, so
Will they take 30% of my super chats like YouTube?
They will not. That's why they're great.
And by the way, judging by Twitter, who the hell knows if we're gonna even be on YouTube at a certain point.
That's the other thing. Let's talk about that for a second. All of these social media sites, right? It's a difficult situation because they're corporate, they're private, so it's not really a First Amendment law in the sense that the government's telling you what your free speech is. But at a certain level, they need to be regulated more closely because they're part of the, I'm going to use a philosophical term right now. It's part of the agora, which is like the public place where you discuss politics. I think they become so ingrained in how people get news, how people get information. There needs to be something done about this because they can't be willy-nilly and just banning people. It's Facebook, it's Twitter, it's all of them.
But also, the revolving door, so a lot of these people at Twitter used to work on Capitol Hill. A lot of these people at Google used to work in like Nancy Pelosi's office. So it's just one fucking cesspool. And, by the way,
actually, regulatory capture might be one of the worst things that is come out of the corporate oligarchy because this is literally the wolves guarding the den. I mean, these guys, and after they've done this job in government, they go back to the same corporate jobs that they were at before, except now they're getting bigger bonuses.
Well, what's amazing to me, for example, Fox News of all places wrote up the fact that I was suspended for hours. So they wrote it up, thank you to them.
And the Daily Caller.
And the Daily Caller. And by the way, the suspension wouldn't have been lifted unless Twitter, thanks to everyone who threw a shit fit, it wouldn't have been lifted. People threw a shit fit, and then they tell Fox News it was an error. No, it wasn't an error because, they said it was an error. Well, how is it an error if a gazillion other accounts that tweeted the same exact thing, they were not taken out, but my tweet had over, I don't know how many, I think over 1,000 retweets. They take it out. At a certain point, why is Twitter the arbiter of what is information and disinformation? Why is YouTube the arbiter?
It's a problem.
And if they are going to be the arbiter, then we need to regulate it as a public utility.
No, we do, because the problem is
And by the way, you were banned from YouTube over bullshit.
Yeah, I was terminated. My channel was terminated. I was banned from YouTube. Here's the problem. Especially with YouTube. Google is the main search engine that's used in a lot of people. In fact, if you can get off of Chrome, get off Chrome. I advise that. But the problem is they're going to automatically return YouTube videos if you do a video search. They're not going to go to some of the other independent video sites to bring that content back because it doesn't benefit them, right? All of this stuff is so ingrained together and tied to the corporate welfare, or the welfare, well, I guess it is a form of welfare, but they're profiteering that it's become, it's the great misinformation highway at some point. It's not about veracity. It's not about people having equal access to information. It's whatever these corporations decide they want you to see. We have to do something about it because it's dumbing the American population down.
Thank you, Tina Desiree. Wonderful journalist, wonderful friend. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Wonderful. All right. You want to come on? So, I got good news and bad news. The good news is we are 14 members away. 14 members away. Welcome new Status Coup member Arthur. We're 14 members away. That's the good news. The bad news is I got another 10 minutes in me. I'm fading. I think I've been live for 5.5 hours. I'm going to lose my voice. I don't want to get sick again like I had to miss Nevada. So, at a certain point, you got to know your limit. I think 5.5, 6 hours straight is probably my limit. So I'm probably going to end in a little bit. So if we can get 14 more people to sign up, lickety split, I will get on that plane tomorrow. A very, very happy man. So keep signing up, statuscoup.com/join. And by the way, let me explain something to you. If you don't know, you're not just signing up to support us. You get bonus content. We're doing a video call. We do a members call every month. So we have our monthly members call next week with Jen and I. It's through Zoom. It's a video call. You don't have to be on video. You can mute your video if you don't want to be on video. So there's perks in it for you too. But more importantly, the bottom line is if you want to give everyone the microphone, if you want people that will never have a voice in corporate media, if you want to wake up the masses, we just need the funding to be able to do that. What's your name?
Hi, my name is Rick Wallace. I've given you guys a bunch of super chats, so I was tired of watching Status Coup, and now I am on Status Coup, and now it is time for you guys to fucking join up right now. Jordan has been busting his ass off from you since the beginning of this election, and you owe it to him. This man is giving his life for you, goddammit, to give you the most accurate reporting of the flippin' election. You ain't getting it from MSNBC, you ain't getting it from CNN, you get it from Kyle Kulinski, like what, 4 days after the fact? You know, this is here and now. No offense to Kyle Kulinski, you're like my number 2 or my number 3.
Thanks, Ben. You're from LA?
I'm actually from about 40 miles out of LA. I live in small town, Thousand Oaks. If you've heard of it, it probably was because of the borderline shooting. Don't you love, gun policy in America? And yeah, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've been watching you since 2016 on that other channel. You were the best on the ground reporting, the best, since I have.
You could say it, the Young Turk.
The Young Turks. I didn't want to name drop them, but okay.
You know what I love, just so you know the behind the scenes? Since I was fired, whatever, I go to so many places and I'm live and they have the Young Turks on, and it's like the overlords hanging over me. It's like taunting me. No, I'm kidding.
There's always something there to remind me.
Right.
But yeah, you were the best in 2016. I had some, pretty well-educated centrist friends who were like, Hillary Clinton's going to win no matter what. Hillary Clinton's going to win no matter what. And I was like, there's a chance that Donald Trump can win. Like, take that seriously. And there's like, no. And then, even still, which I think is a great analogy for the country, they're still trying to deny it. I'll tell them, hey, what did I tell you about the outcome? It's like, yeah, but, that was different. I think the party is, a lot more unified now. Look at the turnout and everything. People have refused to learn the lesson that we were all there from 2016, and I just want to say, I understand that. We're all scared and afraid of what happened in 2016, collectively, as a country, as everyone. You freaked out, not freaked out, but you understood the severity of a Donald Trump presidency. We all have, and,
I think we have. I think the Democratic establishment does not give a fuck. Because they're putting, this is literally like seeing the water just starting to flood out of the bottom of the Titanic and asking for a taxi cab to the Titanic.
Excuse me, band, could you please play on There's Water on the Peasants?
So it's just like, Joe Biden does not know what office he's running for. He says, I'm Joe Biden, I'm running for U.S. Senate. He doesn't know what day it is. He tells his voters, go vote on Super Thursday.
Which you should have. It wasn't today. You needed to vote on Thursday. No malarkey.
So it's just astounding. And you want to know what's dangerous to me about all this? We're all focused on Bernie right now. I get it, but, fingers crossed, Ruth Bader Ginsburg's not going to live forever. So you got the Supreme Court. The Amazon's on fire. The Everglades are on fire. The wildfires here. You have a man who's using his Department of Justice as his personal fucking mafia. This man unleashed for another 4 years. It's not just the ridiculous tweets. It's the harsh Reagan-esque policies. And with that in front of us, the Democratic Party is ignoring the crowds, the Latino vote, the younger generation, to put somebody who's stuck on 1995. It's just so politically reckless. And then if he loses, who are they going to blame it on? You.
Well, that's what they did last time, right? We've tried to warn them and everything like that. I got up at 6 a.m. in the morning and I was knocking on doors until 8:01. Well, not 8:01, but 7:45, canvassing voters, telling them, hey, if you are registered as NPP, you have to do this in order to have your vote actually counted. No provisional ballots. I was telling voters who didn't even know that, oh shit, yeah, today is the last day. What the hell were you doing? Democratic establishment, what the hell were you doing? You were telling me shut the fuck up and take it. I don't care if your fucking community is on fire, because again, I'm from Ventura County. That was where the Thomas Fire was, which was the first, million-acre fire that we had in the winter. And then the Mendocino Complex fire happened the next year, or at the end of that year. And then the next year, the Paradise, fire happened. That was the deadliest fire in our state's history. And if you know anything about the history of the state of California, yes, the biggest one that happened in, I believe, like 1933, maybe it was like 1889. But, that era where the leading edge of firefighting equipment was a horse-drawn carriage. So, you couldn't really do that much when you had an entire field on fire, which is how we got up to a fire that was over 1 million acres. And then the Thomas Fire blew that record away. The Mendocino Complex Fire blew that record away. Like that. You see, what else does the Democratic Party suck at? Oh yeah, I'm stuck in my fucking parents' house because I can't get a job out here that pays me enough so that I can live on my fucking own and have a car, which is, part of the American dream and part of living in California.
How old are you?
Huh?
How old?
26. January 14th. Fun debate, right, with Elizabeth Warren. Another cool story. Just to explain to the DNC who the fuck they lost, and also Elizabeth Warren. I was a first-time Obama voter in 2012, so you're welcome, Barack. And, I was watching you guys a lot, so I knew what was wrong with Barack Obama, and I knew what Mitt Romney was. So I casted a, semi-enthusiastic ballot for him. Barack Obama, first black president, second term and everything like that. I mean, Mitt Romney is the root of all evil, being the 1% and everything like that. And I thought to myself, gee, who would I want in 2016? Because I want someone who's a little bit better on Obama with financing in the wake of Occupy Wall Street and what he did and did not do about that. And I thought, Elizabeth Warren. And then I became a misogynistic Bernie bro in 2016 when she did not get into the race to, say, hey, we can have a democracy. The Democratic Party is not, the Clinton coronation machine, which is what they're trying to do with Trump in the Republican Party, where they just have it be a political dynasty. And so back to the point that I was making before, here we are in 2020 now, and Elizabeth Warren gave a hell of a birthday gift for me on January 14th, 2020, with that, I think you called me a liar on national TV. I think you called me a liar. Bernie bros, they're so mean. They're trying to trash me all the time with the facts that my demographics are all educated white people who can barely make 15%, but we're going to keep fighting. So give your money at War in 2020 and don't mind my super PAC, which is funded by the fossil fuel billionaires killing us all. I'm a progressive.
Are you a stand-up comedian?
I'm an actor.
Oh, you should try it. You're good. Hang tight for 1 second. Hang tight for 1 second. So, welcome new Status Coup member, Bonnie. And Eli. We are 11 members away. 11 members away from 1,800. Please, for the love of God, I want to drink a Corona and go to bed. 10 more, 11 more, 11 more. Sign up, statuscoup.com/join. Hang tight for 1 second. Hey, how you doing?
A good friend of mine who's also an amazing human being. This is Dr. Ron Birnbaum. He's an advocate for Medicare for All. He also ran for Congress. Or I ran
for the Assembly.
Thank you. Exactly, Assembly. I'm pushing it up a scale. But he's a big Bernie guy. He's with the Doctors for Bernie organization, so he's very well informed on why doctors want to support Medicare for All in the state. So I thought you should talk to him before he leaves.
Hold on. Statuscoup.com/join. Give me 11 more. So, Doc, what does it say to you? Let's move back a little bit. What does it say to you? Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, South Carolina. the majority of voters in each one of those states favored Medicare for all. The states tonight, I don't know every one of them, but several states tonight, majority of those who voted favored Medicare for all. Yet we've been told by the media for the last, I don't know, year, 2 years, this is unpopular. People don't want their private insurance ripped away.
Right. I mean, the question, how that question polls does depend on how that question gets asked. But there's so many things that are very clear, right? Like, we have a failed healthcare system, and people live that all across the economic spectrum, although particularly badly in the lower end of the economic spectrum. So there's a lot of kind of obfuscation with language of, when people say things like they don't want their health care taken away, or they, when certain kind of centrist candidates say things like, oh, if we do Medicare for all, it's going to take away 150 million people's health care. It's really disingenuous, but it's not only just disingenuous, it's a directly deposited talking point of the organized political effort of the health insurance industry. And so it ignores a bunch of things, like basically that Medicare for all would be better. So you'd be going from something that's worse, that's really harmful, to better. But you can frame it as taking something away, right?
The new Yale study said it would save money.
Right. So that's absolutely clear. So if you look at so what is wrong with our healthcare system, I mean, I usually break it down as it's cruel and stupid. So it's the stupid part is that we spend so much more than the rest of the world and get worse results. And the cruel part is that those worse results disproportionately affect some parts of the population, not the others, right? And so it's actually really easy to improve on our healthcare system. Like, when you have something where if you can spend less and still get better results, it looks like that's the right thing to do, doesn't it? And that's what the Yale study, the Galvani study, and also recently the Kai Jim Kahn study that was in Health Affairs. Those looked at years of different economic studies, and time and again it's the same thing. It's cheaper, not more expensive, and it's cheaper because it's not all the extractive losses, right? Like the extraction of the health insurance industry, the extractions of the pharmaceutical industry, and more of the money is actually available for healthcare. And so there's a lot to how we talk about these issues that are important. And so one thing that I think people need to do is, who are committed to Medicare for all, and I'm one of them, is to understand that as much as the Affordable Care Act has so many problems that it's left in place, that it was something of a step forward. And so what I mean by that is, I think people should frame the history in the following way, which is Barack Obama and that effort, which was a grassroots effort, opened a door for universal health care in this country. And it's our job right now to walk through that door. And that's where Bernie Sanders wants to take people. As opposed to just, if you look at all these states which have big African American electorates, and Bernie and Sanders didn't do well. And I think one thing you have to say is, how does talking about healthcare address the emotional connections to the achievements of the Affordable Care Act, which are complicated, but in some cases undeniable. It's just, if you look at our, right now, another case is going up in front of the Supreme Court. So in addition to all the current failures of the system, it remains politically vulnerable, right? Politically and legally vulnerable. But when you look at Medicare, it's politically invulnerable, right? Once everybody's in, it changes that forever. With the solidarity, the social solidarity built into the Medicare program, that's what we want for Medicare for all. And
Very hard to take it away.
Right, exactly. But this remains extremely vulnerable to just, all kinds of stuff. So nobody should rest comfortably with the Affordable Care Act because it fails too many people. But if you shit on it as an achievement, then you're not thinking through the politics very carefully too. And that's how I think. Well, that's my thoughts of the night.
What's your name again?
Ron Birnbaum.
Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Nice talking.
Absolutely. All right, so I want to finish with you. We're gonna wrap up for the night. Oh, we're 10 members away. Oh God.
Do it! Come on! Jordan is dying out here for you. Do it for Jamal. Do it for Jen. Do it for your girlfriend. What's her name?
Anat.
Anat. I'm sorry, but you're barely on camera.
She's asleep. It's okay.
Yes, do it for her because her heart is just dying because this man is putting his life on the line to get us the truth. To get us the truth. That is why you flip and watch this show every day or every hour after you get off work. So come on, join up already.
The good news is, welcome new member Tom. We're 10 members away. Statuscoup.com/join. The bad news is NBC News just called Texas for Joe Biden. Jen, send me the latest numbers when you get a chance. I don't think Biden is winning. If he won Texas, I don't think it's going to be by more than 3 points. So that's, it's a victory, but I also think we need to keep into context. Joe Biden was up by 20 points in Texas like a month ago. So the victories Joe Biden is getting tonight is in large part because Buttigieg dropped out, Amy dropped out, and you also...
Beto O'Rourke was revived from the dead and endorsed him in the spectacular centrist orgy that we witnessed tonight.
So all of these things needed to happen for Biden to win these states. I was a little surprised he won Massachusetts. Warren, again, third place in her own home.
Thank you so much for that, Warren. Thank you so much.
But listen, bottom line, Bernie winning California, very, very important. Bernie winning Colorado, Utah, Vermont. I'm not sure who won Maine. I think it was close. And you want to know something? Texas definitely has a progressive movement. It's definitely becoming more progressive. But listen, Texas is Texas, a conservative state. Bernie even playing ball and competing with Biden. I guarantee you, once the numbers are out, the Latino vote was fucking huge for Bernie Sanders in Texas. So, and the key is, Biden was declared the winner by less than 3 points. So, by less than 3%, they're getting the same exact number of delegates. So why Hillary Clinton ran away with it in 2016, besides the fact that they stole it, was she was winning these states with a lot of delegates by a shit ton. Biden is not doing that. The states he won by a lot tonight do not have Texas-level delegates. So if Bernie's winning, right now I think Bernie's up by 9 in California. If Bernie is winning California by 10 to 15 points, it's a major difference in delegates. If Biden is winning by 2 to 3 points in Texas, he ain't getting what he needs. So that's why the next few states, statuscoup.com/join, we got to fund Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Florida, New York, a couple other states I'm blanking on. Wisconsin. I ain't going to Washington. Nine coronavirus? No, thank you. It's a serious matter, but...
Wash your goddamn hands, folks.
Yeah. So, as we wrap up, if we can get 10 more people, lightning round, I will really go to bed a happy man. Come closer. So the bottom line is this. The media is going to spin it that Biden won, 8 or 9 states to Bernie's 4. Biden's probably going to come away with the most delegates. But at the end of the day, what I think is really important here, assuming Warren does the right thing and drops out, we're getting a lot closer to one-on-one.
Because she has a history of doing the right thing when it counts, right? Remember Standing Rock.
We're getting a lot closer to Bernie versus Biden one-on-one. Because all the establishment's trying to get Bloomberg to drop out too. I say, hey, I'll take my chances with Bernie Sanders versus I don't know where I am, Joe Biden. Because if they have a one-on-one debate for 2 hours, I think Biden's going to struggle.
No. You're completely wrong, Jordan. Biden is the most electable candidate. He's the best candidate. He can unify the party, and he can totally beat Trump. No malarkey.
Welcome.
It's a good thing. Stay in the race, Biden. You won tonight.
Welcome new member Elena, 9 members away. By the way, Texas exit polls. Bernie's beating Biden among white voters, 32% to 29%. Among black voters, Biden is at 60% in Texas, Bernie at 17%, so Biden is cleaning up with the black voters. Among Latino voters, Bernie 45, Biden 24. So Bernie is crushing the Latino vote, Biden very strong among the black voters. So, of course, MSNBC is going to be like, Latino is not really minority. Latino is not really a minority. That's what's going to happen. They are going to diminish the Latino vote and elevate the black vote.
They're only our minorities when they do what we want them to, the DNC will say. Not in those words, obviously.
I'll tell you, I think you got to do stand-up. You're in the wrong profession.
I mean, maybe if people want. Exactly. I mean, I need to get a rig like this, and if people want to see my interpretation of politics for 6-hour streams like you, obviously when you go live like everyone else, right? Come on, guys. Get together, organize, like he was saying.
Welcome, new member Ashley!
Ashley, thank you.
8 members away from 1,800. I believe in miracles. 8 members away. I lied. A couple more. Let's try to get to 1,800. What does it say to you, by the way? Do you ever see, other independent outlets out covering these kind of things? You certainly don't see CNN. Do you see other media outlets in the trenches with the people? Because I see a lot of people from studios, which is fine. There's a place for that. But I don't really see a lot. I was out on the corner of Hollywood and Vine last night.
I watched, of course.
It just seems to me nobody's in the trenches, and that's where the action is. That's actually where you find out what's going on and where the pulse really is. And so few are doing it. I've never understood why, because it really leaves me with no competition, which is great for status quo. But this is where the action.
So CNN, whatever you do, don't get out here in the streets.
Why do you think that is? They're lazy? Okay, 1 second. Why do you think that is? They're lazy? They don't want to show this kind of truth?
Yeah, Jordan. I mean, you've been around all over America. What's in the streets? Homelessness, drugs, poisoned water in Flint, dilapidated houses, and the invisible prison of wealth inequality in itself that you talk about all the time. Why would Rachel Maddow ever, get out with a camera and microphone and put herself into that? I mean, do you think that Chris Matthews could handle 10 minutes on South Central LA with the coronavirus, spreading rampant because
Chris Matthews was just forced to resign, so I don't think he'll be doing anything.
Why, MSNBC? Why? You have denied me in, my mind's eye, the MSNBC Fox version of 2008, where they go into the numbers booth to just make sure that Barack Obama won. Well, actually, that was 2012, so yes.
What's your name again?
Rick Wallace.
Rick Wallace? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm going to have another guest here. Welcome, new member Benjamin. 7 members away. 7 members away from 1,800. Let's make it happen, Captain. I've been wanting to speak with you. Remind us what your name is?
Mel Tilakaratna.
And you have done such amazing work here on the, almost epidemic in Los Angeles. The numbers, I believe, were doubled last year.
The official numbers for LA County is right now we have 59,600 people who are experiencing homelessness. Officially. Unofficially, we estimate like if there was an actual like very comprehensive countdown, more than 100,000.
And what's so striking to me, and I've seen it in Seattle and other cities, you could go 3 blocks away and it's very nice and gentrified, and then you drive 3 blocks under a tunnel, it's just tents after tents after tents. Is this a product of gentrification here, corruption, a whole lot of things? What's causing it in your view here?
That's a good question, Jordan, because the reason you see it more prominently, and it's not just California, it's across the coastal lines. So what you're seeing is a couple of different things. One is when you look at the coastal lines, there's no affordable housing. There's a high demand for renting and buying in California among other coastal cities. So housing isn't affordable. When you're talking about a 1-bedroom being on average in LA, 13 to 1800, it's not affordable for people. And when we talk about $15, LA having a minimum wage of $14 right now, you'd have to work 80 hours a week to afford an apartment. But there's another thing that's happening that's very critical. That is, all the jobs in the middle of the country are disappearing. All our manufacturing, all our industrial jobs are disappearing. And you're seeing an influx of people coming into California for jobs. Now, these are not homeless people. These are people who've been working 10, 20, 30 years, but were laid off, and they are coming to California. Now, when they come to California, they're displacing people from their jobs. So it's not homeless people coming in. Just when you're talking the city of LA, 140,000 people a year are coming into LA. And what that's doing is they're bumping off people who are working over here. So this is a symptom of what America's going through. We have an issue of not having enough employment and, more importantly, living wage paying jobs. And when you combine it with how expensive it is to afford health care, it's a humongous overlapping issue. So what I tell people is this: you get a family of 4 and we talk about it, you know what? Apartments are not affordable, right? A family of 4 has to pay $2,000 for a 2-bedroom, minimum. But what people are not talking about is you're not just paying $2,000 a month for your 2-bedroom apartment because you're a family of 4. You're paying additional $1,200 in healthcare insurance. So now when you look at it just off the bat, a 2-parent home, $3,200 per month in rental and medical care costs. And
you also haven't added, California's got some of the highest gas prices in the country, and people are stuck in traffic for hours.
Exactly, and you know that has other things that contribute within that, and that's like back in the day, you had a lot of people in California living in Lancaster, Palmdale, and driving to LA because it was affordable to live there. But like you said, when you calculate the fuel costs, it's not affordable to live there. By the time they pay that $4 a gallon for all the mileage they're driving, they're literally upside down on their mortgages. So a housing market, not just for the city of LA, but for the whole county of LA, is upside down.
When you look at a lot of the people you meet that are homeless, I think there's a misconception, particularly with older people, that they're drug addicts, they're this, they're that. I met most of the homeless people I've met look like me, and you were just like missed paycheck brought them down, or they got laid off, or their job got offshored. It's people that really are middle class. Not necessarily with drug problems or mental health problems, but like the worker bees. Can you kind of talk about the homeless people you meet?
So that's a scary thing, Jordan. It's not the people who missed a paycheck. They didn't miss a paycheck. Their rental rates overtook how much they bring in a month. So they're still working. A lot of the people we come across, we have mobile showers for the homeless in LA. It's called the Shower of Hope. We have people who come in, take a shower, and go to work. We have safe parking lots where people sleep in their vehicles. They go to work, they come back. You get gig workers like Lyft, Uber drivers. You get people going to regular retail jobs. Problem is, we're in this economy where a retail job doesn't pay enough to afford to live in California.
And all I hear, the economy's booming. You know, the last presidential debate, the first question out of the gate, Bernie, why do we need your revolution? The stock market's doing well, unemployment's at a record low, all this stuff. There's just a complete cognitive delusion/dissonance. And Bernie's the only one I even hear talking about 500,000 people sleeping on the street. He's the only person I've heard. I've covered all their rallies talking about gentrification. And he's also calling out the corporations that refuse to pay any taxes. Seattle, for example, Shama Sawant, other progressives, literally were calling for like a head tax, charging Amazon per worker like $250 a head. Pennies. I mean, Amazon went to war to stop this. You see similar things going on in other cities, but the corporations that are creating the jobs in these cities refuse to pay in towards affordable housing, what you're talking about. How does this stop without national leadership?
You know, there was something that we noticed that was very critical in what's happening. It's how this gig economy began. I don't know if you remember, but 10 years ago, when Uber began in LA, the stipulation was you had to own a car that was less than 3 years old, and at that point, Uber paid 3 times what they're paying right now. Within a couple of years of Uber operating in LA, they dropped the requirement to having a car that's 10 years old, and they cut rates by half. But what had happened at that point is a lot of people thinking, oh, you know what? I'm getting paid 3 times as much as what they're paying now. I'm going to go finance a car. All these people financed a car. A couple of years later, Uber cut their rates in half. Now these people can't afford to pay their monthly car payment. That's why you see such a issue of so many people sleeping in their cars. That's just an example of how this economy is working. This economy is pushing not just low-wage jobs, but less than 20-hour jobs. There are so many people who, without being given 40 hours, corporations are giving 2 people the same in 2 shifts of 20 hours each so that they don't have to pay benefits. Those are the people we see working and living in cars. So it doesn't matter how many jobs we add unless they pay living wages and unless they give people 40 hours of work a week.
And how can people get involved? How can people get involved here in LA? Because, you know, you got to organize to bring attention to this, to shame the politicians. How do people get involved with your organization and activism?
The Shower of Hope, www.theshowerofhope.org. We're in 20 locations throughout LA County. We're going to open housing for community college students by next month. So if people want to just simply volunteer for a couple hours a week, they can just go to our Facebook page or Instagram at The Shower of Hope and just message us, and we need the help.
Your name again?
Mel Tilakaratna.
Thank you so much for all you're doing. One sec. The big news! Welcome new Status Coup members, Bud, Adam, Carmen, Matthew. 3 members away from 1,800. 3 members away from 1,800. I think when I started, we were 60 away. 3 of you left. Please, it's 2 in the morning on the East Coast. I got an early flight. I'd like to go to bed, maybe have a Corona. Please sign up, statuscoup.com/join. Let's get 3 more. I think we're going to end with this fine woman over here. What's your name?
Michelle Bird.
Michelle, tell me about your experience tonight, California victory.
I mean, basically I've been doing videos here, and we sang our song earlier, so I haven't really been in the mix of seeing all the results, but the energy here is certainly still wild. I think it's almost midnight. There's still people dancing. The important thing about Bernie's Coffee Shop is that it's about grassroots, and that's what you feel when you come through the doors. You know, you see all the artwork here. We've curated this to the T, basically from artists from nationwide. So it's not just artists from California, but people that are passionate about Bernie in different states that have sent their art to be a part of this. And you see it here, you know, you feel it as, you know, you have young Bernie over there. People can't see it, but it's young Bernie over there. You have Bernie in a KFC type bucket over there. So you see the diversity of creativity, which is amazing.
And I also think one thing I'm noticing, in addition to the grassroots, it's kind of a place where people can connect. Because there's a lot of people here. I mean, I was speaking with a guy who worked at McDonald's, spoken with people really struggling, driving Uber, Lyft. And in this gig economy, this jobless economy, people get lonely, people get depressed, people get, you know, all sorts of things. And you see here, yeah, it's based on Bernie's campaign, but it looks like there's relationships forming, you know, for the duration, for after the campaign too.
Yeah, this place, you know, it started up in 2016, and I remember when we met the first night in the back of this place, and we had not been, you know, we never knew each other or anything like that, and we came together, and people from all different backgrounds, from different organizations, and we brought our talents to make this place happen, and I'm happy to see it reopen again, because like what you said, it builds a place for people to kind of connect and build from there, because you meet other people and projects come about quickly. So it's not just a place where you just sign up to volunteer. It's a place where you meet people that are like you, that have your same morals and values, that want to do things to change the world and leave it a little bit better than we found it. You know, I've met some of these people here, and we created the video Unidos. If you haven't seen it, it's online. But it was a bunch of grassroots creatives that we put that together to elect Bernie Sanders. We wrote the People's Anthem that was performed earlier here today with Janina and Edwin. So it's like you find people from different areas and you just come here and you create stuff, which is amazing.
And what's your shirt say?
Medicare for all.
Hey, college for all, Medicare for all, jobs for all, justice for all.
Bernie T.
So for you, what's at stake? If Bernie were to win the nomination, if he were to become president, how would it affect your life?
Basically, for me, why it's important is because I'm from Puerto Rico. So for me, a Bernie presidency means a better situation for my island and what's going on over there. Nobody else really is paying attention to what's going on in Puerto Rico. Bernie is creating, you know, policies and legislation that really impacts my island, and we need a lot of help over there. And I think he's the only candidate that can really make a change.
And I also think part of the element too is I don't really think Puerto Rico could sustain, you know, 2 more storms next time, 3 more storms. These storms are not going to stop with the climate crisis. His plan is the most aggressive, and he's the only one talking. I mean, you know, Tom Steyer talked about it as the #1 issue, Jay Inslee, but he's the only one who's put the money towards it, which is very important.
And the action towards it. You know, we still see, you don't see it as much in the media, but there's still people living out on the streets from the earthquakes. There's still people that are living without electricity from Maria that are out in certain areas. There's a lot of elderly that are dependent on, you know, this change and this to happen, that don't have the means to get out of the island, don't have the means to fix their homes. There's a lot of people that lost their homes and there's no way to fix them. So
years later. So
we see that firsthand because we obviously, you know, I'm from there and we keep in touch with people in the island, organizations, communities. A lot of communities, the things, how things have changed is because of community building over there as well. A lot of nonprofits, people in their own communities taking action to help each other. The government hasn't really helped that much, so people have been very dependent on each other, which is great.
Where can people find out about your music, your art? Where can people find out?
Well, they can go to facebook.com/spreadthebird. So it's spread, THA, bird, BIRD, kind of like how it's said. The videos for Unidos are on there. We also made one in Arabic, and we made one in Korean to reach those communities that don't have an anthem for themselves or, you know, visuals that represent them. So.
Meaning you're just a white Bernie bro?
Well, I'm not, because I'm from Puerto Rico, but
I was making the point that Bernie's got the most like diverse coalition, and they keep going with this Bernie bro stuff. It's.
I know, but we work with those communities to put these together. So these videos are from their eyes and their voice, and they really, really are to the heart. So if you guys have time, watch them, because I think people will like them and connect with them.
Thank so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate
Can I
it.
say one last thing?
Yeah.
People, please sign up. I don't know how many other people you need, but
3.
I don't know. Sign up, okay? All right, so that's it.
Thank you. And by the way, just so you know, when Jen and I started Status Coup, holy shit, we just hit 1,800 members! Woo! Welcome. Welcome new members, Kevin, Carol, Sarah, 1,800 members strong. Let me tell you something. It wasn't looking good. I don't know how long I've been live, 6 hours, 7 hours. But it says a lot. It says a lot when you just show up. You know, there's a really cheesy movie Keanu Reeves did many years ago called Hardball. He was, a white guy that went into an inner city and he coached an African, young, poor black kids, their baseball team. And Keanu Reeves said to the baseball kids, half of life is just showing up. And I truly believe that. You'd be surprised what happens when you show up to places no one else does. All we did tonight was go to a coffee shop. But the thing is, this coffee shop is unlike most coffee shops I've ever been to because it's about a political movement. So we've interviewed, I don't know, how, at this point, probably 20, 30 people we interviewed. We updated you as best as we could. The media is obviously going to spin this as a major Biden victory, the Biden surge. Here's what I say. Bernie Sanders won the state with the most delegates. It looks like he's probably going to win it when it's all said and done by 10 to 15 points. He came close. He came close in Texas. He won Utah, Colorado. These other states that Biden won by a lot, they don't have the most delegates at stake. The states Bernie is winning have the most delegates. The state that Biden won, Texas, that has the second most delegates at stake, he didn't win it by enough to actually take a big delegate lead. So by the end of this, Biden will have the lead in delegates, but this race is now, unless Elizabeth Warren wants to continue her political kamikaze mission here, I think this race is going to narrow down to Biden versus Bernie. And if you're a Bernie Sanders supporter, that's what you want. You want Bernie versus Biden on that stage. They could bring out they could resurrect every fucking candidate from the dead. Booker, Kamala Harris, who else was running? Governor Bullock, bring them all out to endorse Joe Biden. I don't think it's going to be enough because at the end of the day, Joe Biden is a worse candidate than even Hillary Clinton was. He's cognitively not there. And he doesn't have any policies. And that's going to shine through on a one-on-one debate. So thank you for watching. I truly appreciate it. Thanks, Jamal, behind the camera. Jen, who's been updating us for all these hours. It's 2 in the morning on the East, 2:30. She's been up late for you. We're headed back tomorrow to New York. I believe the next one we'll be covering is Michigan. Now that we hit 1,800, it helps us financially. And now the work begins. 2,000 members is in our sight. 2,000 members is in our sight. I'd like to hit that, in March. We are on March 3rd right now. We could hit 2,000 this month. Thank you for watching. I'm going to try to rest my voice a little bit. I will not be live tomorrow. I'm traveling. And remember, most people are not lacking compassion in this country. Most people have no fucking idea what is going on all around them. Thank you for watching. Peace out.